Dottie looked at the door. It was a closet door. The door had a silver handle. The silver handle was round. The round silver handle was a doorknob. One day she tried to turn the doorknob. She tried to open the closet door, but the doorknob didn't turn. She couldn't open the closet door. The closet door wouldn't open. The door was locked. "Why is the door locked?" Dottie asked her mom. Her mom said it was locked for her safety. "What's behind the door?" she asked her mom. Her mom said a rifle was behind the locked door. Daddy kept a rifle in the closet. The cat was not moving. It was lying in the grass. The cat was black and white. It was a pretty black and white cat. It was cold outside. The cat was lying on its stomach. It was dark outside. The porch light shined on the cat. The cat looked at Sissy. "Mom, can I have the cat?" she asked her mom. Her mom came outside on the porch. She looked at the cat. "That is a pretty cat," her mom said. "Can I have it?" Sissy asked. Her mom said no. Maybe the cat belonged to another family. Maybe the cat was wild. If it was wild, it might bite Sissy. His dad liked to fly balloons. His dad bought big balloons and filled them with helium. Helium is a gas. It is a gas that makes balloons float into the sky. One day his dad brought home a new balloon. He took it out of the box. He took it outside. He tied the balloon to spikes with ropes. The spikes were in the ground. The ropes and spikes kept the balloon on the ground. He filled the balloon with helium. He asked Junior what the new balloon looked like. "It looks like a flying saucer," said Junior. "It looks like a real flying saucer. Is there an alien inside?" Davy was 10. His dad was driving the car. The radio was on. His dad was listening to the radio. The man on the radio was talking about an accident. The accident was on the freeway. 2 people were dead. The accident had just happened 30 minutes ago. His dad told him that life can be short. Accidents happen everywhere. They happen to everyone. "You must always be careful, Davy," his dad said. "Never be in a hurry. Always pay attention to other drivers." Davy said he would be a careful driver. He would never be in a hurry. He would always pay attention. "Can I drive the car now?" he asked his dad. He looked in the mirror. What were all those red spots on his face? Every morning he had fresh red spots on his face. Were they insect bites? Were insects biting him at night? What were those red spots? They would usually disappear in a few hours. Then his face would look normal. It would look like a normal face. It would have no red spots. But every morning he had an ugly face. All those red spots. What was happening at night? Was it his pillow? Was something in his pillow? Was something in his pillow making the red spots? He would buy a new pillow. Maybe his pillow was the problem. She won the contest. She won the Rose Queen contest. She was the new queen for the Rose Parade. She was so happy. She would be in the parade on New Year's Day. She was so excited. She would be on TV. Millions of people would see her. She would wave to people on the sidewalks in Pasadena. Pasadena was the home of the Rose Parade. Every year, thousands of people spent New Year's Eve on the sidewalks of Pasadena. They wanted to see the Rose Parade. Almost 50 floats are in the Rose Parade every year. All the floats are beautiful. They have lots of beautiful flowers. She would ride on a beautiful float. She would wave to everyone. Her parents and friends were so happy for her. He played the piano. He played it very well. He started playing the piano when he was 6 years old. That was 7 years ago. Now he was 13 years old. He was very good. He won one piano contest after another. A famous piano teacher heard him play the piano. The teacher said, "I want to bring you to New York. I will teach you how to be even better. I will teach you how to be the best piano player in the whole world." He didn't like that idea. He wanted to stay at home. He wanted to stay with his parents and his friends. His parents wanted him to go. They said they would visit him in New York every weekend. The country is full of criminals. Criminals are in every city. Criminals are on every block. They break all the laws. They don't care about the laws. There are thousands of laws. The criminals break all the laws. They laugh when they break the laws. The police watch the criminals. They try to arrest the criminals. The criminals shoot at the police. They kill the police. Last week they shot down a police helicopter. The helicopter crashed to the ground. The criminals ran over to the helicopter. All the policemen on the helicopter were dead. The criminals stole the guns from the dead policemen. They walked away from the helicopter. They were laughing. The woman had 8 babies at one time. She was famous. Nobody could believe it. It was a world record. How could anyone have 8 babies at one time? Her doctor had given her special drugs. The special drugs made her have 8 babies. She was happy to have 8 babies. "I grew up all alone," she told the reporters. "I did not like being alone. I decided that I would have many babies when I grew up. So now I have many babies. I am so happy. I am a lucky woman to have 8 babies. I will love them all, and they will all love me." The bathroom wall had a nail in it. He pulled the nail out of the wall. It was a big nail. When he pulled the nail out, a hole was in the wall. It was a big hole. He wanted to repair the hole. He went to Walmart. Walmart has everything for sale. Walmart is a very popular store. He asked a clerk, "How can I fix a nail hole in my bathroom wall?" The clerk said it was very simple. A nail hole was easy to fix. "Just buy this tube of nail hole filler, then squeeze it into the hole," the clerk said. He took the filler home. He squeezed it into the hole. He let the filler dry overnight. The next day, there was no hole. Susan didn't like the color of her hair. Her hair was changing color. It used to be all black, but now it was turning gray. She didn't like the gray hair. Gray hair made her look older. She didn't want to look older. She made an appointment with the beauty salon. A week later she went to the beauty salon. The hairdresser colored Susan's hair. She added a little bit of purple color to Susan's hair. When the hairdresser finished, Susan looked at her hair. She liked it. She couldn't see any gray hair. All she could see was black hair with a little bit of purple tint. The purple tint looked nice. Susan hoped her boyfriend would like it. There was something wrong with his leg. It burned, but it burned in one spot only. He didn't know what was wrong. The spot was smaller than a dime. It was on the back of his leg. He picked up a hand mirror. He used the hand mirror to look at the back of his leg. He saw a small lump. He put his finger on the lump. The lump was hard. It wasn't a soft lump. The lump felt like a small stone. It was like a small stone under his skin. But it was like a small stone that was on fire. It burned. Something was wrong. He needed to see a doctor. He had very little money. It was cold outside. It was winter. But he was inside. He was inside his apartment. Right now he was okay because he was inside his apartment. But next month he would not be okay. Next month he would be outside his apartment. He had lost his job. He couldn't pay his rent. He had called his landlord. He asked his landlord if he could stay an extra month for free. His landlord said no. His landlord said, "If you can't pay the rent, you must go." Where could he go? He would sleep in his car, but a car is a cold place in the winter. He was very sad. They walked onto the dock. They got into the boat. They had all their fishing gear. They were going fishing. They loved to go fishing. Sometimes they caught a lot of fish. Sometimes they caught a couple of fish. Sometimes they caught no fish. But fishing was fun even if they caught no fish. The boat left the dock. The boat stopped in the middle of the lake. Everyone put worms on their hooks. Some people put live worms on their hooks. Some people put dead worms on their hooks. Some people put rubber worms on their hooks. Everyone dropped their hooks into the water. Then they waited. They waited for the fish to bite the worms. He loved his new jacket. It was his favorite jacket. He loved the color. It was tan. He loved the weight. It was medium weight. It was not too light. It was not too heavy. He loved the fit. It fit him well. He put the jacket on. He looked at the jacket in the mirror. It looked good. What a good-looking jacket, he thought. He went to the doctor's office. The office was warm. He took his jacket off. He put it on the chair next to him. A nurse called his name. He stood up. He went to the examination room. He forgot that his jacket was on the chair. But it wasn't on the chair for long. Another patient took it home. Patty needed help with her computer. She asked a co-worker to help her. Patty said she would treat her co-worker to a nice dinner. Her co-worker asked, "What kind of dinner?" Patty said, "A nice Chinese dinner." Her co-worker said that sounded good. She would come over to Patty's apartment at 7 o'clock. Patty went home after work. She made a delicious Chinese dinner. But her co-worker didn't show up at 7 o'clock. Her co-worker didn't show up at 7:30. Her co-worker didn't call. Patty called her co-worker. No one answered. At 9:30, Patty went to bed. The phone rang. It was her co-worker. Patty didn't answer the phone. Tomorrow she would ask someone else to help her. He was bored. He wanted to do something fun. He wanted to do something fun with his friend. He called up his friend. "I'm bored. Let's do something fun," he said. His friend said, "That sounds great. I'm glad you called. I'm bored too. What do you want to do?" He said he wanted to go to the beach. His friend said that sounded great. He picked up his friend in his car. They went to the beach. They threw a frisbee to each other. They swam in the ocean. They built a big sand castle. They watched the sailboats. They watched the seagulls. He drove his friend home. "That was fun. Let's do it again sometime," his friend said. He was driving home. He couldn't wait to get home. He was hungry. He hadn't eaten in 8 hours. 8 hours ago he had eaten 2 hot dogs. The hot dogs were delicious. He had put lots of mustard, onions, and relish on the hot dogs. They were so delicious. He got home. He walked upstairs. He walked into his apartment. He opened his refrigerator. He took a package out of the refrigerator. It was a package of hot dogs. He took 2 hot dogs out of the package. He put them into the microwave. He took mustard, onions, and relish out of his refrigerator. He grabbed 2 hot dog buns. He was ready to eat 2 more delicious hot dogs. She went to the circus with her parents. She was excited. She had never been to a circus. There were many clowns at the circus. She liked the clowns. They had funny faces. They had big red noses. They wore funny hats. They wore big shoes. Their shoes were much bigger than her dad's shoes. They were twice as big as her dad's shoes. The clowns had loud horns. They honked their horns at each other. They didn't talk. They used their horns to talk. Honk, honk. She laughed at the clowns. They were so funny. They made her laugh. She told her dad, "Daddy, guess what? When I grow up, I'm going to be a clown." His dad was reading one section of the newspaper. His mom was reading another section of the newspaper. His older sister was reading another section of the newspaper. He had the comics section of the newspaper. That was the best part of the newspaper. He didn't understand the words. He wasn't able to read, but he liked the comics. He liked the drawings. They were all different. All the animals were different. All the people were different. All the drawings were black and white. He colored the drawings with his crayons. He showed the colored drawings to his mom. She liked them. "Those are beautiful colors," his mom said. "Someday you will be a famous painter." He had to clean out his apartment. There was so much to clean out. He had hundreds of books. What was he going to do with them? He couldn't keep all of them. He was moving to a smaller apartment. There was no room for all his books in his new apartment. There was no room for his bicycle. What was he going to do with his bicycle? He had a big TV. The TV was too big for his new apartment. What was he going to do with his big TV? He called up his brother. "Do you want my books, my bike, and my TV?" he asked. His brother said, "You should have a yard sale." She looked at the man. He was walking on the sidewalk. She did not know this man. He was a stranger. She did not trust this man. He did not live in this neighborhood. She was driving her car slowly. She was almost home. She drove past the man. She watched him in her rear-view mirror. He stopped walking on the sidewalk. He walked up her neighbor's driveway. A car was in the driveway. He walked up to the driver's door. He stopped. Then he walked back to the sidewalk. What was he doing, she wondered. Then she realized what he was doing. He was testing the driver's door. He was testing it to see if it was locked. She called the police. It was September. People were getting sick all over the world. They were getting sick from the flu. The flu was called H1N1. Some people called it swine flu. The swine farmers did not like that. They said, "Stop calling it swine flu. Swine don't have the flu. You can't get the flu from eating swine." Swine are also called pigs. We get bacon and ham from pigs. We get pork from pigs. But we don't get the flu from pigs. We get the flu from a virus. The H1N1 virus was making everyone sick. In October, they distributed a new vaccine. The new vaccine protected most people from the virus. The people were happy. The swine farmers were happy. Jack was angry. Joe owed him money. Joe owed him $100. Joe had borrowed $100 a month ago. He had borrowed the money 30 days ago. He said he would pay Jack back the next week. He said that he would pay Jack back in 7 days. But he didn't pay Jack back in 7 days. He didn't pay Jack back in 14 days, or 21 days, or 28 days. After 30 days, Jack was very angry. He called up Joe. "You owe me $100. You borrowed $100 from me 30 days ago. Where is my money? I want my money now," Jack said. Joe said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. You're right. I borrowed $100 from you. I owe you $100. Can I pay you back next week?" "It is flu season. You must be careful. It is very easy to catch the flu. You should wash your hands often. You should get a flu shot. A flu shot will help protect you. But there is a problem with a flu shot. The problem is the needle. The nurse will stick a needle in your arm. Your arm will be sore for a day, maybe 2 days. Nobody likes to have a sore arm. But which is worse, a sore arm or a sore body? A sore body is worse than a sore arm. Do you want your arm to hurt, or do you want your whole body to hurt? Your body will hurt for a week. Maybe it will hurt for 2 weeks. Carol and Mary are friends. Carol said she would call Mary at 7 o'clock. Carol didn't call at 7. She didn't call at 7:15. She finally called at 7:30. She apologized for calling so late. Mary said it was okay, but it wasn't okay. Mary didn't like people to lie. This wasn't the first time Carol had lied. This was the 4th time Carol had lied. Mary did not trust Carol. Carol would never be her best friend. A best friend tells the truth. A best friend doesn't lie. A best friend does not call late. A best friend does not arrive late. A best friend is always on time. Don had a pistol. It was a small pistol. He offered it to his brother Tony. Tony looked at the pistol. It was a beautiful pistol. It was black. It had a silver trigger. Tony put his finger on the silver trigger. He put the pistol in his pocket. He took it out of his pocket. He walked outside. He saw a bird on a wire. He aimed the pistol at the bird. He pulled the trigger. He said, "If the gun was loaded, I would have killed the bird." Don said, "I'm glad it wasn't loaded. You shouldn't kill birds." Tony thanked Don for the pistol. "I like this pistol. Thank you," Tony said. He took the pistol home with him. Jane called Lisa. Lisa said she was eating. She was eating dinner. Lisa asked Jane to call her back. Jane said she would call Lisa back. She called Lisa back the next day. Lisa said she was eating. She was eating lunch. Lisa asked Jane to call her back. Jane said she would call Lisa back. She called Lisa back the next day. Lisa said she was eating. She was eating breakfast. Lisa asked Jane to call her back. Jane said she would call Lisa back. The next day Jane called Lisa back. Lisa was eating. She was eating a snack. Lisa asked Jane to call her back. Jane said, "No, you call me back. You call me back when you aren't eating." Up, down, up, down. Billy was doing push-ups. His arms were bent. His palms were on the ground. His toes were on the ground. His back was straight. His belly was close to the ground. His nose was close to the ground. Then he straightened his arms. Now his nose was almost 2 feet above the ground. His back was straight. His arms were straight. His head was higher than his feet. His feet were lower than his head. That was one push-up. Then Billy bent his arms. His nose and belly almost touched the ground. Then he straightened his arms again. That was another push-up. Billy did 8 more push-ups. He did 10 push-ups. He did 10 push-ups every day. It was late at night. The plane flew through the air. It flew through the air very fast. It flew through the air at 500 miles per hour. 500 miles per hour is very fast. A train does not go 500 miles per hour. A bus does not go 500 miles per hour. A ship does not go 500 miles per hour. Both the pilot and co-pilot were very sleepy. They both fell asleep. The plane flew past the city. Then the pilot and co-pilot woke up. They turned the plane around. They went back to the city. They landed at the airport. Their boss was angry. He asked, "Why is the plane late? Did you two fall asleep?" They both said, "Of course not, boss." She liked to feed popcorn to the pigeons. The pigeons liked to eat her popcorn. She put popcorn in her hand. A pigeon ate the popcorn in her hand. She put popcorn on her shoulder. A pigeon ate the popcorn on her shoulder. She put popcorn in her hair. A pigeon ate the popcorn in her hair. She sat down on a bench. It was a wooden bench in the park. She put popcorn all over the bench. She put popcorn all over her clothes. She put popcorn on her head. She put popcorn on her lap. Many pigeons landed on the bench. Many pigeons landed on her. Nobody could see her. Nobody could see the bench. His ear had a tiny air bubble in it. It bothered him a lot. He could hear an echo when he talked. The echo bothered him a lot. He tried to get rid of the tiny air bubble. He squeezed his nose, closed his mouth, and blew really hard. Nothing happened. He shook his head like a wet dog. Nothing happened. He stood on his head for 10 minutes. Nothing happened. He stuck his finger deep in his ear and pulled it out quickly. Nothing happened. The doctor gave him nose drops. Nothing happened. The doctor gave him eardrops. Nothing happened. He took a walk on a winter day. He slipped on the ice. He hit his head on the sidewalk. The bubble was gone. She was thinking about her boyfriend. Why did she stay with him? Why didn't she leave him? She didn't trust him. He said that he loved her, but he was mean to her. He said bad things. He said she was too fat. He said she should eat less. He did bad things. He gave her a cheap card from the 99-cent store for her birthday. He gave her a bag of apples for Christmas. Then he ate all the apples. He said things that made her cry. He did things that made her cry. Then he said he was sorry. He always said he was sorry. She wanted to leave him. She wanted to find another boyfriend. But she didn't leave him. She loved him too much. Dad took his son Chris to the baseball game. The Los Angeles Dodgers were playing the San Francisco Giants. The Dodgers were the home team. The Giants were the visiting team. Dad and Chris walked into Dodger Stadium. Many people were there. Most of them wanted to see the Dodgers win. They wanted to see the Giants lose. Dad and Chris found their seats. They sat down. The game had already started. Chris told his dad he was hungry. His dad bought 2 bags of peanuts for Chris. He bought 2 hot dogs for Chris. He bought a big soda for Chris. A foul ball came their way. People dived for the foul ball. They knocked Chris's soda over. His dad bought him another soda. Debbie was in the 1st grade. Her brother Tommy was in the 2nd grade. They lived in Florida. They lived in a small town in Florida. They walked to school in the morning. They walked home from school in the afternoon. On Monday, Debbie and Tommy were walking home. They were walking with a couple of Tommy's friends. Tommy told his friends that Debbie still sucked her thumb. "She still sucks her thumb," he said. His friends laughed. Debbie started to cry. She ran away from Tommy and his friends. When Tommy got home, his mom asked, "Where's Debbie?" Tommy said he didn't know. He thought she was already home. "No, she's not home," his mom said. She called the neighbors. Then she called the police. Nancy took her daughter Donna to the park. The park had lots of trees. It had lots of squirrels and birds. The squirrels ran up and down the trees. The squirrels chased one another. The squirrels played with one another. The birds flew around. They flew down to the ground. They flew up into the trees. The squirrels and birds were good neighbors. Nancy sat down on a bench. She took a magazine out of her purse. She turned the pages of the magazine. Donna ran over to a squirrel. She tried to catch the squirrel. Then she tried to catch a bird. Donna chased the squirrels and birds. She never caught one squirrel. She never caught one bird, but she had a lot of fun. He was talking on the phone. The phone was on the table in the dining room. He was talking to his friend. They were talking about the weather. It was raining. There was a knock on his door. Someone was knocking on his door. He went to the door. He opened the door. No one was there. He went back to the phone. The doorbell rang. Someone was ringing his doorbell. He went to the door. He opened the door. No one was there. He went back to the phone. There was another knock on his door. He kept talking. The doorbell rang again. He kept talking. "Fool me once, shame on you," he thought. "Fool me twice, shame on me," he thought. She offered her car to her brother. He said he would think about it. "Let me think about it," he said. She called him up a week later. "Do you want my car for free?" she asked. He said, "I'm thinking about it." She asked, "How long do you have to think about it?" He said he didn't know. "Let me think about it some more," he said. She called up a charity. She said, "Do you want my car for free?" The man at the charity said yes. She asked, "You don't have to think about it?" He said, "No, I don't have to think about it, Who has to think about a free car? He picked up her car the next day. She was a babysitter in her home. She took care of 10 little children. They were not her little children. They were the sons and daughters of other people. She did not have a son. She did not have a daughter. She was not a mother. She was a babysitter. The children were 1 to 4 years old. She babysat them all. She kept them in her house all day. They all stayed in her living room. She gave them toys to play with. She gave them books to look at. She gave them pillows and blankets. Some kids played with the toys. Some kids looked at the books. Some kids slept. She usually didn't watch the kids. She usually watched the TV. She went into the laundry room. She was in a hurry. She needed to wash and dry her clothes. Then she needed to go to work. The washer was running. Someone was using the washer. The washer stopped. She opened the lid. She took the damp clothes out of the washer. The damp clothes belonged to someone else. She put their clothes on top of the dryer. She put her own clothes into the washer. She started the washer. Half an hour later, she took her clothes out of the washer. She put her clothes into the dryer. An hour later, she took her clothes out of the dryer. Then she went to work. She left the damp clothes on top of the dryer. She was a nurse. It was flu season, but she didn't get a flu shot. All the other nurses got a flu shot. All the doctors got a flu shot, but she didn't get a flu shot. Flu shots made her sick. She got a flu shot when she was a little girl. The flu shot made her very sick. She spent a week in the hospital. Then she came home. She spent 3 weeks in bed. She was sick for about a month. After that, no more flu shots for her. She never got a flu shot again. She never got the flu either. I never get a flu shot, but I never get the flu, she told her friend. She was a fast eater. She liked to eat fast. She ate like a wolf. I am like a wolf, she said. He was a slow eater. He liked to eat slow. He ate like a turtle. You are like a turtle, she said. She didn't talk at the dinner table. All she did was eat. He liked to talk at the dinner table. He talked about the news. He talked about the weather. He talked about sports. She listened to him talk. She nodded her head. That meant yes. She shook her head. That meant no. He talked. She listened. She never said yes. She never said no. She never said anything. All she did was eat. Flu shots cost $20 at the drugstore. Only a few people are buying the flu shots. There are no long lines. No one is waiting in line. If you want the flu shot, pay $20. You don't have to wait in line. You can get the flu shot immediately. The mayor announced free flu shots. He said, "We will give free flu shots to everyone. Come to the library on Saturday." On Saturday, 2,000 people went to the library. They stood in line for 4 hours. After 4 hours, there were no more free flu shots. They ran out of free flu shots. The drugstore still has many flu shots, but the flu shots at the drugstore aren't free. They cost $20. She walked along the sidewalk. She wasn't paying attention. She was thinking about her boyfriend. He made her angry. He said he didn't want to marry her now. He wanted to marry her later. She wanted to get married now. She didn't want to get married later. Why didn't he want to marry her now? Maybe he didn't want to marry her later either. Maybe he didn't want to marry her ever. Maybe he wanted to meet someone else. Maybe he wanted to marry someone else. She walked straight into a bench. She hurt her leg. Her leg started bleeding. She sat down on the bench. Her leg hurt so much. She tried to stop the bleeding. She looked at the moon. It was big. It was round. It was white. It was big and round and white. It was much bigger than all the stars. The stars were little lights. The moon was a big, bright light. She looked around. She could see other houses. She could see the sidewalk. She could see the street. The moon was bright. It was not as bright as the sun, but it was much brighter than the stars. She looked at the moon. Her dad said, "There is a man in the moon." She looked for the man in the moon. She looked for his eyes. She looked for his nose. She looked for his mouth. She did not see the man in the moon. He loved his job. He had a good job. He was a teacher. He loved to teach. He loved his students. He loved to teach his students. His students listened to him. His students listened to almost every word he said. His students learned from him. They learned how to spell words. They learned how to pronounce words. They learned how to ask questions. They learned how to answer questions. They learned how to think. He taught them how to think. "Don't believe everything you hear," he said. "Don't believe everything you read," he said. "Don't believe everything you see," he said. "Use your head. If something sounds too good to be true, it usually is," he said. The janitor cleaned the church every day. He swept the floor with a broom. He mopped the floor with a mop. He vacuumed the carpet with a vacuum cleaner. He cleaned all the windows with a wet cloth. He cleaned the men's bathroom. He cleaned the women's bathroom. He cleaned the sinks in the bathrooms. He cleaned the toilets in the bathrooms. He cleaned the mirrors in the bathrooms. He scrubbed the steps outside the church. He scrubbed the steps with soapy water and a brush. He kept the steps clean. He kept the windows clean. He kept the bathrooms clean. He kept the floors clean. The steps were clean. The windows were clean. The bathrooms were clean. The floors were clean. It was a clean church. She was angry. She was angry with her brother. Her brother didn't help her. She needed to borrow $1,000. She had asked her brother to lend her $1,000. He said no. Her brother said he didn't have $1,000. Her brother was lying. Her brother had $10,000. He had 10 times $1,000. Why did he lie to her? Why didn't he tell her the truth? Why didn't he lend her $1,000? She said, I know you have $10,000. All I want is $1,000. I will pay you back next year. You will get your money back next year. He said no. He said people shouldn't borrow money. He said people shouldn't lend money. But I'm not people, she said. I'm your sister. It is winter. The sky is usually gray. The sun is not big. The sun is not warm. The sun is never high in the sky. It's always low in the sky. The shadows are long. In the morning they are long. In the afternoon they are long. The shadows are cold. The wind blows. The wind blows almost every day. Sometimes it is a strong wind. Paper blows everywhere. It is always a cold wind. People wear heavy jackets. People stand with their hands in their pockets. People blow on their hands to keep their hands warm. You can see people's warm breath. When they breathe, you can see their warm breath. Their breath is like steam from a teapot. Everyone is cold in the winter. Prisons today have too many prisoners. The prisoners sleep in bunk beds. They sleep in triple bunk beds. Triple bunk beds are for 3 prisoners. One prisoner sleeps in the bottom bunk bed. Another prisoner sleeps in the middle bunk bed. Another prisoner sleeps in the top bunk bed. They sleep on top of one another. They sleep beneath one another. Prisoners complain about the triple bunk beds. They don't like the triple bunk beds. Prisons didn't used to have bunk beds. Prisons didn't used to have any beds. Prisoners used to sleep on a cold floor. Prisoners today get 3 meals a day. They get 3 hot meals. Prisoners used to get 1 meal a day. They used to get 1 cold meal. Betty was excited. It was December 1st. Christmas Day was only 24 days away. She was looking at a magazine. It was a magazine for little girls. There were many pictures in the magazine. There were many pictures of dolls. The dolls were from many countries. There were dolls from Mexico. There were dolls from China. There were dolls from France. There were dolls from everywhere. There were so many dolls. She showed the pictures to her mom. "Mommy, will Santa bring me all these dolls?" she asked. "No, honey," her mom said. "Santa will bring you only 1 doll, so pick the one you like best." "But Mommy," she said, "I like them all the best." The big room is air-conditioned, but it smells. Dead bodies are in metal drawers. The bodies have no clothes. The bodies are naked. A white sheet covers each dead body. The drawers slide in. The drawers slide out. A doctor works in the big room with the dead bodies. He works there almost every day. He cuts the bodies open. He cuts them open with a knife. He cuts them open with a saw. He looks at the bodies. He looks inside the bodies. Why did these people die? Why did this young man die? He wonders. He tries to answer the question. Every dead body is a puzzle. The doctor tries to solve the puzzle. Then he tells the police why the people died. Soccer is a fun game. It is very popular. It is popular all over the world. It is fun to watch. It is fun to play. It is a simple game. There are two teams. They play on a big grassy field. There is one ball. There are two goals with nets. Each team tries to kick the ball into the other team's net. The players cannot use their hands. They cannot touch the ball with their hands. They use their feet to move the ball. They use their chests to move the ball. They use their heads to move the ball. The players run back and forth. They slide on the grass. They crash into one another. They play to win. A baby has arms and legs. It has a mouth and eyes. It looks at everything. It eats everything. It smiles a lot. It cries a lot. It eats a lot. It drools a lot. It pees a lot. It poops a lot. It sleeps a lot. It tries to talk. It makes funny sounds. It says goo goo and ga ga. It waves its arms and legs. It doesn't do much else. It doesn't sit up. It doesn't stand up. It doesn't talk. It lies on its back. It lies on its stomach. After a year, it will do many things. It will crawl. It will stand up. It will walk. It will talk. But in the beginning, it just grows. It grows bigger and bigger. It rains a lot in the jungle. The rain helps trees grow. The jungle has many trees. Trees are home for many jungle animals. Many animals live in the trees. Monkeys are jungle animals. Monkeys love trees. They love to swing from tree to tree. They climb down from the trees. They climb back up into the trees. They sit in the trees. They eat their food in the trees. They eat the plants in the trees. They eat the fruit in the trees. They live in the trees with the birds. They live in the trees with the lizards. They live in the trees with the snakes. They live in the trees with the ants. The trees in the jungle are full of animals. She was sitting in a bar. She was drinking beer. She was getting drunk. She started to talk. She started to talk too much. She talked about her cash. She talked about a lot of cash. She had thousands of dollars in her purse. She said she had $20,000 in her purse. She said it out loud. Everyone in the bar heard her. Everyone looked at her. She took some cash out of her purse. She held the money in the air. "Look," she said, "here's $1,000 cash." She waved it around. She laughed. She put the money back in her purse. She had another beer. A man was watching her. She finished her beer. She left the bar. He followed her. She had watched the news last night. The weatherman had said it was going to rain today. It was going to rain all day today. She got dressed. She put on her rain boots. She put on her raincoat. She grabbed her umbrella. She was ready for the rain. She was wearing her rain boots. She was wearing her raincoat. She had an umbrella in her hand. She walked outside. Something was wrong. What was wrong? It wasn't raining. Where was the rain? She looked up. She looked at the blue sky. She went back inside. She took off her raincoat. He looked at the rising moon. It was rising above the houses. It was big and orange. It looked bigger than the rising sun. How could it be so big? How could it be so orange? Several hours later, he looked at the moon again. Now it was high in the sky. Now it was smaller. It wasn't orange anymore. Now it was white. What happened? It changed size. It changed color. Before, it was big and orange. It was like a big pumpkin. Now it was smaller and white. It was like a light bulb, but it was still pretty. It was still bright. It was the brightest light in the sky. He looked at the bird. It was a black bird. It was walking on the grass. It was looking for food. Birds have a funny walk. Why do they walk so funny? Because they don't have arms. Arms help people walk. People walk well. Birds don't have arms. They don't walk well. They look funny when they walk. Birds have wings. Wings help birds fly. They use their wings to fly. They fly very well. They are beautiful to watch when they fly. They belong in the sky. They don't belong on the ground. The blackbird found something to eat. It flew up into a tree. It ate the food in the tree. Then it flew away. God takes good people to heaven. He wants good people to be with Him. He leaves bad people on earth. He doesn't want bad people near Him. He lets them do bad things on earth. When they die, He sends them to the devil. The devil makes them work every day. They work next to a big fire. They are always right next to the fire. They are always hot from the fire. They carry coal. The devil makes them carry heavy buckets of black coal. They carry the coal to the fire. They pour the coal on the big fire. Then they refill the big buckets with more coal. They never get a drink of water. They never get to rest. The brothers don't speak to each other. They had a fight. They had a fight a long time ago. The fight was about money. Money can make people happy. Money can make people unhappy. Money can bring people together. Money can tear people apart. It doesn't take a lot of money to tear people apart. Sometimes it takes only a little money. The two brothers were angry about $100, only $100. But they both said, "It's not the money, it's the principle." A principle is a way of life. To tell the truth is a principle. To work hard is a principle. But both brothers lied. It wasn't the principle. It was the money. He was homeless. He was cold. He was shivering. He was in the park. He was sitting on a bench. A sign was next to him. The sign said, "Please hire me. I am homeless." People walked by. They looked at him. He looked dirty. He looked old. How could this man work? He was too old to work. He was too dirty to work. He needed a bath. He needed some food. One lady stopped. She sat down next to him. She said she belonged to a church. She said to come with her. They both got up. He walked with her to the church. The church was warm. He smelled hot food. She said, "Our church will help you." May called her mom. Her mom lived in China. China was far away. Her mom was 50 years old. Her mom had many friends, but she missed her daughter. May lived in America. She was a waitress. She was a waitress in a restaurant. It was a Chinese restaurant. "Guess what, Mama?" May asked. "I met a nice man." Her mom said she was happy. "Will you marry him?" she asked. She wanted May to marry. She wanted a grandson. She wanted a granddaughter. She wanted May to bring her children back to China. "Be patient," May said. "I only met him last month, but he's very nice." Her mom said, "Okay, I will be patient. But hurry up." He had a beautiful car. It was a Cadillac. It was a 1993 Cadillac. It was a four-door Cadillac. It was light brown. It had a big engine. The big engine didn't leak oil. The big engine didn't leak water. He drove his car only 5 miles a day. He took good care of his car. He washed it every week. He washed it by himself. He washed it with dishwashing soap and water. He dried it with paper towels. He vacuumed inside the car every week. He vacuumed it with a small vacuum cleaner. The outside of his car was clean. The inside of his car was clean. He never ate anything inside his car. He never drank anything inside his car. She wanted to have a baby. She wanted to have a baby girl. He wanted to have a baby. He wanted to have a baby boy. He loved her. He said, "Okay, we will have a baby girl." She loved him. She said, "Okay, we will have a baby boy." They both loved each other. They both wanted to make each other happy. He talked to his parents. He asked them what to do. She talked to her parents. She asked them what to do. His parents said, "No problem. Have 2 babies. Have a baby girl and a baby boy." Her parents said the same thing. So they had 2 babies. They had a baby girl, then they had a baby boy. Emily sat down on the sofa. She had a big, soft sofa. It was comfortable. It was a comfortable sofa. She took off her shoes. She put her feet on the coffee table. The TV remote was on the coffee table. She picked up the remote. She pointed it at the TV. She turned on the TV. The news was on. The reporter said that a plane had crashed. More than 100 people died. The reporter said that a bridge had collapsed. More than 20 people died. She turned off the TV. She had enough problems at home. She didn't need to hear about more problems in the world. She had money problems. She had health problems. She had family problems. Who needed to hear about more problems? She used to eat meat. She used to eat a lot of meat. She used to eat beef. She used to eat pork. She used to eat ham. She used to eat chicken. She ate meat every day. She ate bacon for breakfast. She ate a hamburger or hot dog for lunch. She ate meatloaf for dinner. She ate vegetables sometimes. She ate fruit sometimes. She ate salad sometimes. But she ate meat all the time. One day she walked by a dumpster. She smelled something. It smelled bad. It smelled really bad. She opened the dumpster lid. She looked in. She saw an opened package of raw hamburger meat. It was covered with flies and ants. It stunk. She closed the lid. She stopped eating meat. He drove to the supermarket. He was out of food. He had no food in his refrigerator. He had no food in his cupboards. He needed to buy some food. He hoped he would find a sale. A sale would save him money. He walked into the supermarket. He walked over to the produce section. The apples were on sale. The bananas were on sale. It was his lucky day. He loved apples. He loved bananas. The apples were only $1 a pound. The regular price was $2.50 a pound. The bananas were only 49 cents a pound. The regular price was 89 cents a pound. He bought 4 pounds of apples. He bought 4 pounds of bananas. Then he walked over to the dairy section. Maybe the milk was on sale too. She got into her car. She hoped it would start. Sometimes it started immediately. Sometimes it started after 5 minutes. Sometimes it didn't start for 20 minutes. She had taken it to a mechanic. He couldn't fix the problem. He didn't know what the problem was. She had taken it to another mechanic. He knew what the problem was. She needed new spark plugs. He put in the new spark plugs. She paid him. She thanked him. Now her worries were over. She didn't have to worry any more. Every time she turned the key, her car started immediately. But a week later, her car didn't start immediately. It started after 5 minutes. She called up the mechanic. He said to bring the car in. He would look at it again. She wanted to go for a drive. She told her husband. He said that was a good idea. "Where do you want to go?" he asked. She wanted to drive to the mountains. She wanted to go to Big Bear Lake. Big Bear Lake is high in the mountains. It is 7,000 feet high. It is a 2-hour drive from their home. It takes 2 hours to get there. The lake is big and beautiful. They could park their car next to the lake. They could sit next to the lake. They could watch the boats. They could watch the fishermen. They could watch the squirrels and deer. It is a beautiful drive to Big Bear Lake. The road goes through a big forest full of tall trees. The fox was brown. The fox was quick. The dog was brown. The dog was lazy. "You are a lazy dog," said the fox. "Yes, I am a lazy dog," said the dog. "Why are you a lazy dog?" asked the fox. "Why not?" asked the dog. "My owner feeds me. My owner takes me out for walks. My owner loves me. I eat. I go out for walks. I sleep. I'm a lazy, happy dog." "But don't you have any ambition?" asked the fox. "Ambition? Ambition to do what? I'm just a dog," said the dog. "Lassie was a dog. She saved people's lives," said the fox. "I'm too lazy to save people's lives," said the dog. "Let Lassie save people's lives." Nick was old. Nick was old and sick. His wife was Sherry. Sherry was younger than Nick. Nick was older than Sherry. Nick was 81. Sherry was 61. They had been married for 41 years. They loved each other. "Kill me," Nick said. "You say you love me. If you really love me, you will kill me." "I will not kill you," Sherry said. "You will get better. The pain will go away." Nick had cancer. He had lung cancer. He used to smoke. He used to smoke cigarettes. He used to smoke 2 packs of cigarettes a day. Nick was in pain every day. "This cancer is killing me," he said. Sherry said, "If the cancer is killing you, it doesn't need my help." It was a new pet store. Brian walked into the new pet store. He said hello to Paul, the owner. Paul said hello to Brian. Brian said, "This is a clean pet store. This is a quiet pet store. This pet store doesn't smell." Brian looked around the store. Brian walked around the store. He didn't see any pets. He didn't see one pet. "Where are the pets?" he asked. "The pets are right here," said Paul. Paul opened a catalog. The catalog was full of pictures. It was full of pictures of pets. "Just pick any pet you like," said Paul. "We will mail it to you." "What if I don't like it?" asked Brian. "Just mail it back," said Paul. The mayor was in a hurry. He was late. He drove his car faster. He didn't want to miss his plane. The traffic light was red. He went through the red traffic light. "I'm glad no police are around," he thought. He heard a siren. He saw a red light behind him. The red light was on top of a police car. The mayor didn't stop. He was in a hurry. He was late. He was the mayor. He drove his car faster. The police car followed the mayor. It followed the mayor to the airport. The mayor got out of his car. The policeman got out of his car. "You're under arrest," he said. "You can't arrest me. I'm the mayor," said the mayor. Doug went to the gas station. "Can I have a job?" he asked. The owner said, "Maybe you can have a job. Can you count money? Can you put gas in a car?" "Yes," said Doug. "I can count money. I can put gas in a car. So, can I have a job?" "There is just one problem," said the owner. "I cannot pay you with money." "You cannot pay me with money?" asked Doug. "What good is that? What will you pay me with? Bananas?" "No," said the owner. "I won't pay you with bananas. You aren't a monkey, are you?" "No, I will pay you with gasoline. I have lots of gasoline." "It's a deal. My car uses lots of gasoline," said Doug. He was a famous cartoonist. He drew political cartoons. His cartoons made fun of presidents. His cartoons made fun of vice presidents. His cartoons made fun of Congress. Politicians hated him. Ordinary people loved him. His name was Paul. He put 400 of his cartoons in a book. He sold the book at a book fair. Many people bought the book. He signed the book for everyone. He autographed the book for everyone. "Why are you selling this book? Do you need extra money?" Becky asked. "Yes, I need extra money," Paul said. "The newspaper laid me off. They said my cartoons are mean. My cartoons make the politicians cry." "But your cartoons tell the truth," Becky said. "Yes, and the truth hurts," said Paul. Jack paid $100,000 for his house. He had bought his house 30 years ago. It was a big house. It had 4 bedrooms. It had 4 bathrooms. Jack was alone. His wife had died. His children had moved out. His house was too big for one man. He decided to sell his house. He called up a real estate agent. She visited Jack. She looked at his house. She looked at all the rooms. She looked at the front yard. She looked at the backyard. She looked at the garage. "This is a beautiful house," she said. "I think this house will sell for $500,000. Jack said, "That's great. I will give $300,000 to my children. I will buy a small house for $200,000. A new neighbor moved in. Will the new neighbor be quiet? Liz wondered. The new neighbor wasn't quiet. The new neighbor was loud. He played his TV loud. He played his music loud. He talked on the phone loud. Loud, loud, loud. He slammed the door when he left his apartment. He slammed the door when he entered his apartment. Slam, slam, slam. He had a basketball. He bounced the basketball everywhere. He bounced it on his apartment floor. He bounced it against his apartment wall. He bounced it off his apartment ceiling. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Liz asked him to be quiet. "Please be quiet," she asked. "I will not be quiet," he said. Liz wanted to kill the new neighbor. Kill, kill, kill. Each September, volunteers clean up the beach. Hundreds of volunteers clean up the beach. They carry empty trash bags. They pick up trash. They fill up the trash bags. They fill up hundreds of trash bags. They put all the trash bags into trucks. The trucks take the trash bags to a landfill. The trash goes from the beach to the landfill. Every year there is more beach trash. Every year there is more landfill trash. Jill picked up trash for 3 years. Finally, she said, "People leave trash here every year. They know we will pick it up. We shouldn't pick it up. In a few years, trash will cover this beach. People will stop coming here. They will stop leaving trash here. Lucy had a cat. His name was Pirate. Pirate was 14 years old. 14 is old for a cat. "What can I do?" Lucy asked her dad. "Pirate is old. He will die soon. I will miss him so much." Dad said, "Why don't you clone him? They will make a brand new pirate for you. It will look like Pirate. It will walk like Pirate. It will meow like Pirate. It will love you like Pirate. But it will be a kitten. It won't be an old cat. It will be a new kitten. You can have a new pirate for 14 more years." "Dad," said Lucy, "that's a great idea. Then when my new pirate is 14, I can get another new pirate." "I'm calling the police," Barry said. "I'm glad you're calling the police," Ruth said. Barry and Ruth had a nice house. They had a nice, quiet house. They had nice neighbors. They had nice, quiet neighbors. But tonight their neighbors were not quiet. They were having a pool party. Everyone was drinking. Everyone was talking loud. Everyone was jumping into the pool. Loud music was playing. Car horns were honking. Barry and Ruth closed all their windows, but they still heard the party. Barry called the police. The policeman said, "We'll be there in an hour or two." Barry asked, "Why not sooner?" "The mayor's having a big party," the policeman said. "Most of our officers are protecting the mayor and his guests." "You have to chop down those 2 trees," said the fire control agent. "Why do I have to chop down those 2 trees?" asked Diane. "Because those 2 trees are a fire hazard," said the fire control agent. "All trees are a fire hazard," said Diane. "Yes, but those 2 trees are a super fire hazard," said the agent. "Why are those 2 trees a super fire hazard?" Diane asked. "Because those 2 trees are right next to your house. Chop them down," he said. Diane was poor. She couldn't afford to pay someone to chop the trees down. The agent said, "Chop them down, or I will fine you." The next day she poured gasoline on both trees. Then she set them on fire. It was New Year's Day. He lived in Las Vegas. He drove over to a casino. He walked over to a roulette table. He bought 1 chip for $100. He flipped a coin. He caught the coin. It was heads. He put the $100 chip on red. The dealer spun the roulette wheel. The wheel went round and round. The dealer pushed the silver ball. The ball went round and round. The wheel slowed down. The ball slowed down. The ball dropped into a red slot. He won. The dealer gave him a $100 chip. He gave the dealer a $10 tip. He cashed in both his chips. He went home. He felt good. It was going to be a good year. They drove to the park. They got in line. Many cars were in front of them. They should have gotten up earlier. "We should have gotten up earlier," said Mom. "I know," said Dad. "We should not have slept in." "I know," said Mom. but sometimes it's nice to sleep in, especially on the weekend. Weekends are for sleeping in." The line moved slowly. Finally, they were at the front of the line. "I'm sorry," said the park ranger. "We're closed." "What?" said Dad. "It's not even noon. How can you be closed?" The ranger said the parking lot was full. There was no place to park. He said to come back tomorrow. "Don't sleep in," said the ranger. "The early bird gets the worm." It was summer. Swim classes were beginning. She didn't know how to swim. She wanted to learn. She called up the pool. "Do you teach adults how to swim?" she asked. The instructor said, "Yes, we teach adults how to swim. We teach kids how to swim. We teach everyone how to swim." She asked, "How much?" "How much do you charge?" she asked. "We charge only $25 for adults," the instructor said. She gave him her name. He put her name on the swim class list. "You are on the swim class list," he said. "Your first lesson is Saturday at noon. Bring $25 and a towel." She asked, "That's all I need to bring?" He said, "I'm sorry. Bring your swimsuit, too." He lived in a nursing home. "I don't have anything to do," he told the nurse. "Why don't you watch TV?" she asked. "I hate watching TV. TV is nothing but reruns," he said. "Why don't you play chess?" she asked. "I hate playing chess," he said. "I always lose." "Why don't you play cards?" she asked. "I hate playing cards. The others always cheat," he said. "Why don't you read a book?" she asked. "I hate reading books," he said. "They give me a headache." "Why don't you take a nice walk?" she asked. "I hate taking walks," he said. "It's always too hot outside." "Why don't you take a nap?" she asked. "That's a good idea," he said. "I like taking naps." Many homeless people were sitting on the sidewalk. A young man walked up to each homeless person. He gave each person a flyer. The flyer was from a trade school. The flyer described a class. The trade school was offering a barber class. The class was free for homeless people. Matt read the flyer. He talked to the man. Matt said he wanted to take the class. The man wrote down Matt's name. He told Matt to go to the school on Monday. "How long does the class last?" Matt asked. "The class lasts 8 weeks," the man said. "Will the school find me a job?" Matt asked. "No, you have to find your own job," the man said. "We can only do so much." Brad was angry. He was angry at the apartment building manager. The apartment building manager had kicked him out. "If you can't pay the rent," the manager said, "I have to kick you out." "But I always pay the rent on time," Brad said. "That's nice, but you're supposed to always pay the rent on time," said the manager. One evening, Brad drove to the gas station. He bought a gallon of gas. He put the gas into a gas can. He waited until 11 p.m. The manager lived in a corner apartment. His apartment was on the ground floor. Brad waited until the manager's lights went out. He poured all the gas in the hall near the manager's door. He lit a match. He stopped at the motel. It was late at night. It was almost midnight. He asked the motel clerk, "Do you have a vacant room?" She said she had a vacant room. He asked how much it was. She said it was $100 for the night. "But the night is half over," he said. "Can I pay half price for the room?" She said yes. "But there is one condition," she said. "If we only get half, you only get half. You must sleep on only one half of the bed. You can use only one of the two pillows. The bathroom has hot and cold water faucets. You can use only one faucet. The cable TV has 100 channels. You can watch only 50 channels." It was time for the annual blood drive. He told his girlfriend, "I'm going to give blood tomorrow." She said, "Don't do that. You could get a disease." He asked, "I could get a disease? How could I get a disease?" She said, "You never know. What if a nurse trips and stabs you with a dirty needle?" He said that was ridiculous. Nurses don't trip. Nurses don't stab blood donors with dirty needles. He went to the blood drive the next day. He watched the nurses carefully. None of them tripped. None of them stabbed a blood donor with a dirty needle. He gave blood. He told his girlfriend that no one had tripped and stabbed him. She said he was lucky this time. "I'm not coming to this art fair again," said Molly. "Why aren't you coming to this art fair again?" asked Terry. "There aren't enough visitors," Molly said. "That's for sure," said Terry. "There aren't enough visitors spending money." "That's for sure," said Molly. Visitors stopped and looked at Molly's paintings. Visitors stopped and looked at Terry's paintings. Visitors said Molly's paintings were very nice. Visitors said Terry's paintings were very nice. But no one bought anything. "No one buys anything," said Molly. They stop. They look. They say, "Oh, how pretty." Then they walk on. Molly and Terry had not sold one painting. They lowered their prices. They put "Sale, 50% off" tags on all their paintings. But no one bought a single painting. The police chief said crime was down. "Crime is down," said Police Chief Braden. He talked to TV reporters. He talked to newspaper reporters. He talked to radio reporters. He was proud. "I'm proud," he said. "Our police are doing a good job. I'm proud of our police." He said crime was down 50%. "What kinds of crime?" asked a reporter. "All kinds of crime," said Braden. "Bicycle theft is down 60%. Cell phone theft is down 55%. Computer theft is down 50%. He didn't say anything about other crimes. "What about other crimes?" asked a reporter. "What other crimes?" asked Braden. "You should be happy with this news. Report it to the public. The public will be happy too." The man walked into a bank. He wore a hoodie. He wore gloves. It was summertime. It was hot outside. No one else was wearing a hoodie. No one else was wearing gloves. The bank guard looked at the man. "Why are you wearing a hoodie?" the bank guard asked. "Why are you wearing gloves?" The man said he had a disease. He had a contagious disease. He coughed. He coughed again. The bank guard backed away. He did not want to get a disease. He stopped watching the man. He watched other people enter the bank. He forgot about the man with the contagious disease. A few minutes later, the man ran out of the bank. He was carrying a money bag. Alex wanted to become a citizen. He signed up for a citizenship class. He went to the first class. The teacher spoke only Spanish. All the other students spoke only Spanish. Alex spoke Spanish too. He asked the teacher, "Why are you speaking Spanish? We need to speak English. We need to understand English. We need to read English. We need to write English." The teacher said, "Don't worry. English isn't important anymore. My students never fail the interview. Can you say yes in English? Can you say no in English? Then your English is good enough. You want to become a citizen. That is more important than your English." Alex dropped out. He signed up for another citizenship class. The teacher spoke only English. His laptop sat on his desk. His laptop always overheated. It always overheated quickly. How could he keep it cool? He turned on his living room fan. It cooled his laptop. But the fan blew dust around. It blew paper around. He turned off his living room fan. He thought some more. How could he keep his laptop cool? He had an idea. He bought little plastic blocks. Each block was 1 inch square. He put the laptop on top of the blocks. One block was under each corner of the laptop. Now the laptop sat a little above the desk. There was space under the laptop. There was space for cool air to flow. The cool air prevented overheating. The days were hot. The nights were hot. He turned on the living room fan. He turned on the dining room fan. Both fans were on high speed. They made a lot of noise, but they didn't blow cool air. They blew hot air. They blew hot air everywhere. He turned off the fans. He turned on the air conditioner. He closed all the windows. He closed the front door. The apartment began to cool down. It got cooler and cooler. Then he heard a bang. It was a loud bang. He thought a plane had crashed onto the roof. But it wasn't a plane. It was the air conditioner compressor. It had broken down. He opened the door. He opened the windows. He couldn't find his pen. "Where is my pen?" he wondered. He looked for his pen. It was on top of the microwave. He couldn't find his cell phone. "Where is my cell phone?" he wondered. He looked for his cell phone. It was on top of the TV. He couldn't find his glasses. "Where are my glasses?" he wondered. He looked for his glasses. They were on top of his head. "I'm tired of looking for everything," he thought. He invented a tiny video recorder. It recorded everything he did. It recorded everywhere he went. He couldn't find his toothbrush. Where is my toothbrush? He wondered. He played his tiny video recorder. He found his toothbrush. He didn't have to look for it. He called up the post office. "Where is my package?" he asked. "What is the tracking number?" the postal worker asked. He told her the tracking number. She said, "Your package is at the main post office. You can pick it up any time." He said, "I don't want to pick it up. Can you deliver it?" She said, "Yes." "We will deliver it on Monday," she said. "Will you be home?" He said, "What time on Monday?" She said, "Any time between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. He said, "I have to work. I can't stay home all day." She said, "That's okay. We can deliver it on Tuesday." He said, "I have to work on Tuesday too. Please deliver it on Saturday." He dropped his toothbrush. It fell on the floor. He picked up his toothbrush. He rinsed it off. He brushed his teeth. He rinsed his mouth. He walked out of the bathroom. He sat on his bed. He felt something. It was under the sheet. He took the sheet off the bed. Something was in his mattress. It was a brand new mattress. He had bought it yesterday. What is in the mattress? He wondered. He went to the kitchen. He took a knife from the kitchen drawer. He cut open the mattress. What could it be? He wondered. It was small. It was black. It was a book. It was the New Testament. Is God trying to tell me something? He wondered. Some people stood on the small pier. They saw a boat approach. The boat was approaching fast. The boat was approaching the small pier. Was the boat going to stop? People started running. They started running off the pier. They were worried. They were worried about the boat. The boat kept coming. It didn't slow down. One man stood on the pier. He didn't run. He yelled at the boat. He waved his arms. He yelled, "Stop! Stop! You're going to crash!" But the boat didn't stop. It kept coming. The man kept yelling. The boat kept coming. Is the driver drunk? The man wondered. He ran as fast as he could. He ran off the pier. The boat crashed into the pier. It was the Chinese New Year. The metal pan was light, shiny, and round. It was about 12 inches across. It was perfect for burning paper. She put the pan on the hardwood floor. She opened a package of paper money. It wasn't real money. "We burn the money for our ancestors," she said. "Then maybe money will come to us this year." She took out some paper bills. She lit them. She dropped them into the pan. She lit more bills and dropped them into the pan. The living room got smoky. Finally she stopped lighting the money. It finished burning in the pan. The pan of ashes cooled. She picked it up. "Oh," she said. He looked at the floor. A dark ring was burned into the wood. "Well, I hope your ancestors send us money this year," he said. "We'll need it to pay for the floor." Bev was a real estate agent in New York City. She usually left home about 10 a.m. She never drank or ate anything until she returned home. Her husband said, "You need energy. Eat some lunch." She said, "I can't eat anything after I leave the house. I don't carry a toothbrush or toothpaste." He said, "No problem. Put them into your purse." She said, "That's extra weight. Every day I walk 30 blocks. I climb 20 flights of stairs. My purse is so heavy. Besides, it's full. I don't have room in my purse. Look." He looked into her purse. It was full. He lifted it. It was heavy. He said, "Well, you should at least drink lots of water. I'm sure all that walking makes you thirsty." She said, "I get thirsty, but I don't dare drink. It's too hard to find a clean place to pee." Neil's front yard was full of leaves. He went outside and raked the leaves. His cell phone rang. He answered it. Then he continued raking. He raked the leaves into 3 plastic bags. The recycling truck came by an hour later. The driver threw the bags into the truck. Neil wanted to call his wife. He couldn't find his cell phone. He searched his house. He searched his front yard. Was his phone in one of the plastic bags? He called the recycling center. It was still open. He drove there with his teenage daughter. A 20-foot-high pile of leaves was at the center. His daughter used her cell phone to call his phone. At first he heard nothing. She kept calling. He kept digging through the pile. About 15 minutes later, he heard his phone ringing. He dug it out. "Don't tell your mom about this," Neil said. He had finally made it to New York City. They call it the city that never sleeps. He had always wanted to live there. He had quit his job in Florida. He loved his new neighborhood. He loved his new apartment. He had used half of his savings to pay for 1 year in advance. But the apartment was so expensive. How could he afford it next year? He had to get rich this year. "How are you going to get rich in just 1 year?" asked his sister. That was a good question. He didn't even have a job. But an ordinary job wouldn't pay his rent next year. An ordinary job wouldn't allow him to stay in his nice apartment. He didn't want to move into a cheap apartment. "How can I get rich fast?" he wondered. He went across the street and bought a lottery ticket. "Why do I love you?" he asked. "Why do I love you so much? You're smart, but you're not that smart. You're pretty, but you're not that pretty. You're fun to be with, but you're not that much fun." She said, "Oh, really? I'm not that much fun? How much fun are you? Do we ever go out? Do you ever take me dancing? Do you ever take me to nightclubs? Do you ever take me to movies? Do you ever take me to dinner? No, no, no. You never take me anywhere. Sometimes you rent a DVD. Then we watch the DVD. You don't even make popcorn. Don't tell me I'm no fun. You're the king of no fun." That's why he loved her. She always had something to say. She had an opinion about everything. She was never predictable. She was always frank. He gave her a hug. She pulled away. "Stop bothering me," she said. He said, "I'm not bothering you. I'm giving you a hug. I'm showing affection." She said, "You're bothering me. I'm trying to make dinner. You're in the way. Do you want me to drop something? Do you want me to burn something? Do you see how busy I am? I'm chopping green onions. You hug me. Do you want me to cut myself? I'm stirring the noodles. You hug me. Do you want me to knock the pot off the stove? I'm making dinner for us. This is how I show affection. You give me a little hug. That's not affection. That's bothering me. Do you really want to show affection?" He said yes, he really wanted to show affection. "Wait until after dinner," she said. "Then you can really show affection. You can wash the dishes." "Look at this," she said. He looked. He looked inside a plastic bag. There was rice inside the bag, but something else was inside the bag. "What are these things?" he asked. They were insects. The insects were crawling around. A lot of insects were crawling around. "That's disgusting," he said. "Where did they come from?" She said, "They came from you." He denied it. He didn't have insects, not even one. "You bought the wrong bag of rice," she said. "I told you which bag of rice to buy, but you wanted to save money, and I agreed to it. Never again. From now on we buy the same brand I've always bought." He agreed. She tied up the bag. She put the bag inside a fresh plastic bag. She tied up the outer plastic bag. "This is for you," she said. "Gee, thanks," he said. The man was a hacker.
He was a thief. He knew computers. He knew them inside out. He was like a pickpocket. He picked everyone's pocket. He picked everyone's bank account in America. Everyone with a bank account lost money. Millions of Americans have bank accounts. All of those Americans lost money. But they didn't know it. Not a single victim noticed the theft. Not a single victim called the police. "We got lucky," said a police detective. "He cheated on his fiancée. She called us. But we're unlucky too. We have no evidence. We only have her story. He might get away with his crime. He might get away with millions. He transferred all the money to another country. There's no way we can trace the money. He is very smart. Why? He stole only 1 penny from every bank account in America. Who cares about 1 penny?" Ray called up the newspaper reporter. He said, "You wrote about a bank robbery. You described the bank robber. Why did you describe him?" The reporter said, "We want the public to help find him. If someone sees him, they can call the police." Ray said, "But why didn't you tell us his race? You said he was about 35 and about 5'7". But you didn't tell us his race. That might help a little." The reporter said, "Our lawyers say we can't. It's racist. The robber can sue us for being racist." Ray said, "Well, don't report his age either. That's ageist. Don't report his height. That's heightist. Don't report his sex. That's sexist." The reporter said, "That doesn't leave much to report." Ray said, "Just report this. A human being robbed a bank. Please look for a human being who looks like he or she robbed a bank." Edith called her husband Archie. She said, "Daddy's dead. I was holding his hand when he died. Our son's wedding is tomorrow. What are we going to do? I just left the nursing home. Should we tell Earl or not? He loved Daddy so much." Archie said, "Well, your dad has been very sick. Earl knows that, so his death won't be a surprise. But the news will make everyone sad. Tomorrow should be a happy day for everyone. Maybe we should just say nothing. We can tell everyone later. No one needs to know right now. I'll talk to the funeral director. We can have the funeral next week." Edith said, "But Earl will be on his honeymoon. He'll be gone for 2 weeks. He'll be hurt and angry if he misses Daddy's funeral." Archie said, "You're right. This is a difficult decision. What are we going to do?" It was in the national news every day. It was on the radio. It was on TV. It was in the newspapers. It was the recall. Toyota was recalling thousands of cars. The cars had a brake problem. Sometimes the brakes didn't work properly. Some Toyota drivers crashed. Perhaps 10 people had died in Toyota crashes in the last year. 10 people. About 10,000 people die every year in America. They are killed by drunk drivers. Drunk drivers kill about 30 people every day. 30 people every day. Is this in the news? Is this on the radio? Is this on national TV? Year after year, this doesn't make the national news. But the national news people are concerned about bad brakes. They don't want bad brakes to kill another person. That would be 11 deaths. What about all the drunk driving deaths? That's not news, said a reporter. He called the cable TV company. My screen goes black, he said. Every 5 minutes my screen goes black. The representative asked, Sir, does it go completely black? He said, No. Big white letters say, Please wait. She said, Oh, that's good. If you don't see please wait, that's super bad. He was glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear it's not super bad, he said. So, does that mean someone can fix it soon? She said, No, the soonest the technician can come to your home is next Tuesday. If your screen was completely black, a technician could come to your home tomorrow. He thought about that. You know, I'm watching my TV right now. It just went completely black. It does not say, please wait. It's completely black. She was silent for a moment. "A technician can come out tomorrow, sir. Will you be home?" she asked.
They were sitting on the sofa. He started to get up. "Oh," he groaned. His wife asked, "What's the matter?" He was standing still like a statue. He was bent over. He couldn't stand up straight. She asked, "Is it your back again?" He said, "Yes, it's my back again." He couldn't move. "Can I help?" she asked. He shook his head. All he could do was wait. A minute later he put one foot forward, then another foot. He slowly walked to the bathroom. He still wasn't standing up straight. He was still bent over. He went into the bathroom. Then he slowly returned to the living room. He slowly sat back down on the sofa. "I told you not to carry that suitcase up those subway stairs," his wife yelled. "But you didn't listen to me. You never listened to me. Next time I carry the suitcase." The phone rang at 8:15 a.m. It was a recording. "A UBS driver will pick up your package today. He will arrive between 8 a.m. and 7 p.m. That's nice, Craig thought. All I have to do is wait for 11 hours. I can't even take a shower. I can't hear the doorbell while I'm in the shower. Craig heard the doorbell at 4:40 p.m. "I'm so glad you're here," he told the driver. "This box has been sitting in my bedroom for 2 weeks. He handed the box to the driver. The driver said, "Where's the call tag? I can't take this without the call tag." Craig said, "What? What's a call tag?" The driver said, "A call tag is a return label. It tells us where to ship the box. Maybe it's inside the box." Craig's lips tightened. He wondered, why is returning a package so difficult? Craig asked the driver to wait. Craig used a knife to open the package. He dug through the packaging materials. He looked for the call tag. There was no call tag. The driver left. Craig stuffed everything back into the box. He resealed the box with tape. He took the box back into the bedroom. He went online. He reread an email from Target. The email said, "We will send the call tag to UBS." He called up UBS. The UBS agent said, "We don't have the call tag yet. It should arrive tomorrow." Craig asked, "Why did the driver come by without the call tag?" The UBS agent said, "I'm sorry. He made a mistake. He probably thought you had the call tag. Sometimes customers have the call tag. A driver can come by again on Thursday. Will someone be there between 8 a.m. and 7 p.m.? His wife asked him to buy a cigarette. "Excuse me?" he asked. "Since when do you smoke?" She said it was for the Chinese New Year. Her dead grandfather used to smoke. The cigarette was for Grandpa. He went to the newsstand. He asked how much a pack of cigarettes was. It was $11. He asked how much the cheapest pack was. It was $10. He asked if they sold single cigarettes. They didn't. He didn't want to spend $10 on a whole pack of cigarettes. His wife had asked for only one cigarette. A woman nearby was smoking a cigarette. "Excuse me," he said. "Can I buy a cigarette from you for $1?" He offered her a dollar bill. She gave him a cigarette. She refused his money. He felt lucky. He had gotten a free cigarette. And it was a Marlboro, the best. Grandpa would like that. It was 6 p.m. Wednesday. Mel and Irene were standing near his old Buick. He parked the car on the same street every night. He was shaking his head. "It's not fair. It's not right," he said. "Look, it's a brand new sign. Look how shiny it is." The brand new parking sign said, "No parking 7:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. Wednesday." The old parking sign had said, "No parking 1 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. Wednesday." "My neighbors and I park on this street," said Mel. "We know that we can't park here from 1 to 2:30 p.m. But early this morning they changed these signs. Did they warn us? Did they say anything to us? No. But they told parking enforcement. Parking enforcement wrote 25 tickets this morning. 25 tickets. I counted 'em. Each ticket is $48. We always move our cars before 1. Now we've got to fight these tickets. Why didn't they warn us?"
She loved M&M candy. She went to the M&M store in Times Square. The store has 3 floors. Each floor has many M&M items. There are M&M coffee cups. There are M&M pillows. There are M&M t-shirts. She bought an M&M snack container. She bought a pound of red M&Ms. I'll put my M&Ms into this container, she thought. I'll eat the M&Ms one at a time. She went home. She put the snack container on the coffee table. What's this? She wondered. She saw tiny scratches. She saw many tiny scratches on the lid. It was a brand new lid. It was a brand new container. She didn't want a lid with scratches. She went back to the store. She would exchange her lid for a lid with no scratches. She looked at all the lids on all the containers. Every one of them had many tiny scratches. The phone rang. Wally asked, "How's the Big Apple?" Eugene said, "I love it." Wally asked, "Have you found a job?" Eugene said, "Of course I haven't found a job. I only got here a month ago." Wally said, "You'd better hurry up. Your savings will run out before you know it." Eugene said, "I'm looking, but it's tough. Thousands of people are looking for work. But there aren't thousands of good jobs." Wally said, "You should try Craigslist. Many people in New York want to improve their English. They'll pay you good money. Look on Craigslist. See what other English tutors are charging. Charge a few dollars less." Eugene said, "That's a good idea, but should I charge less or more? If I charge less, they might think I'm not so good. If I charge more, they might think I'm the best." Wally said, "Good question. Put 2 ads on Craigslist." It was January in Manhattan. It was a mild, sunny day. A man stood at 42nd Street and Broadway. His blond hair hung down to his broad shoulders. He was wearing a cowboy hat. He was wearing cowboy boots. He wasn't wearing a shirt. He also wasn't wearing pants. He was only wearing tight white underwear. Written boldly on the rear of his white underwear was, "The Naked Cowboy." He was playing his guitar. People stopped to look at him. A young couple looked at him. The woman was laughing. She said something to her boyfriend. She said something to the cowboy. He waved her over. She walked over to him. He put his muscular arm around her. Her boyfriend took their picture. She gave the cowboy a $5 bill. He put it into his guitar. Another woman walked over to him. He put his arm around her. Her friend took their picture. Oscar had just moved to New York City. He registered to vote. A week later he received his voter card. Now he was a registered voter. He read the voter notice from the Board of Elections. It said to call Vote NYC if he had a question. He had a question. He wanted to use an absentee ballot, but the notice said the absentee ballot was for ill people. It was also for physically disabled people. Oscar wasn't ill, nor was he disabled. He called Vote NYC. He said, "I'm not ill, and I'm not physically disabled, but I want to use an absentee ballot." The worker said, "Give me your address. I'll mail you an application today. You'll receive an absentee ballot before every election." Oscar said, "But isn't there a problem? What about the notice? What about being ill or disabled?" The worker said, "Don't worry, we'll rewrite that." It was late. His wife wasn't home yet. He was worried. She was a real estate agent. She showed apartments to clients. She showed apartments day after day. She showed apartments all over the city. She showed apartments in uptown Manhattan. She showed apartments in midtown Manhattan. She showed apartments in downtown Manhattan. Meet a client at a building. Look at 1 or 2 apartments in that building. Walk to another building. Look at 1 or 2 apartments in that building. Walk to one building after another. Look at one apartment after another. Take the elevator, take the stairs, take the subway, take the bus, take a cab. She always called him if she was going to come home late. He called her cell phone. She said hello. He said hello. But she didn't reply. He heard nothing. He said hello again. There was no answer. There was only silence. Now he was even more worried. Who answered the phone? Was that his wife or another woman? Had someone stolen his wife's phone? Was his wife okay? He called back. All he got was her recorded message. He left a message. "It's 9:30. Where are you? Call me immediately," he said. He waited. She didn't call. He called back. He left another message. "Call me immediately, please. I'm worried. Call me right now or I'm calling the police." He waited. She didn't call. Should he call the police? What would he tell them? "Can you find my wife?" "She's somewhere in Manhattan." He heard the apartment door open. "I'm home," his wife said. He was so relieved. "Why did you hang up on me?" he asked. She said, "I said hello. I had just entered the subway station. I was walking down the steps. You didn't answer me, so I hung up." It was Sunday in New York City. He needed some cash. He walked to the ATMs in his nearby bank. Through the plate glass windows he could see a woman using one of the ATMs. He pulled on the glass door. The door wouldn't open. He pulled again. How did she get in there, he wondered. She finished using the ATM. She walked toward him, opened the door, and stepped outside. He held onto the open door and walked inside. She must have waited for someone too, he thought. He got his cash from the ATM and started to walk out. Just then a young woman walked in. Puzzled, he said, "Excuse me, how did you get in here? That door is locked." She said, "Outside there's a slot next to the door. Just slide your ATM card into the slot. The door will unlock." "How did you get in here?" Word search is a fun word puzzle. People learning English can play. People teaching English can play. Each puzzle is for one player. The player searches for hidden words. The hidden words are on a grid. The grid contains 100 squares or more. Each square contains a letter. Groups of letters form words. A list of words is beside the grid. The player looks at the list. He looks at the grid. He tries to match the words in the list to words on the grid. The hidden words are hard to find. The words are vertical and horizontal. They are diagonal and backwards. Finding them is tricky. Finding them is fun. The words in each puzzle usually belong to a category. Categories include cars, animals, and food. There are many categories. Word search puzzles are popular. Players can buy word search books. Players can find word search puzzles online. It's a painting of a seaside. The sky is light blue. A white cloud covers half the light blue sky. 2 white birds fly through the air. The bottom half of the painting is white sand and brown shrubs. At the bottom right is a bit of ocean. The ocean is calm and dark blue. Small white waves break on the beach. A boat is sailing westward. The boat has 4 big white sails. It has a wooden hull. An old wooden house sits on the white sand. No smoke comes from the brick chimney. The roof sags in the middle. The house has a front porch. 5 wooden posts support the porch roof. Clothes are hanging on a line behind the house. But there are no people anywhere. Maybe they are inside the house. Maybe they are walking along the beach. The name on the sand is Marshall Joyce. He opened the envelope. It contained junk mail. The junk mail was an ad. It was an ad for hospital insurance. Did he want extra hospital insurance? He didn't have any hospital insurance. Did he want extra money to help pay hospital bills? Yes, he thought extra money would be nice. He read on. The ad said the average hospital stay in New York is 7 days. It said the average cost per day in New York is $3,000. I should move to a cheaper state, he thought. But he couldn't afford to move. He read on. It said the extra insurance was only $15 a month. That's cheap, he thought. It said the extra insurance paid $50 a day. He laughed. My hospital bill will be $3,000 a day, he thought. My extra insurance will pay $50 a day. What good is $50 when my bill is $3,000? He entered the drugstore. He took the down escalator. He couldn't find what he wanted. He got on the up escalator. Seconds later, something grabbed his pants cuff. He pulled his cuff free. What was that, he wondered. He turned around to look. He saw a little screw. A loose screw was sticking out of the escalator wall. He got to the top of the escalator. He looked at his pants. The cuff was ripped. It was just a little rip. But that screw might hurt someone, he thought. He'd better tell someone about it. He found an employee. He told her what had happened. He pointed out the loose screw. She apologized. She said, "Don't worry, we'll pay for repairing your pants. Just bring us the bill, and we'll take care of that screw immediately." He thanked her. A week later he returned. The loose screw was still there. His apartment is near Macy's on 34th Street. His desk is in his bedroom. His desk is near 3 big windows. He sits at his desk. He looks east. He looks east toward the East River. The East River is about 7 avenues away, but he cannot see the East River itself. Buildings block his view. Buildings in Manhattan are like trees in a forest. They are everywhere. They are beautiful. They are all different. He can see about 13 different buildings. The farthest building is almost 3 avenues away. Most of the buildings are about 12 stories tall. Most of them are light brown or dirty white. But the tallest one is completely red. White smoke comes out of its top. It has no windows on its west side. It has only red bricks. Maybe red bricks are cheaper than glass windows, he thought. Maybe it's a prison. His apartment is on the 8th floor. He can see the busy street from his bedroom window. People in coats and gloves walk along the sidewalk. The sidewalk is wide. It's about 20 feet wide. Manhattan has many wide sidewalks. He can see several stores. One store is a clothing store. 2 stores are shoe stores. A nearby building has a shiny silver smokestack. It's a tall, skinny smokestack. It's 15 stories tall. Pigeons fly above the street. They land on building ledges. The ledges are beneath the windows. 2 or 3 pigeons land on the same ledge. They sit there for a while. Then they fly away. Yesterday he saw a red balloon. It was as big as a soccer ball. It rose to his eye level. It quickly rose higher. In seconds it was gone. Where is it today, he wondered. Maybe it's floating over the cold blue Atlantic. He walked into the drugstore. Where are the eye drops, he wondered. He looked at the drugstore signs. Signs were hanging above each aisle. He read sign after sign. He finally saw the eye drop sign. He walked to the eye drop section. He looked on the top shelf. He looked on the middle shelf. He looked on the bottom shelf. Where were the eye drops? Was he in the right aisle? He looked at the sign again. Yes, he was. He finally found the eye drops. He went to the front of the drugstore. He stood in line to pay. Someday, he thought, shopping will be faster. Someday, he thought, I will walk into any store. I will say, "Finder, where's the Crest toothpaste?" A blinking light the size of a 60-watt bulb will appear. I will follow the light directly to the Crest toothpaste section. I'll say thank you, and the finder will disappear. He filled the pot with water. He put the pot on the burner. He put a lid on the pot. He turned on the burner. He took a bag of coffee beans out of the cabinet. He opened the bag. He poured some beans into the grinder. He ground the beans in the grinder for about 10 seconds. He took a number 6 paper filter out of the kitchen cabinet. He put the paper filter into a plastic cone. A big glass pitcher was on the kitchen counter. He put the plastic cone on top of the big glass pitcher. He poured the ground coffee from the grinder into the paper filter. He waited for the water to boil. He poured the boiling water onto the ground coffee. The aroma of coffee filled the kitchen. It smelled so good. He couldn't wait to drink a cup of fresh, homemade coffee. There was an earthquake in Haiti. It was a 7.0 earthquake. Thousands of people died. Thousands of people were homeless. Thousands of people had no food or water. Many nations sent food and water. Some nations sent search and rescue teams. Some of these teams had dogs. The dogs could smell victims buried under buildings. Some nations sent doctors. Rescuers distributed the food and water. They ran out quickly. Nations sent more food and water. The teams found survivors under collapsed buildings. Some survivors were still alive after 6 days. The doctors took care of the sick. They took care of the injured. They saved many lives. Haiti is a very poor country. Many citizens want to leave, but they have no place to go. The United States is helping. It's allowing orphans to come to the U.S. The orphans will get an education. They will have a better life. The passenger plane landed a year ago. It was a famous landing. It was on TV and the radio. It was in the papers. The plane landed in the Hudson River in January. The pilot had no choice. Both engines were damaged. He couldn't go back to the airport. He couldn't land in New York City. He had to land in the river. The plane landed gently. It was a soft landing. The plane didn't flip over. It landed on its belly. Nobody died, but 5 people were injured. Everyone got out of the plane. They stood on the wings of the plane. Everyone was cold and wet. Boats rescued them all. It was the miracle on the Hudson. Today, many of the same passengers got on 2 boats. The 2 boats went to where the plane had landed. They stopped on that spot in the Hudson. Everyone hugged one another. Life was good. Today was Edie's birthday. "I want nothing for my birthday," she had said. Nick knew better. He knew that nothing meant something. He went to the bakery in the morning. He looked at the cakes. She liked cake without icing. He looked for a cake without icing. He didn't see one. But he did see a carrot cake. The cake had vanilla icing. He liked vanilla icing. She liked carrot cake. He bought the cake. The baker wrote, "Happy birthday, Edie," on the cake. She'll like this cake, Nick thought. He took it home. He showed Edie the cake. "It looks delicious," she said, "but you have to eat all the icing. Did you buy this cake for me or for you? I know you love icing. You know I don't like icing. Next year buy me a cake without icing. You have a whole year to find one." Something was wrong. Did he have a hernia again, in the same place? 30 years ago he had a hernia. A doctor had repaired the hernia. Now he felt some pain. It was below his navel. It was to the left of his navel. It wasn't a sharp pain. It was a dull ache. It had started about 2 months ago. Now it was getting worse. Now it was a constant ache. He called a few doctors. "How much is a consult?" he asked. One doctor said $300. Another doctor said $350. That's a lot of money, he thought. Maybe this ache will go away. Maybe it'll go away by itself. He decided to wait another week. Then I'll make an appointment, he thought. I'll spend the money. It's a lot of money, but it's cheaper to fix a small problem now than a big problem later. Ellie spoke to the tour agent. The price for the 3-night bus tour was good. Her cousin Vicky called her. Ellie told Vicky about the tour. Vicky liked the price. She said she and her husband would come too. On Saturday, Ellie and her young son met Vicky and her husband at the tour agency. Ellie had brought snacks for the 4 of them. Vicky hadn't brought any snacks. Ellie told Vicky to take some snacks. Vicky didn't like the cookies. She didn't like the energy bars. She liked the apples. She put all 12 apples in her bag. She didn't leave even 1 apple for Ellie's young son. "These are not my favorite apples," Vicky told Ellie, "but they are better than those other snacks. Everyone needs to eat fresh fruit daily." Ellie was polite to Vicky during the trip. After the trip ended, she never spoke to Vicky again. Bob lived in a 1-bedroom apartment. He had lived there for a long time. He usually went out on Sunday only. He took the bus to church. He took the bus to the supermarket. He bought only canned food. He bought canned tuna. He bought canned chicken. He bought canned vegetables. After shopping, he took the bus home. He watched TV every day, all day long. He threw his trash into plastic bags. His apartment was full of plastic bags. The plastic bags were full of empty cans. His son visited him one day. "Dad," he said, "you have to throw out all these bags. They're a health hazard. You might get a disease. You might attract roaches. They're a safety hazard. You might trip over them and fall down." His dad said, "These bags are not a problem. They keep me company. I like having them around." Paul called the 800 number. He told them about his package. His package was missing. "Where's my package?" he asked. They told him it was in the warehouse. They would deliver it tomorrow. The next day the package didn't arrive. He called the 800 number again. They told him it was still in the warehouse. They would deliver it tomorrow. The next day he got a package. It was the wrong package. He called the 800 number. "Where's my package?" he asked. They told him it was lost. They couldn't find it. They said they would look for it. They told him to call back in a week. He asked for a supervisor. He talked to a supervisor. The supervisor said he would make a report. "Will the report find my package?" Paul asked. The supervisor said, "No, but maybe your next package won't get lost." Kevin James is a lawyer. He has a popular name. Many men have that name. Kevin James is also the name of a major criminal. The Transportation Security Agency is looking for this major criminal. TSA wants to put him in prison. Before Kevin James the lawyer flies to meetings, TSA always pulls him aside. TSA questions him. TSA asks him if he is the criminal Kevin James. He usually misses his flight. "I always fly a day ahead of time," said Kevin. "That way, after I miss my original flight, I'll still be on time the next day." Kevin told TSA, "Compare my picture to the picture of the criminal Kevin James. You'll see that I am not him." TSA said, "We don't have a picture of him." Kevin asked, "How can you capture him if you don't know what he looks like?" TSA said, "Don't worry, we have our ways." Soldiers go to war. They fight the enemy. That is their job. Firemen go to fires. They rescue people in burning buildings. That is their job. Policemen go to crime scenes. They catch dangerous criminals. That is their job. Phil was driving home. The car in front of him ran off the road. Phil pulled over behind the car. He ran to the car. He smelled gasoline. He saw an old woman inside the car. He pulled and pulled on the driver's door. It finally opened. He pulled her out of the car. He carried her toward his car. Suddenly her car exploded. Metal flew through the air. Metal went into his back. He fell to the ground. Paramedics took him and the old woman to the hospital. Doctors operated on both of them. They both survived. Later Phil said, "I'm not a hero. I did what anyone would do." Bob was 58. He lost his job. A friend offered him a job in New York City. Bob found a nice apartment. He loved his new job. He loved the city. Life was good. Then his friend's company went bankrupt. Life wasn't so good. Bob looked for work, but everyone was looking for work. There were plenty of workers, but there wasn't plenty of work. He was almost broke. He started coughing up blood. He went to a doctor. "You have lung cancer," the doctor said. "You need treatment." He told the doctor he was almost broke. He had no money for treatment, rent, or even food. The doctor said the government would pay for his treatment. The government would find him an apartment. The government would give him food stamps. "Why have I worked so hard all my life?" Bob wondered. "I should have gone broke 30 years ago." It was a big apartment building. The building was in Manhattan. Delivery people left packages at the front desk. The front desk held the packages for apartment tenants. Mr. Allen was expecting a package. He stopped at the front desk. He asked Nora if there was a package for him. She said, "Yes, sir, but only Simon can hand out the packages." Mr. Allen asked, "Where's Simon?" She said, "He's on break, Mr. Allen. He'll be back in 5 minutes." 20 minutes later, Simon arrived. Mr. Allen told Simon there was a package for him. "Apartment number?" said Simon. 3A, said Mr. Allen. Simon went into the package room. He came back about 5 minutes later. "Sign here," he said. Mr. Allen asked, "Where?" Sighing, Simon pointed at a blank space in the notebook. Mr. Allen signed in the blank space. Simon gave him the package. Mr. Allen said, "Thank you." Simon said nothing. Carl worked for a company for 1 year. Then they laid him off. "We have to lay you off," said his boss. "It's not you, it's the economy. We'll hire you back when the economy gets better." Carl was angry. It wasn't the economy. It's discrimination, he thought. They didn't lay off anyone else. They laid off only him. He looked for another job. He couldn't find another job. A year later, he still had no job. "It isn't my fault," he thought. It was the company's fault. They had discriminated against him. He bought a gun. He went back to his old company. He shot his boss. The police arrested him. The murder was on the TV news. The TV reporter talked about Carl. She felt so sorry for him. She talked about how much he had suffered. She didn't say anything about his dead boss. The airport guard stopped the tall man. The man was trying to walk past the guard. The guard told him to use the entrance. "You cannot enter here," he told the man. "You can only exit here." The man nodded his head. He understood. He stood outside the security rope. He was only a few feet from the guard. The man's girlfriend was going on a business trip. She was flying to Texas. He wanted to kiss her goodbye one more time. He stood outside the exit. The guard started talking on his cell phone. Then the guard stood up. He left his chair. He walked away. He continued talking on his phone. The man watched the guard walk away. Then the man ducked under the rope. He walked past where the guard had sat. He walked over to his girlfriend. She was standing in line. He hugged her. They kissed and said goodbye one more time. Then the man left. The airport guard still hadn't returned to his chair. The exit was completely unguarded. A terrorist could have entered the airport through this exit. About 5 minutes later, the guard finally returned. He sat down in his chair. He yawned. A woman had seen the tall man duck under the rope. "I saw a man duck under a security rope," she told an airport supervisor. He started a search for the man, but the man had left the airport. The supervisor asked to see a security videotape, but no one had turned on the videotape machine. Thousands of passengers had to go through a security check again. They were angry. News reporters blamed the tall man. They said it was all his fault. They said he should go to jail. They didn't blame the guard at all for leaving his post. He was already thinking about leaving. He had just moved in. He and his girlfriend were living together. They were living together for the first time. But it wasn't all lovey-dovey. They argued a lot. She said he was a slob. "You're a slob," she said. She said he was lazy. "You're lazy," she said. I moved here for this, he wondered. He loved her, but he wasn't a dog. She yelled at him like he was a dog. "Don't yell at me," he said. "I'm not a dog." Whenever he tried to hug her, she pushed him away. Who needs this, he wondered. I'd rather be by myself. He decided to wait a while. Maybe things would get better. But if they didn't, he was leaving. "If you don't change, I'm leaving you," she told him. Ha, he thought. We'll see who leaves who first. Rob was in Texas. He took a package to the post office. He insured the package. He mailed it to Jean. Jean lives in New York City. She lives in a big apartment building. The apartment building has 20 floors. It has a front desk. The front desk is on the ground floor. Security people work at the front desk. Rob's package arrived in New York City. The mailman took it to the front desk. "I have a package for apartment 3A. It's insured. Someone in 3A has to sign for it," he told Victor. Victor said, "I'll ring 3A to see if anyone is home." He rang the apartment. There was no answer. "No one's home," he said. The mailman asked, "Would you ring again, Victor? You know I don't like to redeliver packages." Victor rang the apartment again. Nobody answered. The mailman left a postal form in Jean's mailbox. Jean was shopping at Macy's. She bought some perfume and returned home. She opened her mailbox. She saw the postal form. It said, "Insured package. Sorry we missed you. Call for redelivery. 1-800-275-8777. She went upstairs to her apartment. She called the 800 number. A menu robot said, "Thank you for calling USPS. Let's begin. You can say delivery services." Jean said, "Delivery services." The robot said, "You can say redelivery." Jean said, "Redelivery." The robot said, "You can say schedule a redelivery." Jean said, "Schedule a redelivery." The robot didn't understand her. Jean said, "Representative." A female USPS representative said, "Hello, how can I help you?" Jean asked for a redelivery the next day. The representative said, "No problem. You'll get your package tomorrow. Here's your tracking number. Remember, you can always depend on USPS." The next day, the mailman came and went. He did not redeliver the package. Jean called the 800 number again. The menu robot answered. Jean said, "Representative." A male USPS representative said, "Hello." "The mailman didn't redeliver my package today," Jean said. He asked, "What is the tracking number for your package?" Jean told him the number. "I can't find that number," he said. "Are you sure that's the right number?" She said, "Yes, USPS gave it to me yesterday." He asked, "Did the rep give you a confirmation number?" Jean said, "No." "You must get a confirmation number," he said. "No confirmation number, no redelivery. When do you want redelivery?" Jean asked for redelivery the next day. "Okay, you'll get your package tomorrow," he said. "Here's your new tracking number and confirmation number. Remember, you can always depend on USPS." Jean felt much better. She had 2 numbers. The next day the mailman came and went. He didn't redeliver her package. Jean called the 800 number again. "The mailman didn't redeliver my package today," she said. "This is the 2nd day in a row." The USPS representative checked the records. He said, "He didn't redeliver your package today or yesterday. I'm very sorry." Jean said, "Thank you, but I just want my package. When can I get my package?" He said, "Don't worry. I'll schedule another redelivery for tomorrow. I'll give you a new tracking number and a new confirmation number. Also, I'll open a case for you. I'll give you the case number. A case number is very serious. A case number makes things happen." Now Jean had 3 numbers. The next day the mailman came and went. He didn't redeliver Jean's package. She wasn't surprised. She picked up the phone. Then she put it down. Why bother, she thought. The mailman redelivered her package and she signed for it the following day. He had a 9 p.m. flight. He hated to fly. A passenger plane is always crowded. It is always full. Passengers are jammed together. They are packed together, side by side, elbow to elbow, front to back, knees to butts. 5 hours from California to New York. 5 hours of people eating, 5 hours of people drinking, 5 hours of people burping, 5 hours of people going to the bathroom. But first he had to go through airport security. He hated airport security. Why do they call it security? They don't make him feel secure. They make him feel angry. They always take him aside. They always double-check him. Does he look like a terrorist? Does he look like a mad bomber? Maybe security has a machine that reads minds. That's it. They have a machine that can read his mind. The machine says, "Angry passenger, make him angrier." Everything's a hassle, he thought. The smallest thing is a hassle. Taking the cap off the toothpaste tube is a hassle. Squeezing the toothpaste tube is a hassle. Putting the toothpaste on the toothbrush is a hassle. Brushing his teeth is a hassle. Life is just one hassle after another. You always exaggerate, his wife said. Not everything is a hassle. He thought about that. Could his wife be right? Are some things not a hassle? How about eating food? That's not a hassle. How about taking a hot shower? That's not a hassle. How about reading? How about watching a good TV program? How about sleeping? He couldn't think of anything else. Eating, showering, reading, watching TV, and sleeping aren't a hassle. Okay, I won't exaggerate any more, he said to his wife. I won't say that everything is a hassle. I'll say that everything except 5 things is a hassle. It was his first visit to the science library on Madison Avenue. He walked over to the information desk. The woman behind the information desk was reading a magazine. He stood in front of her. She continued reading the magazine. He cleared his throat. She looked up from her magazine. "I'm looking for a book," he said. "Title?" she asked. "How to Read Body Language," he said. She typed the title into her computer. "Downstairs," she said. "How do I get downstairs?" he asked. She tilted her head to her right. "The stairs are over there?" he asked. She tilted her head to her right again. "Is there a restroom downstairs too?" he asked. She tilted her head to her left. "The restroom is over there?" he asked. She tilted her head to her left again. "You'd make a good soccer player," he said. She didn't respond. She was reading her magazine. The phone rang as he was leaving his apartment. He didn't answer it. It's probably Dave, he thought. His brother Dave had said he would call. He returned home an hour later. He checked his phone for missed calls. There was only the one call, but it wasn't his brother's number. Who could it be, he wondered. He dialed the number. A woman answered. She said, "Hello, Kim, how are you doing?" Kim was his wife's name. Who is this, he wondered. "Who's this?" he asked. "Who's this?" she asked. "You called me." He didn't answer. Now he realized who it was. It was some woman who called his wife occasionally. They had been classmates at school. His wife was polite to her, but his wife didn't like her. She never returned this woman's phone calls. He himself had never met or talked to her. "Sorry, wrong number," he said. She was running late. She wanted a fast breakfast. She didn't have time to make her own breakfast. Her usual breakfast was rice, vegetables, and meat. "Will you make me a fast breakfast?" she asked her boyfriend. He was American. She was Asian. He preferred cereal for breakfast. He grabbed a box of cereal. He grabbed a bowl and a spoon. He took a carton of milk out of the refrigerator. He grabbed a banana. "Here's something fast for you," he said. He put everything on the dining table. She looked at the box of cereal. "Let me try this first," she said. She put a few flakes of cereal into her mouth. She ate them. "Yuck," she said. "How can you eat this? It's so dry." He said, "Well, that's what the milk and banana are for." She said, "Forget it." She grabbed the banana and went to work. He needed to blow his nose. He pulled 4 sheets off the roll of toilet paper. What's this, he wondered. The first 2 sheets were 2-ply. The next 2 sheets were mostly 1-ply. He pulled 6 more sheets off the roll. The first 4 sheets were mostly 1-ply. The last 2 sheets were 2-ply. How do they make toilet paper wrong, he wondered. Maybe the whole roll was no good. Maybe all the rolls were no good. He blew his nose. His wife came home. She went into the bathroom. She came out of the bathroom. She was holding about 10 sheets. Some were 2-ply. Some were mostly 1-ply. "What's this?" she said. He said, "I don't know. Sometimes they make mistakes." She said, "Did you get it on sale at a second-hand store?" Go buy me some new toilet paper, and make sure it's expensive." She had been outside in a storm. It was so windy. The rain was falling sideways. "I am soaking wet," she said. "The wind pulled me off the sidewalk. It broke my umbrella." She changed into dry clothes. She sat down at her computer. He opened her umbrella. He examined it. "I can fix this," he thought. He opened another umbrella. It wasn't broken. He compared the two umbrellas. He grabbed a pair of pliers. He went to work on the broken umbrella. 3 hours later, she got up from her computer. She walked into the bedroom. She saw him working on the umbrella. "What are you doing?" she asked. He said, "I'm trying to fix your umbrella, but I'm about to give up." She said, "Give up already. I only paid $7 for it. Who ever heard of repairing an umbrella?" He said, "You're right. These things are more complicated than I thought." He was in Miami. He was an oil executive. He was at a bar with some friends. It was about 1 a.m. He walked out of the bar. He didn't say good night to his friends. He didn't say anything to anyone. He just walked out of the bar. The videotape from a surveillance camera showed him walking west from the bar. His hotel was not west from the bar. Where did he walk to? Why didn't he walk straight back to his hotel? The police wanted to know. His family and friends wanted to know. He wasn't drunk. He wasn't sick. 5 days later, someone found his body. It was in the water. The coroner did an autopsy. The coroner said he had drowned. The police said it was an accidental drowning. "That can't be. Daddy taught all of us how to swim," said one of his adult daughters. He was in his bedroom. He smelled food. The food smelled like chicken. It smelled good. A neighbor must be cooking dinner, he thought. But how could he smell his neighbor's dinner? The smell couldn't come through his apartment's heating vent. That vent was for his apartment only, so where was the smell coming from? He walked to the front door. He opened it. There was no smell in the hallway outside the door. He walked into the living room. There was no smell in the living room. He walked back into the bedroom. He could smell the food again. The bedroom was the only place he could smell the food. It was winter. All the windows were closed. How could the smell get into the bedroom? "Call up the super," his wife said. "Maybe he knows how." "I'm just glad it's chicken. We'd have to open the windows if it was fish." He needed to study for a test. He went online to order a book. He went to the publisher's website. He found the book he needed to study. It was 240 pages. It was $59. Shipping was $6. He could order the book from the publisher's website, or he could order it from the Borders store. Borders was only a block away. Borders wouldn't charge him for shipping. He walked over to Borders. He gave the book title to the clerk. She typed the title into her computer. The price was $59. Shipping was free. The number of pages was 190. "Wait a minute," he said. "I just looked at this book online. It has 240 pages, not 190. Where did 50 pages go?" She said, "That's really strange. Maybe you should order it from the publisher." He said, "No, it's okay. That's 50 pages that I won't have to study." He looked at the laundry basket. It was full of his wife's clothes. She was at work. She worked 7 days a week. She was a real estate sales agent. She showed apartments to renters every day. She carried a heavy purse everywhere. Many real estate forms were in her purse. Many keys were in her purse. When she came home, she was tired. Her feet hurt. Her back hurt. He decided to help his wife. He took the laundry basket downstairs to the laundry room. His wife always separated her colored clothes from her white clothes. He thought about that. Why spend extra money on 2 washers? He didn't separate her colored and white clothes. He stuffed all her clothes into 1 washer. He selected hot wash. This will make her happy, he thought. A hot wash will kill all the germs. She hates germs. He was proud of himself. A while later he put her clothes into the dryer. He selected hot dry. That'll kill the rest of the germs, he thought. The dryer finished. He took her clothes upstairs. His wife came home. Her clean clothes were on the bed. She looked at them. She smiled. "Thank you for doing my laundry," she said. He said, "It was my pleasure." She picked up a blouse. Then she screamed. "What's the matter?" he asked. She said, "Look at my blouse. What happened to my white blouse? It's all different colors. What did you do to my blouse?" She looked at her black slacks on the bed. She picked them up. "What's wrong with these?" she said. He didn't say anything. She took off her brown slacks. She tried on her black slacks. She couldn't get into them. "You shrank my pants," she screamed. "You shrank my pants." "Daylight saving time starts tomorrow. Please change my clock," his wife said. He said he would try. He hated changing clocks twice a year. He never changed his car clock. He couldn't figure out how to do it. His car clock was wrong from March to November every year. His wife's clock was on her nightstand. It was a clock and a timer. It ran on a single battery. The clock had many buttons. He pressed clock. Nothing happened. He pressed hour. Nothing happened. He pressed both buttons at the same time. Nothing happened. He pressed start. He pressed stop. He pressed recall. He pressed clear. He pressed minute. He pressed second. He pressed T1. He pressed T2. Nothing happened. He pressed his head between his hands. His wife walked in. "Oh, I forgot to tell you," she said. "You have to press the button on the back of the clock first." He opened his mailbox. He looked at the envelope. It was the U.S. Census questionnaire. He shook his head. How long would this take, he wondered. He went back to his apartment. He opened the envelope. A questionnaire and a big envelope were inside. He unfolded the questionnaire. He read the instructions. What a pleasant surprise, he thought. This looks easy. He only had to answer 17 questions. They were on the first 2 pages. He picked up a pen. He filled in the boxes for his name. He filled in the boxes for his date of birth. He filled in the boxes for his phone number. He answered the questions. How many people live in your home? Do you own or rent your home? What is your sex? What is your age? Are you Hispanic? What is your race? Do you live somewhere else sometimes? He marked an X in the appropriate boxes. He turned to page 2. He filled in the boxes for his wife. He marked an X in the appropriate boxes for her. Now, where do I sign my name? He wondered. He looked at every page. There was no blank space to sign his name. He was done. That was easy, he thought. He folded the questionnaire. He put it into the big envelope. He sealed the envelope. The envelope said, "Postage will be paid by U.S. Census Bureau." Liars, he thought. Another example of government lies. Who pays the workers at the U.S. Census Bureau? We do, he thought. The taxpayers pay the workers. The taxpayers pay all government workers. Who pays for all the postage? We do, he thought. The taxpayers pay for all the postage. No government agency pays for anything. Taxpayers pay for everything. The envelope should say, "Postage has already been paid by you." It was a chilly spring night. He was staying at a hotel. He was a 38-year-old runner. He had been running for 20 years. He enjoyed running, and he believed it was good for his health. He had 2 young sons. They often went running with him, but they were at home. He put on his running shoes and shorts. He turned on his iPod. He always listened to the Beatles. He walked to the beach. He couldn't see any stars or the moon. He ran down the beach. He saw no one else. He had the beach all to himself. He was enjoying his run. Nowhere Man was playing. A one-engine plane had to make an emergency landing. The pilot had to land his plane on the beach. The runner never heard the plane behind him. The pilot never saw the runner. The runner died instantly. The pilot was injured. He was feeling good. He had just bought a pot. It was a good-looking pot. It was stainless steel. It was solid and heavy. It had a glass cover. This is a good pot, he thought. It cost $13. That wasn't cheap for a pot. His wife would like the pot. She couldn't say that it was a cheap pot. A cheap pot is light. A cheap pot doesn't have a glass cover. A cheap pot costs much less than $13. He put the pot on the stove. What's this, he wondered. The pot wobbled. It didn't sit flat on the burner. He picked up the pot. He looked at the bottom. He put the pot back on the burner. It wobbled again. It was just a little wobble, but it was definitely a wobble. Maybe the burner wasn't flat. He poured a can of soup into the pot. He turned on the burner. The soup was ready. He took the pot off the burner. He ate the soup. Delicious, he thought. This pot makes delicious soup. He cleaned the pot. He put it back on the stove. Wait till she sees this, he thought. She'll want to cook everything in it. His wife came home. She examined the pot. Take this back, she said. Stop buying cheap crap. He said, What's cheap about it? It's stainless steel. Feel how heavy it is. Look at this glass cover. You can watch your food cooking. She said, It wobbles. It will spill. It won't cook food properly. Take it back. He took it back to the store. Where is the stick-on price label? Did you use this pot? The clerk asked. He said, Well, yes, but only one time. And I washed it. Look how clean it is. She said, You can't return used pots. He took the state teacher's exam. It was pass or fail. A passing score meant he could apply for a teaching job. A passing score was 220 to 300. The state emailed his score to him. His multiple choice test score was 260. His writing test score was 300. He called up the testing agency. I got 300 on the writing test. That's perfect, isn't it? He asked. The representative said, Yes, it's perfect. Congratulations. He said, But I have a question. How many other people got 300? If a lot of people got 300, then my score is not special. If only one or two people got 300, then my score is outstanding. The representative said, I'm sorry, but we don't have that information. He said, You don't? Well, who does? How about the state education department? The representative said, They don't either. Nobody does. Her wrist hurt. She thought it was nerve damage. But she wouldn't see a doctor, and she wouldn't stop using her hand. Maybe he could help. He went to the drugstore. He found a wrist wrap. It wrapped around the wrist. It prevented the wrist from moving. The thumb and fingers were left uncovered. The palm was left uncovered. This is perfect, he thought. She'll love it. He took it home. He showed it to her. She held it up to her nose. Take it back, she said. It smells like rubber. He said, Of course it smells like rubber. It's made of rubber. She had a nose like a dog. He took it back. He found a different wrist wrap. It was antibacterial. No odors, the package said. He took it home. She held it up to her nose. "This smells worse than the other one," she said. Norm woke up to go to the bathroom. While washing his hands, he looked in the mirror. The circular bump on the side of his nose looked bigger. The bump looked puffy. It was soft. It didn't hurt. Maybe it was just some fat cells, as he had read online. Or maybe it was skin cancer. His dad had had skin cancer. Doctors had cut out one suspicious spot after another. They had cut out spots from all over his face. Norm wondered, like father, like son? He hoped he was just getting a little fat ring on his face. Not a big deal, except it was a little ugly to look at. But cancer would be even uglier. Cancer would eat that ring and his nose too. He decided to make an appointment with a dermatologist. He went back to bed. He hoped he wouldn't dream about his nose. They were watching a TV commercial with sad music. The TV commercial was about an old married couple. They had both had health problems. He had lost his job. They had used their savings to pay for health care. They went through all their savings. Now they were barely surviving on Social Security. They lived in a tiny apartment. "Look at those poor people," Barry said. Eva said, "They're not poor people, they're actors." He said, "No, they're not. He has no right hand. His wife has no left foot. Those are real people. They're suffering. What kind of country is this? We're the richest country in the world. How does our government allow this?" She said, "It's not the government's fault. It's those two people's fault. They shouldn't have gotten sick. They should have saved more. They should have planned better. Don't blame the government. The government isn't your mommy." They stopped at the cookie store. His wife wanted something sweet. "Buy me some cookies," she said. He said sure. He looked at the price list. The cookies were $1 each. He ordered 2 cookies. His wife couldn't believe it. "I don't want just 2 cookies," she said. "Buy 6. The price list said 6 cookies for $5.99. So at least he'd save a penny. He ordered 6 cookies. His wife walked out of the cookie store. She waited on the sidewalk. The clerk gave him a bag of cookies. He put 50 cents into the tip jar. He made sure the clerk saw him do it. He waited. "Where's my penny?" he asked. She looked at him. She laughed. He repeated his question. This time she just smiled at him. He looked for the manager. Then he thought about his wife waiting outside. "It's only a penny," he told himself. Dan saw an ad in Metro, the free city newspaper. A new apartment building was about to open in Manhattan. Some apartments were set aside for low-income people. Applicants had to send in a postcard postmarked by May 17th. The first 5,000 applicants would receive an application form. He couldn't believe his luck. It was May 17th. It was 3:30. He tore the ad out of the paper. He walked to the main post office on 8th Avenue. He asked the clerk for a postcard. "We don't sell postcards," the clerk said. Dan said, "The post office doesn't sell postcards?" The clerk said, "Not anymore. Now we sell greeting cards. They make more money." Dan asked, "Do you sell stamps for postcards?" The clerk said, "Of course. How many do you want?" Dan bought 1 stamp. Then he headed south on 8th Avenue, looking for a store that sold postcards. Dan walked into a liquor store. He asked if they sold postcards. The clerk said, "No, but the post office does." Dan said, "Not anymore, they don't. They sell greeting cards now." The clerk said, "Really? When did that happen? That's pretty weird, isn't it? A post office that doesn't sell postcards." Dan walked a few more blocks south. Not one store sold postcards. He decided to try Borders on 7th Avenue. Borders sold postcards. They were $1 each. He bought one. Walking back toward the post office, he entered Duane Reade, a popular drugstore. Maybe it sold postcards, and cheaper. It did, and they were only $1. He would return the Borders postcard later. He walked into the post office. He put the stamp on the postcard. He addressed it. He dropped it into the slot. It was 4:30. He had beaten the deadline. He crossed his fingers. The caller said she was taking a nationwide poll. She asked if he had a few minutes. He said yes. This was the first time a pollster had ever called him. She asked if he was on his cell phone. He said yes. She asked if he was driving. He said no. She asked him to imagine a ladder. The bottom rung was number 1. The top rung was number 10. How satisfied are you with your life? She asked. He said number 5. Is your life better now than 5 years ago? She asked. He said no. Do you think your life will be better 5 years from now? She asked. He said no. She asked many more questions. Suddenly he looked at the clock. He thought, this call might be costing me roaming charges. He didn't trust his phone company. I have to go, he said, and hung up. He wondered if it was cold outside. He was going to walk to Pier 88. He'd heard that cruise ships were in town. He looked outside his 8th floor window. Many people on the sidewalk below were wearing short-sleeved shirts, but the radio had said the temperature was 67 degrees. That's not exactly hot, he thought. It was only 10 a.m. It would probably warm up by noon. He put on jeans and a t-shirt. He walked outside. It was a little chilly. Maybe it'll get warmer as I walk, he thought. But it didn't. He went into Conway's, a budget clothing store. He went upstairs to the men's department. He found a long-sleeve shirt in the $2 section. Then he saw a jacket in the $4 section. It was much heavier than the shirt. Neither the shirt nor the jacket had a price tag. He took them to the cashier. He asked the cashier for a price check. The shirt was $4, not $2. He told her, forget it. The jacket was only $2, not $4. He couldn't believe it. He held up the jacket. He looked at it carefully. No stains, no rips, no holes, and only $2? What a deal. The cashier grabbed a plastic bag. He said, thank you, no bag. He put the jacket on and pulled the zipper up. He walked outside. The jacket was perfect. He felt warm. He started walking. He looked at his reflection in a window. The jacket fit well. What a deal. A while later the temperature rose. He was getting warm. I'll just unzip my jacket, he thought. He pulled down on the jacket zipper. It didn't move. He pulled again. Nothing happened. Again, nothing. He pulled the jacket over his head. He dropped it into a nearby trash can. The Wilsons invited the Carters to dinner. Mr. Carter was Mr. Wilson's boss. The Wilsons had a one-bedroom apartment. Their sofa was in the living room. It seated 2 people. It still looked new. They protected the sofa with towels. They spread the towels on top of the cushions. They removed the towels when friends visited. Mrs. Wilson spent the day preparing dinner. Mr. Wilson spent the day cleaning the apartment. He also ran some errands. They were both very busy all day. The Carters showed up at 7 p.m. Mr. Wilson walked them to the sofa. Have a seat, he said. I'll be right back. He went into the kitchen. When he returned, the Carters were sitting at the dining table. That's strange, he thought. The sofa was much more comfortable than the dining table chairs. He sat down with the Carters at the dining table. They were talking. He asked them if they would feel more comfortable on the sofa. They said they were just fine where they were. He went back into the kitchen. He helped his wife with the food. They brought the food out to the dining table. They sat down with the Carters. Mr. Wilson poured wine into everyone's glass. They all said cheers. They drank wine, ate dinner, and talked. They had mango slices and vanilla ice cream for dessert. The Carters left at about 9. The Wilsons cleared the table and washed the dishes. "I'm so tired," said Mrs. Wilson. She wanted to sit down and watch some TV. They walked over to the sofa. "Oh, you forgot to take the towels off the sofa," she said. "What's this? Tell me they didn't see this." She pointed at a big stain on one of the colored towels. Well, that explains that, he thought. Millions of gallons of oil were pouring into the Gulf of Mexico. A pipeline had broken. The drilling platform had burned and sunk. Workers had died. The oil poured out of the broken pipe a mile beneath the surface of the Gulf. The oil company tried to stop the flow. It poured golf balls into the pipe. It poured mud into the pipe. It put a steel cap on the pipe. Nothing worked. Oil was on the water. Oil was in the water. Oil was on the beaches. Oil was in the marshes. It was killing fish and birds. It was an environmental disaster. Fishermen stopped fishing. Nobody would buy their fish. Nobody would eat their fish. It was an economic disaster. In May, the oil company said it might be able to stop the flow by September. "Our vacations are ruined," said tourists. "Our livelihoods are ruined," said locals. She said the oil spill wasn't a big problem. "How can you say that?" he asked. "Millions of gallons of oil are pouring into the ocean." She said, "It's a big ocean. The oil's a drop in the bucket. Besides, oil and water are natural elements, so they can get along with each other." He agreed that they are natural elements. He said that people are natural elements too. Did that mean that oil and people could get along with each other? Would she drink an ounce of oil? Would she swim in an oily ocean? "Of course not," she said. "That's unnatural." He said that fish were swimming in oily water. Seabirds were eating those oily fish. "But they're animals," she said. "They adapt to these things." He said that dead fish were lying on beaches. Dead birds were lying on beaches. "That's not adapting," he said. "That's a dying." It was Memorial Day. An osprey flew to a city park. About 200 people were there. They were waiting to see the osprey up close. They were excited. An osprey is a military plane. It flies like a plane, but it lands and takes off like a helicopter. It has 2 huge propellers. Arriving at the park, the osprey started its slow descent. The powerful wind created by its propellers bent the trees. The osprey kept descending. The wind was like a hurricane. Trees bent over. Tree branches cracked. Branches crashed to the ground. Leaves flew everywhere. Trash cans blew over. They started rolling around. Paper and plastic flew everywhere. Dogs started barking. Children started crying. They ran. Parents ran after their children. Others ran from the flying trash. Everyone was running away from the osprey. The osprey landed. The pilot got out. He looked around. "Where is everybody?" he wondered. Marina does performance art. She recently did a 5-day performance. She sat silently in a museum. She sat there every day for 6 hours. She didn't move or talk. There was a circle on the floor. Visitors could walk up to the edge of the circle. They could look at her from just a few feet away. They could talk to her. They could wave at her. They could stare. They could make faces. They could do almost anything they wanted, but they couldn't touch her. A security guard stood near her. It was the 5th day. 5 minutes before her final hour was up, a man walked up. He stuck his finger down his throat. Then he threw up on her. She didn't say anything. She sat there for 5 more minutes. Then she wiped herself off with a towel. Her 5-day performance was over. The man was arrested. In baseball, 27 batters up and 27 batters down is a perfect game. On average, a perfect game occurs about once every 6 years. In 2010, 2 perfect games occurred in May alone. Then in June, a 3rd perfect game occurred. But there was a problem. That perfect game had an imperfect umpire. The first base umpire made a bad call. He called the 27th batter safe at first. The batter was actually out. The batter had grounded to the first baseman. He threw the ball to the pitcher at first base. The ball beat the batter by half a step. It was a routine ground out. The players knew it. The fans in the stadium knew it. The fans watching on TV knew it. Everybody knew it. Later, the first base umpire saw the TV replay. "The biggest call of my life," he said sadly, "and I blew it." Sasha was pregnant with her 2nd child. She and her husband knew it was a boy. Their first child was a girl. Pauline was 4 years old. She was excited about her new baby brother. She was going to help feed him. She was going to help dress him. She was going to help bathe him. "I'll teach him how to talk," she said. "I'll teach him how to walk. I'll teach him how to read my books." Sasha went to the hospital. She gave birth to a healthy baby boy. Then she got sick. It was an infection. Her body was attacking itself. The doctors had to act fast. They amputated her legs. Then they amputated her arms. They saved her life. She was grateful. She had her husband. She had her daughter. She had her new son. "I'm alive," she said. "I'm so happy just to be alive." They were going to move to a new office. But why, everyone wondered. Their current office was in a new building. It was in a nice neighborhood. It was near trains and buses. It was near shops and restaurants. The boss wanted to save money, of course. They moved into their new office on Tuesday. It was in an old building. It was in a poor neighborhood. Buses and trains were blocks away. Shops and restaurants were blocks away. Their new office was on the 3rd floor. It had no partitions or privacy. Desks were jammed together. The back of one chair almost touched the back of another chair. The coat room was a tiny closet. The bathrooms were down the hallway. Both of the tiny elevators broke down on Friday. Everyone had to use the stairs. Everyone complained. The boss said, "Stop complaining. I wanted to lease the 9th floor." John weighed about 300 pounds. The new desks and chairs were too small for him. He complained to the boss. The boss told him to lose weight. John quit. Robert had had a private office previously. Now he was out in the middle of the floor with everyone else. He had been with the company for 12 years. He complained to the boss. The boss said, "If you don't like it, leave." Everyone heard him say that. Robert quit. Lisa had allergies. The office ventilation system was not good. Many of her co-workers wore perfume or cologne. She couldn't handle it. Lisa quit. Sam was a vegetarian. Co-workers cooked food in the microwave every day. They ate at their desks. Sam smelled hamburger and pizza every day. Sam quit. "Everyone's quitting," the assistant manager told the boss. The boss said, "That's okay. I can hire new workers at cheaper salaries." She grunted. She was pulling up her slacks. She had bought them a year ago. She tried to button the top button. She couldn't get it close to the buttonhole. "Look at this," she told her husband. He asked, "Are those the slacks that I shrank?" She said no. They weren't the ones he'd shrunk. They were different slacks. They had fit a year ago. He said, "Maybe you should try dieting. You don't have to starve yourself. Just eat 10% less every day. Cut back on the rice and fruit. Both are teeming with calories. Eat all the vegetables and meat you like. You'll lose that extra weight." She was unsure. She said, "Dieting never seems to work for me. I lose it, but it always comes back. Will you still love me if I get fatter?" He said, "Of course. More fat is just more you." The phone rang. It was her son. 10 years ago she had left her home country. She had sold her business. She wanted her son to get an education in America. She spoke no English. Her son spoke little English. Her friends and family said she was crazy. She moved to America. She enrolled her son in school. She walked him to school. School was difficult. He didn't understand anything his teachers said. She hired tutors for him. He hated school. She put her foot down. She made him study. His English improved. His grades improved. He became a good student. He graduated from high school. He went to junior college. He finished junior college. He applied for a transfer to a 4-year university. "Mom, I got accepted to USC," he said. "Oh, congratulations," she said, over and over. She was so proud of her son. She sat down and cried. Bill entered his apartment. A worker had slipped a notice under the front door. The notice said they were going to spray his apartment for bugs. What bugs, he wondered. They would spray Friday morning. Friday morning he was in the bathroom. He heard a knock at the door. He was shaving. He rinsed his face. He heard the door open. "Bug spraying," the worker said. Bill grabbed a towel and went out to the kitchen. He watched the worker spray all along the floor. He sprayed in the spaces next to the stove and the refrigerator. He asked Bill, "Do you want me to spray the bathroom or anywhere else?" Bill said, "Not today, thank you." The worker left. Bill moistened some paper towels and wiped up all the foul-smelling insecticide on the kitchen floor. He put the paper towels into a plastic bag and tied up the bag. "You forgot to say thank you," said Lorraine, the apartment building manager. "Thank you for what?" Sid asked. "Remember your email?" she asked. He'd emailed her about a safety hazard. He had suggested installing a window in the lobby door. Sometimes people leaving the lobby push the door open hard. A window would allow people leaving to see people entering. A window would help prevent people leaving from knocking down people entering. 2 days later, the door had a new window. "See what quick service we gave you," she said. Sid wondered why he should be thanking her. Someone who got knocked down could sue the building owner. The owner would have to settle lawsuits. Sid's suggestion would help prevent lawsuits, saving the owner money. In fact, by reporting safety hazards, Sid was actually doing management's job. Lorraine should be grateful to him. But he smiled and said, "Thank you." Brenda is overweight and plain-looking. William is her team leader. William ignores Brenda. When she asks him questions, he tells her to ask him later. He tells her to look in the manual. "What manual?" she asks. He pretends that he doesn't understand her. He says that he's busy. He tells her to ask someone else. He rolls his eyes. He yawns in her face. Brenda hates William. She asked the boss if she could switch teams. The boss said maybe next year. The boss hired a new worker. Her name is Faye. Faye joined William's team. Faye is young and pretty. When she asks William questions, he patiently answers all her questions. Then he asks, "Do you have any other questions?" Every few hours he walks over to her desk and offers his help. Every few days he takes Faye to lunch. Brenda always eats lunch at her desk. Tom's second cousin Ed was getting married in early June. Tom hardly knew his second cousin. They rarely spoke to each other. Tom spoke to Ed's mom more often. Tom hoped he wouldn't get an invitation. He disliked weddings. They reminded him of his own wedding. His wedding was okay, but the marriage was a disaster. Ever since, he'd seen weddings as doors to disaster. He disliked spending money. An invitation meant he'd have to respond yes or no. Even if he responded no, he'd still have to send a gift. That was $100 out the window. He disliked traveling, if it involved more than a short ride. If he responded yes, he'd have to take a 2-hour bus ride. But if he responded no, people might be insulted. Families expect family members to attend their weddings. On May 30th, Tom hadn't gotten an invitation. He felt relieved and insulted. Phil had bought a round-trip ticket to Miami, but he wasn't going to return to Boston. He was going to remain in Miami. He had bought the round-trip ticket because it was $400 cheaper than the one-way ticket. He was proud of himself. He had outsmarted the airline. But his friend Andy said the airline, Fly High, would charge his credit card $400. They charged Nancy's credit card $200 when she didn't return to Boston, said Andy. She thought she had saved $200 by buying a round-trip ticket. But Fly High made her pay the one-way price because she went only one way. Phil said if Fly High tried to charge his credit card, he would hire a lawyer. Andy said Nancy had told Fly High she was going to hire a lawyer. Fly High said to go ahead. Did she hire one? Phil asked. Of course not, Andy said. Lawyers charge $200 an hour. Burger King in Brazil sells burgers. It also takes pictures. It takes pictures of customers. It puts their pictures on the wrappers. It puts the wrappers on the burgers. The customer gets a burger with his picture on the wrapper. There's no extra charge for the picture. It's free. We do it to bring in more customers, said a BK executive. He said the pictures are attracting customers. He said people like to see their picture. The picture adds a personal touch. It's like someone calling you by your name, he said. Some customers have complained. They say identity thieves will use the pictures to commit fraud. We will not allow identity theft, said the BK executive. McDonald's likes the idea. It plans to take pictures of customers too. But it will put the pictures on wrappers, cups, napkins, and receipts. BK doesn't think big enough, said a McDonald's executive. 12 million glasses is a lot of glasses. McBurgers is recalling 12 million glasses. They promote the new Shrek movie. They have pictures of the different Shrek characters. The pictures are pretty, but they contain a chemical. The chemical is dangerous. It can make people sick. To make sure that it gets all the glasses back, McBurgers is offering a double your money back program. Every customer will receive twice the original price per glass. That's great, said Diane. She had bought 5 glasses, but she was going to wait. Eventually, there would be only a few glasses unreturned. She would wait until the recall was almost over. Her glasses would be the last 5 glasses to be returned. She said, they'll have more value. I'll demand 100 times my money back. If they don't pay, I'll threaten to drink out of my glasses and get sick. Then I'll sue. An innocent man spent 20 years in jail. He got out when he was 58. 2 years later, New York City awarded him $10 million. Alan had been convicted of murdering a woman. He hadn't murdered that woman. He hadn't murdered anyone. He was innocent. A cop had murdered the woman. That cop had testified that Alan murdered the woman. The jury believed the cop. Everyone trusts cops. The cop later went to jail. Alan said getting out of jail was the happiest day of his life. He thought he was going to die there. It's terrible to be locked up for something you didn't do, he said. It's terrible when nobody believes you. Alan was pleased with the award, but he said nothing would ever make him happier than getting out of jail. Not even $10 million. The money is real nice, he said, but nothing compares to freedom. Herman was 23. He was at a party. He was drinking and having a good time. His friend told him to spend the night. You shouldn't drive tonight, his friend said. Herman agreed. He would spend the night. But he got into his car and left. He knew the mountain road well, but he missed a curve. His car flew 400 feet in the air. It landed deep in the woods below. It was completely hidden from view. Herman's friend called the police the next day. The police searched for 4 days. We were able to triangulate his position. His cell phone gave us a signal until the battery died, said a policeman. They found Herman. He was alive. He had crawled to a nearby stream. He had drunk water from it. He had eaten plants. A doctor said Herman would survive. He had only one major injury. Both legs were paralyzed. Gus and Bob were talking. They were talking about girls. They were talking about how hard it is to pick up girls. What do girls want? They were confused. Jerry walked by. He joined the conversation. He told them what girls want. They want a guy with confidence. They want a guy with money. They want a guy with a nice car. They want a guy who's fun. It's like that song, he said. Girls just want to have fun. And you two are no fun. Jerry left. Maybe Jerry's right, said Gus. Bob said, not really. Yes, girls want a guy with confidence, money, and a nice car. Yes, they want a fun guy. But girls also want a nice guy, and we are both really nice guys. Gus asked, so what do we do now? Bob said, we do what nice guys do best. We wait. We hope. New York City's mayor is against smoking. Stores that sell cigarettes must display big anti-smoking ads. One ad shows a decayed tooth. The ad says, smoking causes tooth decay. Quit smoking today. Call 311 or 1-866-New York Quits. Store owners are upset. They say the ads violate their free speech. Their free speech allows them to display only the ads they want to display. They don't want to display anti-smoking ads. The ads hurt their cigarette sales. The ads hurt their business. City officials said consumers must know the facts. They must know that smoking is dangerous. The store owners are suing the city. But one store owner said, the ads don't bother me. Everybody knows that smoking is dangerous. Is there a person in this country who doesn't know that? Smokers don't look at those ads. Smokers don't care about their health. All they care about is their next cigarette. Derek was arguing with his twin brother. They were 62. Their mom had died 2 months ago. They were arguing about her British estate. She'd had no will. Who gets what? What's there to argue about? Asked a family friend. You split everything down the middle. You're twins. You each get half. Derek disagreed, saying, I am older than Byron. I was born 2 minutes before he was. Tradition holds that the oldest son is the most important child, and he gets the lion's share. I'm not asking for much, just 60% instead of 50%. Byron scoffed. He said, we're not living in the Middle Ages anymore. We aren't knights suited in armor. Even if you were 2 years older than I, you still deserve only 50%. Or is money more important than family? If 10% isn't much, as you say, then just don't ask for it. 2 thieves broke into a French museum. They used a ladder, a flashlight, and a knife. All they had to do was break 1 window. They left half an hour later. They left with 5 paintings worth $200 million. They had cut the paintings out of their frames. They knew what they were doing, said a museum spokesman, but also they were lucky. How did they do it so easily? Where was security? Where was the alarm? Where was the camera? One security guard was stationed in that part of the museum. He was asleep during the robbery. The security alarm was broken. The museum was waiting for a replacement part. The camera was functioning, but the thieves wore masks. Police are studying the videotape for clues to identify the two thieves. The window had no steel bars because it was on a very busy street, explained the spokesman. Paul had been a Marine for 17 years. He couldn't wait to retire. I've enjoyed it, he told his brother Sam, but I'll also enjoy leaving it. He wasn't sure what he was going to do after retirement. He definitely would spend more time with his daughters. His girls were 7 and 9. They see me for a while, and they don't see me for a longer while, Paul said. He planned to retire in 5 years. His girls would be 12 and 14. That'll be perfect, he said. I want to be home every night. Teenage girls need dads at home to watch over them, and I'll be there to make sure they don't date the wrong boys. Paul didn't want his girls to follow in his and his wife's footsteps. They had gotten married right after high school. He wanted his daughters to stay single and go to college. In Manhattan, supermarkets are not like Starbucks on every corner. It's a lucky person who lives within a block of a supermarket. Delis, little restaurants, and little grocery shops are everywhere, but supermarkets are relatively few and far between. The closest supermarket to Brian was Gristedes. It was 6 blocks away. Friday he went shopping. It was a 25-minute walk to Gristedes. It was a 35-minute walk back. On the way back, Brian had to stop every block to rest. At every corner, he put the 4 heavy plastic bags on the sidewalk. He stood next to them. He stretched his fingers. He stretched his arms. He stretched his back. There's got to be a better way, he thought. There is. Many people buy personal shopping carts for as little as $20. But Brian didn't want to spend $20 on a shopping cart. Maybe I can invent something, he thought. 2 weeks later, Brian bought a sturdy wooden stick. He went shopping at Gristedes. He bought his groceries. The checker put them in 4 double plastic bags. Brian took the stick and the 4 heavy bags outside. He put the bags on the sidewalk, 2 on the left and 2 on the right side of his feet. He slid the stick through the plastic handles. He stood between the bags. Grunting, he lifted the stick to his chest. Grunting again, he lifted the stick over his head. He rested the stick across the back of his neck. 2 bags were hanging from each side of the stick. He started walking. He was comfortable. What a genius, he thought. He stopped after a block. His shoulders were aching. By the time he got home, his shoulders, neck, and back were killing him. Brian decided to shell out for a shopping cart. His emails to his friends always said, "From Cool Guy." But he decided Cool Guy wasn't cool enough. He wanted something cooler. After much thought, he came up with the coolest name of all, Cool Dude. He went online to his Yahoo email. He clicked on Options. Then he clicked on Mail Options. He saw social features, shortcuts, and more, but he didn't see Change From Name. He clicked on Accounts. He saw Yahoo Mail. He hovered the pointer over it. It was a link, but it wasn't blue like most links. He clicked on Yahoo Mail. Under Sending Mail was Your From Name. Next to that was a box. He changed Cool Guy in the box to Cool Dude. He clicked on Save Changes. He clicked on Back to Mail. He sent all his friends a short email. Guess who? They would be so jealous of his new nickname. He'd just finished reading a textbook full of typos. Did they bother to read this book before they published it, he wondered. He couldn't believe that they charged $70 for it. He'd circled all the errors with a red pen. so he couldn't get his money back, but he could call the publisher. Cheryl answered. He told her about all the typos. She said, "You know, you're the first person to say anything about that." He couldn't believe it. He asked how many people had bought the book. She said 1,500 people had bought it. "And I'm the only one to complain?" he asked. She said yes. He asked how many people had returned the book. She said nobody had returned it. He couldn't believe it. "I circled 215 misspellings in the book," he said, "and there are only 200 pages." Cheryl said, "Maybe we should submit it to Guinness." Calvin answered the phone. A woman said, "Hello, I'm Ruth. I'm a volunteer for Alzheimer's." She sounded like an old woman. She said the organization was trying to raise money. He asked how she got his number. She said his number was on her list. He said that he was on the do not call list. He told her not to call his number again. She apologized. He hung up. Later he felt guilty. He shouldn't have been so rude to that sweet old lady. He looked at calls received on his phone. He dialed the Alzheimer's number. "Hello, can I speak to Ruth?" he asked. A man asked, "Ruth who?" Calvin didn't know Ruth's last name. The man said he would ask around and find Ruth. "I just wanted to apologize to her for hanging up on her," Calvin said. The man said he would pass on Calvin's apology. Gary put his garage door for sale online. A man called. Was the garage door in good condition? Did Gary have all the parts? What was the price again? $465, Gary said. The price was in the ad. The man was testing Gary. He was testing to see if Gary was firm about his price. The man wanted to see the door. Gary invited him over. The man showed up. He examined the door. He liked it. He offered Gary $400. Gary immediately said okay. The man was surprised that Gary agreed so quickly. He said he should have offered Gary $350. Gary said, "No, you should have offered $400. If you had offered $1 less, I would have said no. I figured you were going to try to lower the price. I had already decided to accept $400, so you don't have to kick yourself for not offering $350. She called his name. Then she said, "Hello," loud and slow. He said, "My name's not Hello. When are you going to learn that?" He went into the living room. She asked him to close the blinds. She was getting dressed. She was afraid that people across the street could see into the apartment. He told her that nobody was interested in seeing her get dressed. She said there were a lot of weirdos in New York City. Who knew what kind of weirdos lived across the street? He looked out the window. "Wow, you're right," he said. "Someone's looking at us with binoculars." He waved. He closed the blinds. He went back into the kitchen. She said, "Hello," again, loud and slow. He walked back into the living room. He asked, "What now?" She said one blind wasn't fully closed. "Someone can still see me," she said. Emily and Grant were inside Macy's on 34th Street. Macy's was having its annual flower show. The store was full of flowers. They were beautiful to look at and beautiful to smell. It was like being in a forest or jungle. Flowers were everywhere. The store was packed with people. Everyone inside the store was taking pictures. They took pictures of the flowers. They took pictures of one another standing next to the flowers. People were asking strangers to take their picture. Emily took pictures of Grant. Grant took pictures of Emily. Emily asked a stranger to take their picture. The stranger took their picture. It was out of focus. Emily asked another stranger to take their picture. It was also out of focus. Grant asked a stranger to take their picture. The picture was crystal clear. It was a beautiful picture. "The third time's the charm," said Grant, smiling. Billy came home from school. He was in the 1st grade. His eyes were teary. He told his dad that Johnny had pushed him. Johnny had pushed him 3 times. Billy wanted his dad to go to school with him the next day. He wanted his dad to push Johnny 3 times. That would teach Johnny a good lesson. He would never push Billy again. His dad said Billy must learn to fight his own battles. He must learn to fight them now. He must stand up for himself now. No one else could fight his battles. Dad said, "The next time Johnny pushes you, you push him back twice as hard. Don't run from him. Don't hide from him. Push him back twice as hard. He'll realize that you're not weak. You must start being strong now, or people will push you around for the rest of your life." New York City has thousands of workers. It has workers that you don't see. It has workers that you do see. The workers that you do see are right on the street. Street vendors are everywhere. Vendors set up on the wide sidewalks. They sell purses. They sell sunglasses and boxes of perfume. They sell wallets. They sell books and DVDs. Food vendors are everywhere. Some vendors sell only nuts. Others sell only produce. Many of them have 4-wheeled silver carts. The carts have blue and yellow umbrellas that say Sabret. These vendors sell food and drinks. They sell hot dogs and hot sausages. They sell meat on a stick. They sell huge soft pretzels. Artists sit on the sidewalks. They draw your portrait. They draw you a funny face or an artistic face. Newspaper vendors stand on corners. They sell you the latest New York Times or Daily News. Some city workers wear bright yellow shirts that say City Sights New York. They sell tickets for double-decker buses that carry fascinated sightseers. Sightseers can hop on and off when and where they want. Men in white shirts push blue trash cans on wheels. The men sweep up all the trash on the pavement. Some city workers pedal brightly colored pedicabs with big rear wheels. The pedicab is a tricycle for tourists. It has an awning to shade riders. Several riders can sit in the seat behind the cyclist. He takes them on a tour of the city. A security guard stands in a small city park. He wears a blue shirt and black pants. He answers many tourist questions. Cab drivers are everywhere. They drive their yellow cabs all over the city. Day and night, thousands of New Yorkers hail cab drivers. Cabs and New Yorkers are always on the move. He was going to move to L.A. in a month. He was going to start a new life. He was excited. His girlfriend was excited too. She couldn't wait to go to Disneyland and visit Hollywood. His birthday was a week away. She bought him an expensive cigarette lighter. She got it engraved. The engraving said, "Love, Trish." On his birthday she gave him his gift. He opened the box. He looked at the lighter. He loved it. "This is a beautiful lighter," he said. She told him to look on the other side. He turned it over. He saw the engraving. His face changed. "What's the matter?" she asked. He shook his head. He said she shouldn't have spent the extra money to engrave it. A week later, he told her the truth. He wanted to break up. He moved to L.A. without her. He never used the lighter. Stewart stood in line in the drugstore. The clerk said, "Next." She asked Stewart for his rewards card. He was already digging through his wallet for it. He finally found it. It was with 7 other rewards cards for 7 other stores. Each card was about 1/4 the size of a credit card. Every time he shopped, he had to dig all the cards out of his wallet to find the one he was looking for. Dig, dig, dig. He was tired of digging. There must be a better way. When he got home, he put all the loose cards on his desk. He scotch-taped them together into one long strip. He left small gaps between the cards so he could fold the whole strip in half. What a simple solution, he thought. He put the folded strip of cards into his wallet. He couldn't wait to go shopping again. Blair is schizophrenic. About 1% of people are schizophrenic. Schizophrenia is a mental condition. Its cause is unknown. There is no cure. Drugs can help a person live with the condition, but these drugs have side effects. Schizophrenia usually occurs in a person's teens. The person starts hearing a voice in his head. Sometimes the voice talks constantly. Sometimes it's quiet. Blair goes to a coffee shop every day. He drinks coffee and smokes cigarettes. He sits at a table by himself. Sometimes the voice talks to Blair about a stranger in the shop. The voice says, "That man is thinking about you. He doesn't like you. He wants to fight. You should fight him." Blair thinks about walking over to the man. He thinks about telling the man to stand up and fight. But Blair knows the voice might be lying to him. He leaves the coffee shop. They were at the north end of Central Park. It was a hot afternoon. They were walking near a small lake. Some people were fishing. James saw a brown pit bull. He hated pit bulls. They were dangerous dogs. They could turn on anyone, even their owner, in a second. The dog was running loose. James couldn't believe it. Dogs in Central Park are supposed to be leashed. James grabbed Rhonda's hand. He didn't say anything about the dog. He watched it carefully as they walked past it. Then James saw the owner of the dog. He was a big fat man wearing shorts and no shirt. He was eating a sandwich. 3 pit bulls were leashed to a railing next to him. The man did not seem to know or care that one of his dogs was running around. He was enjoying his sandwich. They walked by the man. James didn't say anything to the man about his dog. They walked another 100 feet. They heard a scream. They turned around. The pit bull was pulling on a little girl's foot. The girl was lying on a blanket. The dog was trying to drag her off the blanket. Her father yelled at the dog. The owner yelled at the dog. The dog ran to the owner. The little girl was bawling. Her father picked her up and held her in his arms. James thought, they should throw all pit bulls into the ocean. He and Rhonda walked into a park building. He told a worker about the attack. "Really?" she said. "That's too bad. I hope she's all right." She didn't say anything about calling the park police. They walked back outside. The little girl was still bawling in her father's arms. The pit bull was on a leash. His brother told him the news. Their dad was on the move again. He had bought a ticket. He was going to visit Ireland. Their mom wasn't going. She had gotten sick on their last trip. They had traveled to South America. She didn't know if it was something she ate or something she drank, but she was sick for a week. Their trip had lasted 2 weeks. "That's it," she said. "I'm never leaving home again. If I'm going to be sick, I want to be sick in my own home." Their dad didn't mind traveling alone. He made friends easily. He liked to tell funny jokes. He liked to dance. He used to be a real ladies' man many years ago, but their mom wasn't worried about him cheating on her. "He's 82, she said. "If he can cheat at his age, he belongs in the record books." She said that the hair on his head was growing back a little. He was surprised to hear that. He had never heard of hair growing back. Cancer victims who get chemotherapy often lose their hair. It often grows back. But he hadn't had chemotherapy. He asked if she was sure. He couldn't see any new hair. Yes, she was sure. His hairline was proceeding instead of receding, she said. She said that she was growing hair too. "I never used to have hair on my legs," she said. Now she was growing some hair on her legs. She showed him her legs. He couldn't see any hair. He asked if she was pulling his leg. She said, "Of course not." "Do you doubt me?" she asked. He said, "No, of course not, honey. I was just making sure." The next day he made an appointment with an eye doctor. Sarah was a pretty baby. She was only 13 weeks old. Her dad was 19 and her mom was 18. They weren't married, but they wanted to have a big wedding when the time was right. Her mom worked at a hotel. Her dad did not have a job. He stayed at home and babysat Sarah. One day Sarah started crying, and, despite all his efforts, she just wouldn't stop. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. He called his mom. She knew a lot about babies. He said, "Mom, no matter what I do, Sarah won't be quiet. If you don't have any solutions for me, I'm just going to start shaking her." His mom said, "Start shaking her? Don't you dare shake her. Don't you ever shake a little baby. Their poor little brain can't handle it. How do you think your cousin Freddie got the way he is?" Dean and Jerry were sitting at the bar in a nightclub. They were attracted to two pretty ladies at a table nearby. Neither man had ever picked up a woman in a club. They discussed their strategy. Jerry said, "It's real simple. We just buy them drinks. Every time the waiter takes them 2 drinks, he'll point to us. We'll wave and smile, and they'll wave and smile. After a few rounds, they'll wave us over." Dean liked the idea. They ordered a round of drinks for the ladies, then another round, then another round. Finally, the women waved them over. "See," Jerry said, grinning, to Dean. They sat down at the table. Jerry started to introduce himself. The blonde slowly laid her head onto the tabletop and passed out. The brunette said, "I'm sorry. I'd better take my roommate home. Thanks for the drinks. Let's do this again sometime." Sue forgot her pencil. She had left her pencil at home. She needed to borrow a pencil. She asked her classmate, "Nancy, could I borrow a pencil, please?" Her classmate said, "Sure, Sue, here you go." Nancy handed her a bright yellow number 2 pencil. It had a pink eraser on the end. The point was dull. It needed sharpening. Sue said thank you. She got up from her desk. She walked over to the pencil sharpener. She stuck her pencil into the sharpener. The sharpener hummed quietly. She pulled the pencil out. Now it had a sharp point. The point was sharp. She sat down at her desk. She started writing on her paper. She wrote her name and the date. She wrote her teacher's name. She wrote the first names of all her classmates. She wrote the days of the week. She wrote the months of the year. It was October 13th. It was flu season. He went to his school. His school gave him free flu shots every year. He did not like shots, but he liked free shots. But this year he was unlucky. Too many people wanted the free flu shots. He arrived at his school too late. There were no more free flu shots. They had just run out of free flu shots. So he had to pay for his flu shot. He had to pay $15. He gave $15 to a clerk. She gave him a ticket. She said, "Bring this ticket with you on October 27th. He brought his ticket with him on October 27th. He went into a room. 3 nurse assistants were in the room. One of the nurse assistants gave him his flu shot. She said, "Your arm might be sore later." He said, "My arm is already sore." John drove home from work. He drove home in his Honda. He saw a man near his apartment building. The man was standing by the carport. John looked at the man. He did not know the man. The man was just standing there. John pulled his Honda into the carport. He got out of his car. He locked his car. The man was still standing there. John walked over to the man. He said, "Hello." "Who are you?" The man said, "I am Ralph. I live in this building." John asked, "Which apartment do you live in?" Ralph said, "I live in number 3. John said, "I am John. Can I help you? Why are you standing here?" Ralph said, "I moved here last month. Someone broke into my car last week. I heard a noise 5 minutes ago. Maybe it was a thief. I came out here to check." The janitor was upset. His boss did not give him a raise. The janitor said, "You did not give me a raise this year. You did not give me a raise last year. You did not give me a raise 2 years ago." His boss said, "Times are hard. I am not making money. I do not have any extra money. Maybe you can find another job. Maybe they will pay you more." The janitor looked for another job. He could not find another job. Nobody wanted to hire him. He had to keep the same job. It was that job or no job. But he was not happy. His boss made a lot of money. He drove a new Lincoln. His wife drove a new Lincoln. The janitor drove an old Chevy pickup. He kept his job. Maybe the boss will give me a raise next year, he thought. Sarah walked outside. It was icy outside. She did not want to slip and fall. She was very careful. She walked very carefully. She walked very slowly. She watched her every step. Ice is slippery. Ice is tricky. Sometimes you see it. Sometimes you do not. You have to look very carefully. Sarah looked very carefully. She did not take her eyes off the sidewalk. She did not take her eyes off the ice. She was not going to slip and fall. Suddenly she slipped and fell. She had not seen the ice. She had not seen the tricky ice. She had not seen the slippery ice. She landed on her behind. That was okay. Sarah had a big, soft behind. The fall did not hurt her. Sarah stood up. The tricky, slippery ice will not make me slip and fall again, she thought. She walked very, very, very carefully. He filled the pot halfway with water. He put the pot on the stove. He turned on the burner. He sat down at the dining room table. He opened the newspaper. Newspaper stories made him angry. Newspaper stories were about corruption. Corruption was everywhere. Police were corrupt. Lawyers were corrupt. Judges were corrupt. Bankers were corrupt. Politicians were corrupt. Corporations were corrupt. The government was corrupt. Corrupt people stole from honest people. Honest people worked hard for their money. They deserved to keep their money, but they lost their money to corrupt people. Corrupt people never went to jail. They always paid a small fine. He was mad. He was angry. He was steaming. He smelled something. Something was burning. He got up from the dining room table. He walked to the stove. The water had boiled out of the pot. He looked at his smoking pot. Corruption did it. He taught at a university. He taught at a university in New York City. He was a good teacher, but he did not have a girlfriend. He wanted a girlfriend. He went to clubs. He went to gyms. He went to parks. He went to dances. He went to parties. He talked to women. He talked to tall women. He talked to short women. He talked to thin women. He talked to plump women. No women wanted to be his girlfriend. He called on his neighbor. She lived next door to him. She was married. He explained his problem to her. She offered to help. She had 2 girlfriends. She arranged a meeting. All 4 of them met in a coffee shop. They all had a good time. Later, he asked her, "Did either one like me?" She said, "They both like you. They both want to be your girlfriend." He pulled out a paper towel. He pulled out another paper towel. The towels were in the dispenser. The dispenser was in the men's room. The men's room was tiny. There was not much elbow room. He used the towels in his classroom. He cleaned the whiteboard with the towels. The towels worked well on the whiteboard. They cleaned better than the eraser. The towels were always clean. The eraser was always dirty. He looked at his watch. It was time for class. He had to hurry. He needed more towels. He grabbed a handful. They were stuck in the dispenser. He pulled hard. They remained stuck. He pulled harder. They all came out at once. But his hand had too much momentum. The side of his hand hit the sink. It hit the sink hard. His hand hurt. Had he broken a bone? He took the towels to class. He loves his wife. He loves her so much. "I love her so much," he says to himself. He says it every day. He says it 20 or 30 times a day. He cannot help himself. The 5 words come to him all of a sudden. They come to him out of the blue. They come to him without thinking. He loves those 5 words. He loves to think those 5 words. He loves to say those 5 words. But he does not say them 20 or 30 times a day. He does not say them 10 times a day. He does not say them 1 time a day. He says them 1 time a night. Every night he tells his wife, "I love you so much." Telling her those 5 words makes him feel good. Then he closes his eyes. Next day he will think those 5 words again. She had a cat. It was black. It had a white dot on its forehead. She called it Dot. She had another cat. It dashed around Dot. It dashed around the apartment. She called it Dash. She had a fish. The fish was a goldfish. She called it Goldie. She had another fish. It blew bubbles out of its mouth. She called it Bubbles. She had a turtle. The turtle lived in its shell. The turtle walked in its shell. The turtle slept in its shell. She called it Shelley. She had a bird. The bird talked, but it said only one word. It only said hello. She called it Hello. She had a dog. The dog barked at Dot. The dog barked at Dash. The dog barked at Goldie. The dog barked at Bubbles. The dog barked at Shelley. The dog barked at Hello. She called her dog, Shut up already. She did not trust her co-workers. They said nice things to her face. They said mean things behind her back. They pretended to be friendly, but they just wanted to trick her. Why did they dislike her? She was a hard worker. They were lazy workers. Her boss liked her. That made her co-workers jealous. They wanted her to leave. They did mean things. They stole her pens. They broke the lock on her desk drawers. They stole her lunch out of the refrigerator. She told her boyfriend about her co-workers. Her boyfriend got angry. He wanted to go to her office. He wanted to yell at her co-workers. She told him no. She said yelling would not solve anything. Yelling would make things worse. She did not want to upset her boyfriend. She did not tell him about her work problems anymore. She kept her work problems to herself. There was a scab on his shin. It was not big, but it had been there a long time. He picked it. It was a deep scab. After picking it, he had to pull it. He finally pulled it all out. Blood poured out of the hole in his shin. He put a tissue on the hole. The tissue quickly turned red. He put another tissue on the hole. That tissue turned red. He kept applying tissues. Finally, the blood stopped flowing. He put a Band-Aid on the hole. He went to bed. The next day, his calf was swollen. His ankle was swollen. He took off the Band-Aid. Clear fluid flowed out of the hole. It was not blood. He did not know what it was, but it flowed out of the hole for 3 days. Finally, the flow stopped. A new scab formed. He did not pick it. Sheila had lost her job. One day, a bank officer knocked on her door. He said, "You have missed your monthly payments. You have to leave by Friday noon." She said, "But I have no job. I have no place to go. This is my home." He said, "No, ma'am. This was your home. It is our home now. Good luck." She called her son. He said he could not help her. She called her daughter. She said she could not help her. She called her best friend. She said Sheila could move in with her and her husband. But then Sheila heard her husband yell, "No way!" She called Salvation Army. They took all her household goods. She packed her pillows and blankets into her car. Friday night she parked her car in front of her empty house. "I cannot live there, but I can live here," she thought. The soccer game was almost over. Both teams were undefeated. Neither team had scored. A player at midfield kicked the soccer ball. It went up into the air. It came down near the goal. 2 players jumped up. One player headed the ball toward the goal. The goalie dived for the ball, but he missed it. The ball went into the net. Goal! The player ran to the net. He picked up the ball. He held the ball up high. The fans stood and cheered. He ran across the field. His teammates caught up to him. They jumped on top of him. They were so happy. His header had won the game. Their team had won the game. The players hugged one another. They were smiling and laughing. The other team walked off the field. The players were silent. One player kicked an unopened plastic water bottle into the stands. Her real estate client was ready to sign the papers. She had spent a week with him. She had taken him all over Manhattan. She had shown him 18 different apartments. The 18th was the charm. He loved it at first sight. He was sitting in the office at her desk. She looked for the registration form. She asked her manager where the form was. He said it was in the other office. She went into the other office. She looked all around. She could not find the registration form. She went back to her desk. Her client was gone. She asked, "Where is my client?" Her manager said, "He left. He changed his mind about renting that apartment." She knew her manager was lying. She ran out the door. She wanted to talk to her client. She did not see him. All that work for nothing, she angrily thought. Meg's mother called. Could Meg pick up a book for her? Meg said sure. She drove to downtown Los Angeles. Her mom's law school was not in the best neighborhood, but Meg did not mind. She had been to the school several times. She arrived at the school. She went to her mom's office. Her mom was a teacher at the school. Meg took the book back to her car. A man was hiding in the back of her car. He put a knife to her throat. He told her to drive to her ATM. When they got there, he told her to withdraw $300. The man walked with her to the ATM. She got the money and gave it to him. He grabbed her purse, containing her keys and cell phone. He got into her car. She ran over to the car. She said, "Can I have my book?" Al's brother drove him to the airport. Al was leaving Los Angeles. He had lived there for 30 years. He got out of the car. He told his brother goodbye. He checked his bag. He went through security. He sat down and waited. They announced his flight. He got in line with 200 other people. He got on the plane. He sat in the very back. He slept all the way to New York. He got off the plane. He got his bag. He took the E-train to Penn Station in Midtown Manhattan. He walked toward Macy's. He saw the Empire State Building. He went into a large apartment building. He took the elevator. He walked to an apartment. He rang the bell. His wife opened the door. She had moved to New York 6 months earlier. They kissed. They were together again, together forever. They were so happy. It was Halloween night. Asher was Superman. Ava was Batwoman. Each held a goodie bag for treats. Mom asked, "What do you say after they give you treats?" They said, "Thank you." She told them, "Be home by 7 o'clock. They pouted. She said, "Okay, 8 o'clock, but not a minute later. Be careful." They kissed their mom goodbye. By 7:40, their goodie bags were almost full. They headed home. Another trick-or-treater joined them. They couldn't figure out his costume. Asher asked, "Who are you supposed to be?" The costume person said, "I'm the follower." Asher said, "The follower? Who's that?" The follower took off his mask. He grinned and said, "Your mommy, that's who. I followed you to make sure you were safe." The kids groaned. Asher said, "Of course we're safe. We're not little babies anymore." Mom said, "You'll always be my little babies, like it or not." Prisoners in New York complained constantly about overcrowding. A court ordered the governor to release 1/3 of the prisoners. The governor refused. He did not see a problem. Throughout New York, he said, poor people live worse. Poor people have no cars of their own. Prisoners have their own private van service. Poor people have no running water. Prisoners have running water, cold and hot. Poor people have no indoor toilets. Prisoners have indoor toilets. Poor people have no heat in their homes. Prisoners have heat. Poor people have no doctors or dentists. Prisoners have doctors and dentists. Poor people do not have 3 meals a day. Prisoners have 3 meals a day. Poor people have to work. Prisoners do not have to work. Prisoners have a good life, the governor said. They should stop complaining. Once they are back on the street, they will treasure the good old days. He told his landlady he was moving. He had places to notify. He notified the electric company. He notified the gas company. He notified the post office. He had things to pack. He packed his books. He packed his clothes. He packed his computer. He had things to sell. He sold his refrigerator. He sold his bicycle. He sold his sofa. He had things to donate. He donated his pots and pans. He donated his rods and reels. His neighbor asked, "Where are you moving to?" He said, "New York City. My girlfriend went there last month. She was there for 2 weeks, and she fell in love with it. When she came back, she said she wanted to move there. I said, no way. New York City is too expensive. It's too cold. It's too dangerous." Then she said she was moving there, with or without me. So we're off. A 5-week-old baby died after her brother dropped her. Baby Betty landed on her head. She died in the hospital shortly afterward. Authorities didn't press charges against the children's mother. She had been sleeping when Jimmy, 6, picked up Betty. Jimmy told an investigator, "Sis was crying. Mom was sleeping. I didn't want Sis to wake up Mom. I picked her up. I was gonna hug her until she stopped crying. But then she started kicking. She sort of kicked herself out of my arms, but I tried to catch her." A neighbor said authorities should have charged the mother with child neglect. He said, "She shouldn't have been sleeping. A good mother is an awake mother." Another neighbor said the mother was blameless. She said, "Since when is it a crime to sleep in your own bed? Her poor baby's death was just fate. Wrong place, wrong time." Keep your rain gear handy. Cloudy skies, and there's rain in the city, in Long Island, and down the Jersey Shore. There's a snow and ice mix around the area. It's still raining in Central Park. It's 37 degrees in Midtown. Relative humidity is 89%. The winds are west at 5, gusting to 16 miles an hour. A winter weather advisory is in effect until 3 o'clock. Overcast all day with periods of rain. It'll be damp tonight. Cold air pours in here tonight. It'll get down to 20. Tomorrow's a cold day. It'll be 18 in the suburbs, 26 in the city. We dry out tomorrow. It'll be partly sunny, a high of 30. Wednesday, a high of 31. But the real feel will be around 20 during the day and 10 at night. Persistent slick spots on the roads, so be very careful traveling around the city. Stay warm. A wreck near 96th Street has all northbound lanes closed. The West Side Highway is your best bet to get up to the GW Bridge. Plenty of traffic on the inbound Gowanus in Brooklyn exiting to the BQE. On the BQE, we're looking at delays southbound. The southbound Van Wyck is jammed from the LIE. Lane closures to fill potholes and do roving repairs. Huge delays northbound on the FDR. We got a problem on the westbound Williamsburg Bridge, Manhattan side. The Hudson River crossing's in pretty good shape. The Lincoln Tunnel is better than the Holland Tunnel. Heavy traffic from around Metropolitan Avenue up to the Kosciuszko Bridge. Midtown Tunnel's got some traffic going over to Queens. The 59th Street Bridge, where there's no toll, has a much better ride. The F's on the M tracks, the M's on the J's, all because of rail problems at 57th Street. Tina brought home Barker, a border collie, from an animal shelter on 38th Street in Manhattan. Barker, she soon discovered, had a bad habit. He liked to sniff and paw at her chest. Even after she pushed him away, he kept returning to sniff and paw at her chest. She told her son Owen about Barker. He asked, "Does he paw at friends who come to your apartment?" She said, "No, he doesn't. He only paws at me." Owen said, "Maybe you should see a doctor. I've heard that dogs can detect diseases. Maybe you've got something." She said, "That's crazy." But eventually she visited her doctor. He referred her to a specialist who found a stage 3 malignant tumor in her chest. After Tina's surgery, Barker stopped his pawing. Thinking he might be able to sniff out cancer in children, Tina took Barker to Covenant House on 41st Street. Alarmed, she pointed her finger at the approaching man. She pulled her finger as if pulling a trigger. He collapsed. The police and EMS arrived. A paramedic said, "This guy's deader'n a doornail. There's a clean hole through his chest. I could drop a pencil through it. I've never seen anything like this." An officer asked her, "What happened?" She said, "He's a bad man. He was going to hurt me. I had to shoot him." The officer searched her and her purse. He asked, "Where is it?" She said, "Where's what?" He said, "Don't play dumb with me. Where's the gun?" She showed him her index finger. She said, "Here it is." A bystander walked up. He said, "Officer, I saw the whole thing. She shot him with her finger." The officer scoffed. Handcuffing her, he said, "I'm arresting you for murder. Don't worry, we'll find the gun." The police searched high and low, but they never found a gun, a shell casing, or a bullet. Nevertheless, she went on trial for murder. Her lawyer said, "Don't worry, they can't prove a thing. Even their eyewitnesses' testimony is beyond belief." The prosecutor put her on the witness stand. He said, "Please show the jury how you killed the man." She pointed her finger at the prosecutor. Just as she pulled the trigger, he ducked. The judge and jury laughed. After closing arguments, the jury deliberated for 2 whole minutes. The jury foreman declared her not guilty. Afterward, her lawyer said, "You know, I believe that you actually did it with your finger. I think the prosecutor does too. There's a lot of strange things in life. So weren't you worried that you would kill the prosecutor?" She said, "No, my finger only fires when I'm scared to death." Olga took several computerized tests in downtown Manhattan. The tests cost her $25 to $45 each. A passing score put her on an eligibility list for a city or state job. About 18 months after her first test, an agency sent her a canvas letter. The letter stated her list number. Also, it stated the job title, salary, borough, part-time or full-time, and shift. The bottom half of the letter contained 9 boxes followed by yes or no and a short descriptive sentence. She checked the first box. Its sentence said, "Yes, I am interested in this position. I can report to work by date." She mailed the letter back with her resume. She received letters from other agencies. She responded to each one the same way. Eventually, a supervisor called. He told her his name, agency, and the job title, and asked if she wanted to interview for it. Olga said yes. He said the job required a lot of driving. He asked, "Do you have a driver's license?" She said yes. He asked if she was available for an interview the following Wednesday. She said, "Yes, but let me be clear about something first. I have a driver's license, but I don't have a car. Do I need my own car, too?" He said yes. She said, "I don't have one, so I'm out. But let me ask you another question. Why don't they state this requirement on the canvas letter? If I had seen personal car required, I would have checked a no box. Then you wouldn't be wasting our time with this phone call. Doesn't that make sense?" He said, "It certainly does. I don't know why this isn't being done. Let me bring it up at my next meeting. Good luck with your job hunting." Death was not a problem for Kevin. Dying was. He wondered what percentage of people actually died while sleeping in bed. According to polls, that's how most people want to go, but few do. He figured, with his luck, he wouldn't be one of the few. That left dying by accident or disease. There were other ways to die, of course, but not as common as those two. He was always careful when crossing the street. He looked both ways, even when crossing one-way streets. That had saved him several times from getting struck by bicyclists. Although killer bicyclists were always on his mind, he crossed off accident. That left disease. He used to think that diseases, like getting old and looking old, were for other people, but recently his doctor had told him that he had cellulitis and diverticulosis. He asked, "How? Why?" His doctor had shrugged his shoulders. Then, instead of dismissing diseases because they were only for other people, Kevin started worrying about which painful disease was going to end his life. Talking to his brother one day, he said, "You're lucky. You've already had appendicitis." Jason asked, "What's lucky about that?" Kevin said, "You never have to worry about it while you're on a cross-country flight. That's what." Jason said, "But you never fly, so you don't have to worry about it either." Kevin said, "Yes, but I use the subway every day." Jason said, "Cross-country? Just ride the local trains. If you feel deathly ill, get off at the next stop and take a cab to an ER. Just stop worrying about it. They say that worrying about something just makes it happen. Kevin said, "Worrying makes it happen. What a great suggestion. Thanks. From now on, I'll just worry about dying in bed." Rod was fishing. It started to rain. That didn't bother him. Then he saw lightning and heard thunder. That did bother him. He decided to pack up. Just then he got a bite. It felt like a big one. This was going to be fun. Whack! Lightning struck Rod. When he came to, he was in a hospital. A doctor said, "Nobody knows how or why you're alive. The boulder you were standing on was split in two, along with the tree next to it. But you don't have a mark on you." Rod wondered what happened to his fish. He got out of the hospital 2 days later. That evening, he watched Jeopardy on TV. He knew each answer even before Alex announced it, and he knew all the correct questions. He'd never known more than a few correct questions before. "I have a mark in me," he mused. Rod opened the New York Times. Maybe now he was good at crossword puzzles. He did the whole puzzle in minutes. It was a breeze. His TV was showing an ad for the Mega Millions and Powerball lotteries. He had never won even $1 playing either game. But he saw the winning numbers. He bought 2 tickets. His tickets won. He played the next 4 games. He won all 4. He was worldwide media news. People accused him of cheating. People hated him for stealing their winnings. Someone shot and killed him. A spokesman for the Cancer Society angrily told the media Rod had donated 95% of his winnings to cancer research. He said he wanted to save mankind from cancer. A reporter said, "Why didn't he tell everyone? Then he'd probably still be alive." The spokesman said, "He didn't want to be seen as patting himself on the back." Sheila went to her ear-nose-throat doctor. She spent 20 minutes filling out various forms. Why, she wondered, can't all my medical information be in the cloud? Every time she saw a new doctor, she had to provide the same basic information. The doctor finally saw her. She said, "I can't talk for long periods. My voice gets dry and raspy. I have to suck on lozenges all the time. But the lozenges leave a bad taste in my mouth, and of course they interfere with my enunciation. I'm a teacher. I need to be able to talk. A teacher without a voice is like a doctor without a Mercedes." He said, "Many lozenges contain menthol. Menthol actually dries out your throat. Try non-menthol lozenges." She said, "Non-menthol? I've never even heard of non-menthol. Can you name one, please?" He said, "Not offhand, but they're out there. Just Google non-menthol lozenges." The doctor asked, "Now, how much water do you drink a day?" Sheila said, "I'm not a big fan of water. It has no taste. I drink tea and juice." He said, "The sugar in the juice is drying out your vocal cords. Stop drinking the juice and start drinking 8 glasses of water every day." She said, "I can't do that. I have a small bladder. I'll be visiting the bathroom all day long. The kids will start talking. The principal will hear all the talk, and I'll get fired for drinking water. Besides, water doesn't lubricate vocal cords. It goes right past them and straight into my stomach. Then it goes straight into my bladder, and then I go straight into the bathroom. Water doesn't make a drop of sense." He said, "Who's the doctor here? Try what I'm telling you, and I'll see you in 4 weeks." It was 8:30 a.m. In an hour, Dr. Edward was going to inject lidocaine, a painkiller, into Brad's right cheek, right next to his nose. 5 weeks ago, Dr. Marina had injected lidocaine into the same place in order to get a biopsy. She had cut out a section of a puffy, white circle with a nearly dime-sized diameter. The subsequent lab report indicated basal cell carcinoma. 5 years ago and 2 years ago, 2 different dermatologists had told Brad that the puffy circle was just a fat deposit. Brad was worried. He'd read that such cancer was rarely fatal but often disfiguring. Had the cancer had time to grow into his cheekbone? Dr. Marina had said the Mohs surgery might last all day. Operating on several patients today, Dr. Edward would cut, examine each specimen microscopically, and cut again until he'd removed all the cancerous tissue from each patient. Not religious, Brad said a little prayer anyway, hoping that God would ignore his hypocrisy. At 5:30 p.m., Dr. Edward was suturing the raw hole in Brad's face. The day had been completely pain-free. The doctor had had to cut into Brad's face 3 times. The cancer hadn't invaded bone. Throughout the day, Brad had noticed other patients in the waiting room with big white bandages on their faces. 2 patients had bandages on their mouths. Dr. Edward sutured Brad's face with dissolving stitches and then with regular stitches. He explained the follow-up care that Brad needed to do and gave him prescriptions for an ointment and for pain. He told Brad to return in a week to get the black outer stitches removed. Brad thanked God as he walked to the bus stop. "I don't deserve it," he thought, "but thank you for looking out for me today." "Mom, what do you mean Dad's still in the hospital? Gallbladder surgery is 20 minutes. He's been there a week now." "Well, there were complications. When you're 87, there can be complications." "Of course. What complications?" "Well, first they removed the gallstones that were causing him such a terrible stomachache. But while they were doing that, he had a myocardial infarction." "A heart attack? He's never had heart problems." "Not till now, anyway. So now they have to wait until they're 100% sure his heart is healthy enough to withstand surgery." "How is he feeling?" "Well, he's making jokes. He seems to be okay, although he drifts off sometimes. He looks okay, if you ignore the tubes going into him. His cheeks aren't sunken in. Even though his diet is Jell-O, lollipops, and ice, they won't even let him drink water. He's always thirsty, but not very hungry." "No food? No water? They're killing him. Tell them to operate now. Let him take a chance on surgery now, rather than suffer through another week without water and food." "Well, your father's a strong man. He's made it through tougher times, and he'll make it through this." "Okay, Mom. Let me know as soon as they schedule him for surgery. All we can do meanwhile is wait and hope. And pray, of course. I've been praying so much every day." "Well, God always seems to answer your prayers, but I don't know. You've never prayed for an 87-year-old man before. Maybe God is thinking it's time." "Don't talk like that." "I'm sorry, Mom. You say your prayers, and I'll say mine. God will listen to us. We don't want Dad to go. Even at 87, it's too soon for him to go." He started to choke up. "Goodbye, Mom." John called the hospital his dad was in. John hoped he could make it through this call in one piece. He told the operator, "Can you connect me with my father? He's in room 455. Moments later his dad answered, "Hello?" Then he coughed. Not even recognizing his dad's voice, John said, "Hello, this is your son in Brooklyn. How are you doing?" "Hi, son, I'm awake. How are you doing?" He coughed again. "Better than you, that's for sure." "Yeah, everybody's doing better than me. You've been in the hospital a week now, you know. Are they letting you eat anything solid yet?" "I heard all they were giving you was Jell-O and lollipops." "Yeah, I just finished eating cereal and milk." "What kind of cereal?" "Wheatina." "Are you feeling any pain?" "No, no pain. I'm just out of breath all the time. It's hard for me to talk." "Do you get up at all? Or have you been lying in bed for 8 days now?" "Just lying in bed with all my tubes." "Are you getting any sleep?" "Last night I slept until 2, then till 3, then 6. Mom visited you yesterday, didn't she?" "I don't remember. I'm so out of breath. I wish I was out of money instead." He started coughing. John heard hacking sounds over the phone. Almost a minute later his dad spoke again. "Well, there went breakfast, all over everything." I tried to grab the bowl, but I couldn't reach it. I'm sleepy now. Thanks for calling, son. Bye-bye. John managed a soft goodbye. Then he started sobbing. A minute later, he blew his nose, wiped his eyes with the heels of his hands, and tried not to think about his dad, not well enough to sleep, breathe, or hold down breakfast. Mike's mom asked him if he was going to give the eulogy for his dad. Of course, Mike said. She said, "Well, can you keep it to 5 minutes? That's what Father Dave asked." Mike said, 5 minutes? For a man who lived 87 years? Mike managed to pare the eulogy down to 10 minutes. 50 minutes after the funeral mass had begun, Mike took his place at the lectern near the altar. He began, "Father Dave gave me only 5 minutes to praise Dad. Frankly, it would take me 5 hours to do him justice." Then, looking at his audience, he began to talk lovingly about his dad. 10 minutes later, as Mike was nearing his finish, he heard the priest, behind Mike and to his left, start talking loudly about Mike's dad. Startled, Mike turned around, looked at Father Dave, and listened. What is he doing? Mike wondered. Father Dave continued talking for about 30 seconds before Mike interrupted him. "Excuse me, Father. Is that your dad lying in that coffin? Or is that my dad?" Father Dave was silent. Mike said, "Thank you." Mike turned back to face the mourners and finished his eulogy. He'd been nervous when he started the eulogy, but he was angry when he finished. How dare he, Mike thought, as he sat back down. Father Dave concluded the funeral mass without apologizing for his outburst. After a short ceremony at the cemetery, many people went to Mike's parents' house to eat and talk. When Father Dave pulled up at the house, Mike was waiting for him. Mike said, "Father, I'd appreciate it if you'd not come in. Your interrupting me today was an insult to our whole family. When Mom dies, I promise you, it won't be you saying a mass for her." Burger Queen flew Billy and his Bronx co-workers to its training center. After returning, Billy told his cousin about his trip. "Boy, was it great. I made tons of money in overtime. We were in training 12 days straight. We worked almost 16 hours a day. We learned how to make 10 new menu items. You'll see them on the menu next month. Everything was free. I had my own private room in the hotel. The food was fantastic. The hotel had 6 different restaurants. I ate all I could eat 3 times a day. I can't wait to go back there again." Jill asked, "Go back where? Where did you go?" He said, "They said we were in Texas." She asked, "They said? Where in Texas? What city?" He said, "I don't know. I didn't even see a city. All I saw were the hotel and the training center." "We need to lose weight," she said. He said, "What do you mean, we?" She said, "I mean you and me. I'm 20 pounds overweight, and so are you. We have to worry about diabetes, you know. That happens to people who gain weight and don't exercise." He said, "We get plenty of exercise walking around the city. Remember walking up to Central Park last week?" She said, "Yes, but we only do that about once a month." "We should stop eating ice cream, candy, cake, cookies, and cupcakes." He said, "You forgot pie." "Okay, shall we start next month?" She laughed. She said, "Today's only the first day of the month. Let's start tomorrow." He agreed. He put on his shoes. She asked, "Where are you going?" He said, "Where do you think? I'm going shopping. We need to splurge on sweets all night before the suffering starts tomorrow." "What's the weather going to be like?" he asked. She said there was a 20% chance of rain. 20%, he said. Last week they said 20%, and it didn't rain a drop. "I'm not going to take my umbrella. 20% means 0%. She said, "But the week before that they said 20%, and it actually rained all day." He said, "You're right. They're 50% with their 20%. But I hate carrying that umbrella around. Plus, the last time I took the umbrella, I left it at a restaurant." She said, "Put a rubber band around your finger to help you remember the umbrella."
He said, "The last time I did that, I forgot to remove it and my finger got all puffy. I could have lost my finger." She said, "Tie a string around your thumb. That'll remind you to remove the rubber band." He bought a six-pack of an energy drink. He'd never tried it before. The ads promised 4 hours of energy. He drank the little bottle. He waited for the energy to kick in. He needed to cram for a test the next morning. Nothing happened. "I can't wait all night," he thought. He drank another bottle. "This'll give me 8 hours of energy," he thought. That meant he'd be up until 4 a.m. Nothing happened. He drank another bottle. "Now I'll be up till 8 a.m., he thought. But that was no good because the test started at 8 a.m. He drank another bottle. He started studying for the test. He couldn't concentrate. His eyes felt like they were crossing. His head felt like it contained a live electric wire. He couldn't study and he couldn't sleep. Somehow he managed to pass the test. No more cramming, he promised himself. The cat and the dog were talking. The cat said, "Humans treat us better than you. If we turn up our nose at the cat food they serve us, they buy us another brand. If we're sleepy, we can sleep on the pillows in their bed." The dog said, "But humans take us out for walks. They throw frisbees for us to catch. They put us in their tub and give us baths." The cat said, "They don't take us for walks because there's a litter box in the house. If we want to catch something, we catch birds or mice. They don't give us baths because we clean ourselves. And one more thing, they respect our independence. They don't put a chain on our neck and a leash on the chain." The dog said, "I'd rather have a leash than have their kids pulling my tail all the time." It was a beautiful summer day in New York City. It was a day made for walking. John was standing at an intersection near the Brooklyn Bridge. He had driven over the bridge before, but he had never walked over the bridge. He started walking uphill on the pedestrian path. Many people were walking ahead of him. Many people were also walking toward him. They were coming from the Brooklyn side of the bridge. A bicycle path was next to the pedestrian path. Some pedestrians were walking on the bike path. A bicyclist approached. He rang his bicycle bell. Walkers slowly got out of his way. He kept ringing his bell. John continued walking uphill. A man was standing next to a large ice chest. He was selling bottled water. $1, $1, ice-cold water," he shouted. John wasn't thirsty. He wondered how heavy that ice chest was. The pedestrian path and the bike path gradually rose above the cars. John looked down at the cars. He was walking east toward Brooklyn. The eastbound cars below were moving quickly, but the westbound cars coming into New York City were creeping along. There was a traffic jam. John was walking faster than those cars were moving. He was happy to be walking east instead of driving west. A nice breeze made his walk pleasant. He walked past people taking pictures. They were taking pictures of the bridge. They were taking pictures of the East River. They were taking pictures of buildings. They were taking pictures of one another. A woman asked John to take a picture of her and her boyfriend. Or was he her husband? He took their picture. They thanked him. He continued walking uphill. An old man was sitting next to the handrail. He was drawing the bridge. Next to the man were about 30 drawings. They were clipped to the fence beneath the handrail. There were drawings of bridges and buildings. There were drawings of people's faces. All the drawings were black and white. John thought they were beautiful. He couldn't believe the price. Each drawing was only $10. They were all about 8 inches by 11 inches. "These are so beautiful," he told the man. The man was sitting on a folding chair. There was another folding chair next to him. "Thank you," he said. "I from Russia. English no good." John said, "But your art is very good." "Sit, sit," the man said. You. The man pointed at John with his pen. He pointed at the empty chair. "You want to draw me?" John asked. "Sit, sit," the man said. John said he didn't have time. Maybe he would stop on the way back. The man looked at John. "Sit, sit," he repeated. John smiled. He waved goodbye to the man. Maybe I should buy a few drawings on my way back, he thought. Maybe that old man will be famous some day. Maybe my drawings will be worth millions. He could see the Statue of Liberty. It looked so small. There were many ships and boats on the river. Some boats were full of tourists. They were going to the Statue of Liberty. They were circling Manhattan Island. John reached the first of the two towers. He looked up. It said 1875 on the tower. Vendors were selling T-shirts, CDs, food and drinks. People were taking pictures and reading plaques. John admired the tower. He admired the view. Half an hour later, he started walking toward the second tower. What a pleasant time he was having. What a pleasant time everyone was having. Bill's laptop stopped working. He looked in the phone book under computer repair. He called a repair place near his apartment. Byron answered the phone. Bill said, "My laptop has crashed. Can you retrieve the files? If so, how much will it cost?" Byron said, "I charge $125 an hour. I can probably retrieve the files in an hour. If I can't, I will call you." The conversation lasted a few more minutes. Bill was impressed. Byron was very polite. He seemed friendly. He seemed trustworthy. A little later, Bill took his computer to Byron's office. Byron's wife was his secretary. She was very friendly. All three talked about Bill's computer, the weather, the Yankees, and the good old days. They're a really nice couple, Bill thought as he left Byron's office. I think I have two new friends. The next morning, Bill called Byron. "How's it going?" he asked. "It's coming along," said Byron. "Your files are a real mess. I've spent 3.5 hours on your computer, but I haven't retrieved everything." "Excuse me," Bill said. "What do you mean 3.5 hours? How much money is that? That's $375. Byron said, "Well, actually it's $437.50. $437.50, said Bill. "Is this a joke? I can buy a brand new computer for $437.50. You're pulling my leg, right? We agreed to 1 hour. Then you were supposed to call me. Why didn't you call me?" "It was late at night," Byron said. "I didn't want to wake you. Look, it sounds like you're upset. I'll take you off the clock right now. I'll retrieve all your files, but just charge you for the first 3.5 hours. I still have about 2 hours to go. You'll be getting those 2 hours for free. That'll save you $250. How's that for a deal?" The couple stood in line at Bellevue Hospital. They were on the 4th floor. They were first in line. 3 workers sat behind the main desk. One of them, a slim woman, said, "Step down." Doug and Sandra looked at each other. Step down? There was no step. The floor was completely flat. The only steps were in the stairwell beside the elevator. The woman repeated herself. She looked right at them. They pointed to themselves. She nodded. They stepped forward. "Did you say step down?" Doug asked. She nodded. Sandra gave her a piece of paper. "There are no steps," Doug said. "You should say step forward. No one understands step down." The woman wrote a phone number on the piece of paper. She said, "Call this number on Monday." She gave the paper back to Sandra. She looked at the people next in line. "Step down," she said. Doug and Sandra walked away from the desk. "Boy, she wasn't very polite," Doug said. "She didn't say good morning. She didn't say have a nice day. What did she write on the paper?" The woman had written a phone number on the paper. "I thought we were going to get an appointment," Doug said. Sandra was upset. "Well, we didn't get an appointment, did we?
You had to correct her English, didn't you? You upset her, so she didn't give me an appointment with the doctor. Now I have to wait until Monday before I can make an appointment." Doug said, "Of course I corrected her. She was speaking incorrect English. Who ever heard of step down when there are no steps? I tried to make her a better speaker. I tried to get her to speak correct English." Sandra said, "What's more important, her English or my appointment?" He was standing on the busy sidewalk. He was looking straight up. They were building a high-rise at 32nd Street and 6th Avenue. It had hundreds of huge glass windows. A crane was lifting a dumpster. The dumpster was about 20 feet in the air. He watched it rise. What if the cable broke? The dumpster would drop like a rock. How many people on the sidewalk would it injure? Something rolled over his foot. He looked down. A woman said, "Oh, I'm sorry. Are you okay?" She was pulling her grocery cart. "No problem," he said. He went back to watching the dumpster. "What's so interesting?" she asked. She looked up too. Then he smelled something foul. It was cigarette smoke. She had lit a cigarette. He couldn't believe it. He was there first. It was his space. He walked away. Maybe it will drop on her, he thought. Drew was standing near the pharmacy counter in the drugstore on 33rd Street. Two men approached. The short, stocky man was swearing loudly. He told the male employee, "You better not call the police. Do you live around here? I better not see you on the street." "Are you threatening me?" the employee asked. 5 other customers were near Drew. 3 other employees were also nearby. No one said a word. Everyone watched and listened. "I didn't steal nothing. You call the cops and I'll fight every one of them." "You think I won't?" the young man said. "Sign here, please," the employee said. The man signed a form. He broke the pen in two. He said, "You're a punk," and walked away. That was a violent guy, Drew thought. He might have attacked the employee. Why didn't I call the police, he wondered. Why did I just stand here? Sam had lost his new teaching job. His supervisor had told him, "I'm sorry. When we don't get enough new students, I have to lay off the newest teachers." But Sam was the only new teacher who'd been laid off. All the other new teachers were still working. Why him, he wondered. Was it something I said or did? Something I didn't say or do? He asked his wife. His wife asked, "Were you the last teacher hired?" He said he wasn't. "Are you the oldest new teacher?" she asked. "Oh, yeah," he said. "I'm much older than the others." She said, "That's why." He looked at her. "Don't you see?" she said. "You're too old." He told her that people can be too old for many jobs, but not for teaching jobs. "Some of the best teachers are old teachers," he said. His wife said, "Not at that school." Jennifer Lopez was appearing at Macy's. A live band was playing outside Macy's. Jennifer was Dave's favorite actress. He had told his wife that many times. Macy's was across the street. "I'm going to see what all the music is about," he said. His wife said, "Oh, no, you're not. I know where you're going. You're going to meet your girlfriend." Is she crazy, he wondered. He was almost 60 years old, but she worried that he was still looking. "Because you have a history," she always told him, but he wasn't looking. A girlfriend would destroy his marriage. Nothing was more important to him than his marriage. "How many times have I said that you are my only girlfriend?" he said. "Even if Jennifer asked me to marry her, I would say no." His wife said, "That's what you tell me, but that's not what you would tell her." Linda's apartment intercom buzzed. She picked up the intercom phone. "Hello," she said. "The UPX man is coming up," said Julia. Julia worked at the front desk. Finally! Linda had been waiting 2 weeks to return a package. She took the package to the front door. She waited for the doorbell to ring. She thought she heard someone. She opened the door. No one was there. She shut the door. She stood just inside the door. A few minutes went by. She stared at the package. Where was this guy? Did he get lost? Did the elevator get stuck? Did he go to the wrong floor? Maybe she should call Julia back. Knock, knock, knock. Linda almost jumped out of her skin. Was he trying to break the door down? She couldn't believe the door was still on its hinges. UPX! The man yelled at the top of his lungs. She was in a hurry. She wanted something fast for breakfast. He told her to have milk and cereal. She said that milk upset her stomach. Don't you know that by now? She asked. He said there was soybean milk in the refrigerator. What kind of cereal do we have? She asked. He told her they had grape nuts and shredded wheat. Yuck, she said. Don't we have anything tasty? He said that a spoonful of sugar would make the cereal taste better. But sugar might raise my cholesterol, she said. He said that sugar doesn't raise cholesterol. Meat does. If you really want to lower your cholesterol, you should stop eating meat, he said. She said she loved meat. She would never stop eating meat. Meat was much more important to her than her cholesterol level. If someone invented steak cereal, I'd eat 3 bowls a day, she said. Barry called Jean from work. The two of them talked only occasionally. They used to be best friends. Barry asked how everything was. He asked about Jean's health. While Jean was answering, he heard someone talking to Barry. What's going on? Jean wondered. A co-worker was talking with Barry. The conversation lasted about 20 seconds. Finally, Barry said, I'm sorry, Susan asked me a question. Jean asked, couldn't she see you were on the phone? Barry said, yes, but she needed a fast answer. Jean said, that's rude. Barry said, sometimes she forgets her manners. Jean said, she was rude, but you were rude too. You were talking with me. You should have asked me if I minded waiting a second. Instead, you ignored me and paid complete attention to her. Would you have done that if you had been talking to your supervisor? Barry said that he had to go. He said that he felt bad because she had lost her client last week. You should feel bad. It was your fault, she said. He said it wasn't totally his fault. We missed the first train by a few seconds. Yes, that was my fault. So we got to Costco 20 minutes late. We got home 20 minutes late. But you still had plenty of time to make your appointment. But you ate a big lunch, then you took a long shower, he said. I always eat a big lunch, she said. I always take a long shower. You should have kept your 1 o'clock appointment, he said. Instead, you told your client to meet you at 2 o'clock. She refused. You should have asked her, not told her. That was rude. She said, you knew I had a 1 o'clock appointment, but you made us late. That was rude. It was time for her yearly checkup and teeth cleaning. The dentist examined her gums and teeth. He said that she had a lot of plaque and tartar. He recommended a deep cleaning. She asked what that was. He said that it would take 2 visits. He would clean her top teeth first. He would clean her bottom teeth second. Each visit would take 2 hours. How much will it cost? She asked. It will cost 4 times as much as a regular cleaning, he said. I can't, she said. I don't have the time or the money. He tried to convince her to get the deep cleaning. She refused. He turned cold. He silently gave her the regular cleaning. But he did it fast, and it hurt. He taught me a good lesson, she told her husband. What lesson? He asked. He taught me to find another dentist, she said. Do you sleep alone? Or do you just think you sleep alone? Maybe your bed is not just your bed. Bedbugs are taking over the USA. The little pests are about the size of an apple seed. Many big cities have them. The Big Apple has them. They are in hotels, they are in theaters, they are in department stores, they are in apartment buildings. Their favorite place in an apartment is the bedroom. Their favorite place in a bedroom is the mattress. At night they crawl out of the mattress. They suck blood out of whoever is sleeping on their mattress. Many victims have red bite marks on their skin the next day. The red marks are ugly.
Worse, they usually itch like crazy. Researchers are trying to develop a magic chemical that will kill only bedbugs. Meanwhile, people need to keep their eyes open, especially while they're asleep. She told him to stop picking at his ear. He said he wasn't picking at his ear. He was pulling hairs out of his ear. "You look ridiculous," she said. "You look like you have a mental problem." He said he did have a mental problem. The hairs in his ears were driving him crazy. "They grow like weeds on steroids," he said. "Do what my brother does. Shave your ears," she said. He said that was ridiculous. Nobody shaves their ears. "Nobody. I just told you my brother does," she said. "Don't knock it till you try it." He decided to try it. He went into the bathroom. He put shaving cream on both ears. He grabbed his razor. His wife walked in. She started laughing. "What are you doing?" she asked. "I'm shaving my ears," he said. "Not with a regular razor," she said. "Use an electric shaver." "Mommy, look at my papers," said Sandra. "My teacher wrote me a note." Her mom looked at the paper. It was a math test. At the top it said, 50%. You're such a loser. Her mom screamed. She said, "Did Mr. Brown write this note? How dare he? I'm calling your school right now." She went into the living room. Sandra heard her mom yelling on the phone. A little later, she came back into the kitchen. "Don't pay attention to that note, honey. Just because you fail a test doesn't make you a loser. You're a winner, honey. You're the best little girl in all the world. Don't worry about your score. Your daddy and I got 50% on many tests in school. We're not losers, and neither are you. But you know who is a loser? Mr. Brown is a loser, because he's going to lose his job." Toyota was in the national news. It was recalling 1 million cars. It wanted to check all their brakes. Jack was driving his new Toyota. He dialed 911. "Help! My brakes don't work," he said. He told the dispatcher where he was. The dispatcher called the highway patrol. A highway patrolman pulled in front of Jack's car. He slowed down until Jack's front bumper touched his rear bumper. He carefully braked. Both cars slowly stopped. Jack got out of his car. He hugged the patrolman. A TV news helicopter was filming everything. Jack was on the national TV news. "It was terrible," he said. "I almost died. Of course, I'm going to sue Toyota." Toyota examined Jack's car. It said nothing was wrong with the brakes. A newspaper reported that Jack was $700,000 in debt. He had missed his last 2 car payments. "Something's fishy here," said the newspaper reporter. He took the number 1 train to Columbia University. He explored the campus. There were many sculptures. The sculpture at Green Hall was massive. The sculpture was about 10 yards high and wide. It sat on top of the entranceway roof. The roof was about 12 feet high. The top of the sculpture was higher than the 4th floor of the building. But what was it a sculpture of? He wasn't sure. He could see 4 legs and a horse's head. The horse's mouth was wide open. He could see a hand next to the horse's head. But where were an arm and a body? He could see other stuff that he did not recognize. So it was a horse and a human, maybe. If the artist wanted people to wonder, he had done a good job. A plaque might explain this thing. He looked, but he couldn't find one. He went to the visitors' center in the nearby library. He spoke to a young woman. "I can't figure that sculpture out. What is it a sculpture of?" he asked. "You're not the first person to ask about that sculpture." "It's called Bellerophon Taming Pegasus," she said. "It's a man wrestling a winged horse." He said, "Oh, so there is a man in there. I couldn't find him. All I saw was a hand." She said, "He's under the horse.
You have to look really hard. I think the wings confuse people too." He agreed. "You're right. I didn't even know they were wings. Also, the horse's head looks like it's attached to its stomach. The whole thing confused me. I'm going to go back and look at it again." She said, "This time I think everything will be clearer to you. You'll be able to explain it to others." Roy wondered if he had some kind of problem. Maybe he loved his wife too much. His brother asked how he could love her too much. Roy said, "About 6 times a day, out of the blue, I say to myself, 'I love her so much.'" Frank said that did sound a bit much. "Do you ever do that?" Roy asked. Frank said he used to, just after his wedding. But that wasn't 6 times a day. "And I can't remember the last time those words just popped into my head," he said. "Do you ever say you love her?" Roy said that he told his wife he loved her at least twice a day. "How long have you two been married?" Frank asked. Roy said 16 years. "You've been thinking and saying that every day for 16 years?" Frank asked. "I'll bet she doesn't think you have a problem." She called up the cable company. The cable representative asked how he could help her. She said she didn't have a picture. The TV screen was black, except for 2 words in big white letters, "Please wait." She said, "Please wait for what? What am I waiting for? I've been waiting for 30 minutes. I'm still waiting." He said that the TV was trying to fix itself. "Can't it fix itself any faster?" she asked. He said he could help her fix it faster. "Unplug your cable box," he said. She did. "Now plug it back in," he said. She did. Moments later she said, "It works! My TV works!" That was too easy. So why did my TV screen say, "Please wait"? Why didn't it say, "Unplug your cable box and plug it back in"? Thank you. Now I know what to do next time. I certainly won't wait. She brought home a salad and a large pizza. She put them on the table. Her husband asked if he could join her. She was surprised, but she said of course. They started eating. "This is delicious," he said. He was wolfing the pizza down. "Sometimes I don't understand you. You're such a germaphobe," she said. "You know that some restaurant workers don't bother to wash their hands after using the bathroom. Some don't wash their hands after they pick their nose. A worker might have used his dirty hands to make this food. Or he might have used his dirty plastic gloves. He might have sneezed on the cheese. He might have coughed on the carrots. He might have picked the pepperoni off the floor. You are eating all those germs. Don't you care?" He said, "Of course I care. But sometimes I don't when it smells so good." They had 4 children and 6 grandchildren. Someone was knocking loudly at their front door. It was almost midnight. "Oh dear, it's them again," she said. "How many times have they come here? They come late at night. They go from room to room. They never find anything. They never apologize." Her husband went to the front door. "Come in, officers," he said. "Feel free to search our house again. Good luck finding drugs." An officer said, "Sit down at the dining table with your wife, sir." The officers searched the house. They left the house. "We should call the police," she said. "But they are the police," he said. "I mean some other police," she said. "What other police?" he asked. "They're the only police we've got." "I know. Let's call the TV news. The police don't like to be embarrassed on TV. I'll call WPIX first thing tomorrow." It was 8 a.m. Larry was running late. Had he done everything? He had brushed his teeth. He had brushed his tongue. He had gargled with mouthwash. He rushed out of his apartment. He took the M16 bus to 23rd Street. The bus was crowded. A young woman pressed against a window to avoid a fat man who was standing too close to her. Larry got off the bus and walked to the NYU Dental Center. He went to patient admissions. He filled out the forms and paid $95. He went upstairs with his student dentist. She was a pretty girl from India. He asked what her first language was. She said Hindi was the national language of India. Each of India's 26 states had its own language also. So you speak 3 languages? He asked. She said she spoke Hindi, Punjabi, and English. He sat in the dental chair. She asked if he smoked or drank. He didn't. She asked if he flossed. After every meal, he said proudly. She examined his teeth. She said he might need 2 new fillings. She called her supervising dentist over. He examined Larry's teeth. "This is very nice gold work," he said. Larry said USC had done it. The dentist said, "I knew it. USC does outstanding gold work." He said Larry didn't need new fillings. "Fillings naturally discolor over time," he told the student dentist. "These are just fine." He left. She said, "Come with me. We'll make an appointment to clean your teeth." She gave him an appointment for September 30th at 8:30 a.m. He washed his hands when he got home. He looked in the bathroom mirror. He saw a piece of food stuck between 2 of his upper teeth. He had forgotten to floss before his dental appointment. The TV volume suddenly rose. It was a commercial. He grabbed the TV remote. He quickly lowered the volume to number 7. A while later, a new commercial break started. The volume went up to number 12 by itself. He lowered it back to number 7. He watched TV every night. He had to turn the volume down about 20 times a night. He talked to his friends and family. They all said they had the same problem with TV volume. They all hated it. They all thought nothing could be done about it. He thought differently. He called his cable company. It said to call the networks. He called a network. It said to call his congressman. He called his congressman. The aide said to call the FCC. He called the Federal Communications Commission. A woman answered. She said the FCC had no control over TV volume. She didn't think anyone did. "Max, I've found a cheaper way to get to JFK," said Dave. "You don't have to take a taxi. A taxi will cost you $50 plus tip. You can take the LIRR for only $6. It's only 20 minutes. You'll be there before you know it." Max was visiting New York City from Germany. "What's the LIRR?" he asked. Dave said it was the Long Island Railroad. He said all Max had to do was take the train from Penn Station to Jamaica Station. He could then transfer to the air train. It would take him to his terminal. The air train was only $5. Max liked that idea. "That saves me about $40, he said. "Plus the tip," Dave added. Dave escorted Max to Penn Station. Max bought a ticket to Jamaica Station. The train was on track 13. It was scheduled to leave in just 1 minute. They ran through the crowd. They ran down the stairs to track 13. They were 5 feet from the train's door. The door closed. The train left the station. "So close," Max said. They went back upstairs. They looked at the schedule. Another train was leaving in a few minutes. They ran downstairs to track 14. Max jumped on board. "I was too fast for them this time," he said, laughing. Dave reminded him to get off at Jamaica Station. They said goodbye. The train left the station. Max emailed Dave a few days later. "I made a big mistake," he wrote. "I didn't realize how fast the train was. Somehow I missed Jamaica Station. It was the first stop. I got off at the next stop. I had to take a taxi to get to JFK. It cost me $45 plus tip. But at least I didn't miss my flight." A UPL driver rang the doorbell. "I'm here to pick up your package," he said. "What package?" she asked. "I don't have a package." "A package for Target," he said. "Oh," she said, "the package for Target. Someone from UPL came by last week. He picked up the package. He took it with him. It's gone. Target probably has it by now." He said, "I'm sorry, I didn't know that." The next morning her phone rang. It was a recording from UPL. UPL will pick up your package today, the recording said. She called up UPL. I don't have a package anymore, she told the representative. UPL already picked it up. The representative apologized. I will cancel today's pickup, he said. She sighed. When I had the package, they didn't come, she thought. When I no longer have the package, they come. That afternoon, her doorbell rang. It was UPL. The Staten Island train ride was about an hour. There were about 20 stops. The view for most of the ride was trees and houses. The train finally arrived at Tottenville, the last stop. Tom said to Jerry, "Let's explore this town." A young woman spoke up. "Don't bother," she said. "There's nothing to see, nothing to do." Jerry asked, "There's nothing in the whole town?" She said, "What whole town? There isn't even a whole town." Jerry laughed. "I'll bet you grew up here," he said. She nodded and got off the train. Jerry and Tom got off after her. Jerry said, "My two kids used to say the same thing about our small town in Vermont. But there was plenty to do and see there. I'll bet there's plenty in Tottenville, too." Tom said, "I'll bet we can find a bar or restaurant called The Last Stop, too." He was at the Staples checkout counter. A red and white plastic button was on the counter. It was about 5 inches in diameter. On top of its plastic dome was the word "Easy." He asked the clerk, "What's this?" She said, "That's the Easy button." He asked, "What's it for?" She said, "Press down on it." He pressed down on the dome. He heard, "That was easy." He pressed down again. Again he heard, "That was easy." He asked, "Is that it? Does it say anything else?" She said, "No, that's all it says. Do you want to buy one?" He said, "Buy one? This thing costs money?" She said, "It's only $5. He said, $5? Why would anyone pay $5 for this?" She said, "They see the button on our TV commercials. They think it's cute." He said, "But it doesn't do anything." She said, "But it's cute." She was moving to New York City. She asked her brother to drive her to the airport in her car. "Okay, but I've never driven this heap before," he said. "It drives like any other car," she said, "and it's a 1993 Cadillac. It's not a heap. Remember, when you sell it, keep 25% for yourself." "Okay," he said, "I'll keep $25, and I'll send you $75. She put her bags in the trunk. They got into the car. He pressed on the emergency brake with his left foot. He turned on the ignition. The dashboard emergency brake light came on. "The emergency brake light is on," he said. "I thought I was releasing the brake. Instead, I must have set it. Now, how do I release it? Where's the brake release handle?" She said, "I wouldn't know. I never use the emergency brake. Let me check the manual." She opened the manual. She looked under E for emergency brake. She looked under B for brake. "Unbelievable," she said. "There's nothing in here about the emergency brake." He said, "It's got to be in there somewhere. You know what? Maybe it's just a faulty dashboard light. That happens a lot." She said, "Yes, maybe that's it. Press on the gas pedal." He slowly pressed down on the gas pedal. The car moved forward. The dashboard light went off. He sped up. "It seems fine," he said. "I guess you released the brake pedal just by pressing on the gas pedal." They drove toward the airport. She continued checking the manual. "Ha!" she said. "Here it is. It was under P for parking brake. You were right. It says, press on the gas pedal to release the parking brake." He said, "I'll be sure to tell the proud new owner." He had been using his electric shaver for a while, but there were a few problems. It produced ingrown hairs occasionally. It didn't give him a really close shave. It left his skin dry and flaky sometimes. He decided to start using his safety razor again. It had a pivoting head and twin blades. The twin blades were supposed to give him a closer shave.
He didn't know what the pivoting head was supposed to do. He looked everywhere for his razor. "Have you seen my razor? Not the electric shaver, but the razor with twin blades?" he asked his wife. She said, "No, I haven't seen it. If you were more organized, you'd know where it was. You can't ever find anything. Maybe it just skated away somewhere." He said, "Skated away? How could a razor skate away?" She said, "Easy. It would skate away on its twin blades." The island had many trees and animals. One day, many people in small boats came to live on the island. They went into the woods. They hunted the animals. They killed many animals the first 6 months. "Maybe we are killing too many animals," said Jacob. The others laughed. "Do you see the stars that shine tonight? There are more animals than there are stars," Abraham said. But every year they had to hunt a longer time than the year before. Every year they saw fewer animals. Every year Jacob said, "Maybe we are killing too many animals." Every year Abraham said, "There are more animals than there are stars. They have learned how to hide from us. They know we want to eat them." One day they returned from hunting. They had hunted for a week. They had killed just one animal. "We must find another island," said Abraham. He asked his wife what size pants she wore. "I don't know," Annie said. "I bought all my pants in China. Sizes are different in America." They went downtown to Century 21. They took the escalator to the 3rd floor. She asked a worker where women's dress pants were. "They're at the far end of the store," the worker said. Annie told the worker she didn't know what size pants she wore. "Let me look at you. You look like a petite," said the worker. "Go to the petite section. You'll find something there that fits you." Annie thanked her. "Let's go," she said to her husband. He was smiling. "What's so funny?" she asked. "Have you seen your bottom lately?" he asked. I think that woman was being polite. Maybe we should look for the not-so-petite section. Annie said, "Maybe you should look for the sofa tonight." He looked at his bank statement for January. How much interest had his savings account earned? There was $1,036 in his savings account. The account had earned all of 11 cents interest in January. He told his wife. She laughed. "That's almost 3 cents a week," she said. "By December you'll have enough interest to buy a small cup of coffee." He said that his money wasn't growing at all. "But your money's safe," she said. "You won't lose it. You won't get rich either. Rich people make money by risking money. You'll never get rich if you play it safe." He said she was right. "I'm tired of playing it safe. I'm going to buy gold. Gold prices doubled in the last 4 years. My $1,000 will become $2,000. We'll be rich." She laughed. "Rich? $2,000 is hardly rich," she said. He said, "Compared to 11 cents, it is." "I will never pass this U.S. history test," he said. "Why not?" his wife asked. "You passed the last test." He said, "This one is different. On the last test there were paragraphs to read. Then there were questions to answer, but the answers to the questions were in the paragraphs. You could find or figure out the answers by rereading the paragraphs. This test has only questions, no paragraphs. For example, what year was the Constitution signed? I will get 4 choices. I must know that the answer is 1787. She asked, "So how will you learn all the answers?" "I have to study books on U.S. history," he said. "I have to remember the important facts in 2 or 3 different books." "Ha," she said, "you can't even remember the author's name after you read 1 book." "I know," he said. "That's why I'll never pass this test." Take a look at my new snow globe. The Empire State Building is inside.
It was on sale, said Marvin. Of course it was on sale, Janice thought. Her dad rarely bought anything that wasn't on sale. Where is it? She asked. He said it was on the bookshelf. She was surprised. She thought there was no room on any of the bookshelves. There wasn't, Marvin said. I think there are about 50 other globes on the bookshelves. I had to take some books off that shelf. Janice said, maybe it's time you stopped buying globes. But Marvin liked snow globes. Besides, they'll make nice memories for you. You'll have something to remember me by, Marvin said. They're junk, Daddy, she said. I don't want them. I'm just going to throw them all out. Marvin said, well, that's what you say now. But you'll change your mind after I'm gone. We must spend less money on pools this summer, the mayor said. The city won't open 4 of 20 pools. It will shorten the swim season by 2 weeks. It will shorten daily pool hours. It will close pools on Mondays and Tuesdays. It will reduce the number of lifeguards. It will reduce the amount of water in the pools by 50%. Everyone knows that a half-full pool is better than an empty pool, said the mayor. It will remove all of the diving boards. That way nobody will get hurt diving into a half-full pool, said the mayor. It will shorten the bathroom hours. Pools will be open from 11 to 6. Bathrooms will be open from 12 to 4. People will have to hold it when the bathrooms are closed, said the mayor. Nobody better pee in the pool. Our lifeguards wear sunglasses that detect yellow water. They decided to knock off her mom. But how would they do it? They didn't have a gun. A knife was too bloody. A baseball bat might work. But all of these were murders. They might go to jail. It had to be an accident. Then they wouldn't go to jail. What kind of accident? Drowning in the bathtub? Falling down the stairs? They decided on a fire. They would burn the house down. They waited until her mom was asleep. They lit a candle. They put the candle next to the living room drapes. The drapes caught on fire. They ran out of the house. A neighbor smelled smoke. The firemen came. They rescued her mom. Later, a policeman questioned the girl. She admitted they had set the fire. Why? The policeman asked. Mom wouldn't let me date Jason anymore, she said. She was 12. Her boyfriend was 15. They got on the crowded subway train. They sat down on the plastic seat. They sat next to a man. He was an old man. He was talking. He was talking to himself. He looked at them. He raised his voice. You're not smart, he said. Did you hear me? Did you hear what I said? You think you're so smart. He smelled of alcohol. He was holding something. It was in a small paper bag. Let's move, Natalie whispered. Adrian agreed. They got up. They walked about 20 feet away. They found another seat. This is better, she said. He smelled bad. Adrian nodded. Oh, no, she said. What's wrong? Adrian asked. I think he's coming our way, she said. The man was walking toward them. He sat down across from them. See? You're not smart, he said. You think you're so smart, but I found you, didn't I? Karen and Barney walked into the pastry store. They looked at the delicious pastries. They picked 2 that they liked. Would you like something to drink? Asked the clerk. Give us 2 large coffees, said Barney. He paid $9 for the cakes and drinks. He put 2 quarters into the tip jar. Karen looked at him. They sat down at a nearby table. That's it? She asked. What's it? He asked. 2 quarters is it? She asked. Yes, he said. Isn't that okay? She said, 2 quarters is not a tip. It's not even 10%. He said, I know it isn't much, but it's better than nothing. She looked at him. It wasn't a look of love. He took $1 out of his wallet. He dropped the dollar into the tip jar. He returned to the table. Don't you feel better now? She asked. Much better, Barney said. It was Ray's first visit to the store. It was on a busy street in Chinatown. The vegetables looked fresh. The store also sold fruit, meat, and fresh fish. It sold different kinds of noodles. It was a small store, but it looked clean. An employee smiled at him and said hello. If the prices were right, he might start shopping here regularly. He grabbed a handful of plastic bags. He put different vegetables into each bag. He grabbed some red grapes for his wife. He put the bags on the counter next to the cashier. He told her he would be back. He grabbed a package of noodles. He put sweet potatoes and cucumbers into separate bags. He went back to the counter. There were now about 10 bags on the counter. The cashier asked if he was ready. He said he was. She started ringing up the items. Ray watched as the total price increased on the cashier's computer screen. He decided to buy more grapes. He walked over to the fruit section. He filled a bag with grapes. He returned to the cashier. She rang up the grapes. The grand total was $35. That was much more than he had expected. He paid her. She gave him his receipt. He took the N train and his groceries home. Once home, he put his groceries away. Then he looked at his receipt. Each item had a name, price, and weight. One item had no name and no weight. That one item cost $13.10. What was it? He'd bought nothing that cost $13.10. He thought back. A man had been in line right behind him. He had placed an item on the counter. Had the cashier accidentally rung up that item with Ray's groceries? If so, where was it? It was her 47th birthday. "I'm 50 years old," she said. Her husband said no, she wasn't. She was only 47. She was still a young pup. "I'm not a young pup, and I'm not a spring chicken," she said. "Okay," he said, "but you're also not 50. She said 47 might as well be 50. What was the difference? "People look at me and they think I'm 50. Nobody says, 'Oh, you don't look a day over 47. He told her that time goes by fast enough. She didn't need to make it go faster. She still had 3 years of her 40s to enjoy. He gave her a birthday card. She opened it. The card read, "Happy 50th birthday." "What's this?" she asked. "I thought you said that I was only 47. He said, "I looked all over for a happy 47th birthday card. They don't make them." "You lied," she said. "I just read that seniors must be 65 or over. You are only 63. Yet when we went to the AMC theater, you got the senior discount. You told the woman you were a senior. You lied to get a $4 discount." He said that a senior could be different ages. Usually a senior must be 65 or older, but the AMC theater allows seniors to be only 62. "Are you lying now?" she asked. He said to give him just 1 minute. He called the AMC theater on 34th Street. He used the speakerphone. A woman answered. He asked, "Do you give discounts for seniors?" She said yes. "How old must a senior be?" he asked. She said 62. He smiled. "You owe me an apology and a kiss," he told his wife. "I'm so sorry," she said. Then she gave him a big kiss. The weather was ugly. It was snowing. It was only 9 degrees above zero. Cars, streets, and sidewalks were covered with snow. Bob was on the phone. "Have you ever seen a colder day?" Bob asked. "Not recently," replied Jack. "But about 3 years ago I did. It was so cold that my dog froze outside. I had let it out back to do its business. Then I went back inside my house. My mom called. Her heater was not working. She was freezing. I went over to her house. I fixed her heater. I went home. Then I remembered my dog. I went to the back door. I opened it. My little dog was on the porch. It wasn't moving. I brought it inside. It was ice cold. I wrapped it in a blanket. I breathed into its mouth and pumped its little chest, but it was too late." The apartment doorbell rang. 2 men were there to clean out the kitchen and bathroom vents. Lou invited them in. One man took a ladder into the bathroom. The other man took a ladder into the kitchen. They removed the vent grills from high on each wall. They stuck a vacuum hose into the vents and sucked out the dirt. One man washed both vent grills in the kitchen sink. The men replaced the grills. Lou was talking to the man in the kitchen. He forgot about the man in the bathroom. The man in the kitchen finished. He took his ladder outside. The other man appeared. He also carried his ladder out. They both said goodbye. Lou went back to the bathroom. Why was the door closed, he wondered. He opened the door. He looked at the toilet. The seat was up. Had that guy peed in his bathroom? Her stomach was killing her. Whenever she was stressed out, the stress went straight to her stomach. How bad is it? He asked. It's almost as bad as childbirth, she said. It's 9 on a scale of 10. She squeezed her eyes shut for a moment. Her stomach was bloated. He gave her a stomach massage. He gave her a lower back massage. Her stomach still hurt. She stood up. She walked around. She groaned over and over. She said, "I'm hurting," over and over. He stood by. There was nothing he could do. They had gone to doctors before. They always said the same thing, gas. They recommended gas relief tablets. Sometimes the tablets worked and sometimes they didn't. She took 2 tablets. Almost an hour later, she blasted out a huge fart. He laughed. She smiled. Most of the pain was gone. "I feel much better," she said. "Stop pulling out your eyebrow hair," his wife said. "In China, that's bad luck. It's bad luck for the man. It's bad luck for his wife and family." He said he wasn't Chinese. He said he didn't live in China. He hated bushy eyebrows. "Hair must be controlled," he said. "Hair is like weeds. It needs to be pulled out or cut back occasionally. Do you want to see hair growing out of my nose? Do you want to see hair growing out of my ears?" She agreed that nose hair and ear hair weren't pretty, but she loved bushy eyebrows. They meant that a man would have a long life. They made a man attractive. She asked him not to pull his eyebrow hair out any more. He groaned. "Let me think about it," he said. She said, "Don't think about it. Just do it. For us." He groaned again. A storm dumped 20 inches of snow on New York City. Kids loved the snow. Commuters hated it, especially commuters who drove cars. Snowplows pushed the snow off main city streets, but they pushed the snow up against parked cars. Elton's car was on a street in Brooklyn. A snowplow had pushed a huge pile of snow against the side of his car. He grabbed his snow shovel. He started digging his car out. He put the snow back into the street. A cop drove by. He told Elton that it was illegal to put snow into the street. He said it was a $100 fine. Elton said, "I need to get to work. Where else can I put this snow? Where else can my neighbors put it? Are they going to fine all of us?" The cop drove off. Elton continued to put the snow back into the street. He told his wife that he was going to Chinatown. He was going to buy a bag of rice. She said to wait until next week. The streets and sidewalks were still icy. He said he would be careful. She frowned. He said he would be back in an hour. She frowned again. Chinatown's streets and sidewalks were indeed icy, but he didn't slip or fall. He finished his shopping. He took the R train home. His wife was still upset. She said he was lucky he hadn't fallen. She had been worried the whole time he was gone. "Why don't you listen to me?" she asked. "Why do you always make me worry?" He said, "I got you something nice from Chinatown." She said she didn't want anything nice from Chinatown. He gave her a package of fresh-cooked squab. Her frown disappeared. "I'll forgive you this time," she said. Ada was lonely. She wanted a baby. She went to a hospital. She stole a baby. She called her baby Norma. When she got older, Norma asked, "Where is my daddy?"
Ada said that Daddy had died. Norma asked, "What did Daddy look like?" Ada showed Norma a picture of Daddy. Norma asked, "Why don't I look like you or Daddy?" Ada said that she didn't know. Norma thought something was fishy. She thought she was a missing child. She did a lot of research. She made a lot of phone calls. She found out who her real parents were. She called them up. They couldn't believe it. Their little girl had found them after 20 years. They were so happy. Ada apologized to them. She was sorry she had stolen their baby. Norma's parents didn't accept Ada's apology. They said Ada should go to jail for a long time. KF was selling a family bucket for only $12. The ads were on TV. Josh went to a KF on Broadway. A big sign in the window said Family Bucket $12. 8 pieces of chicken, coleslaw, and mashed potatoes. Josh went inside. He ordered the family bucket. The worker said, "We're not KF." She said to go to the rear. Josh didn't understand. "We sell Nathan's hot dogs," she said. "KF is back there." He walked to the back of the big room. There was only one KF register open, but there was only one person in front of him. This shouldn't take long, Josh thought. 5 minutes later, that person's order got filled. Josh told the worker that he wanted the family bucket. She said that would be $26. He said no, it was only $12. "It's all over TV," he said. "It's all over your front window." The worker had no idea what Josh was talking about. He walked back outside to check the sign in the window. Yes, it said Family Pack $12. He walked back inside. He waited for the person in front of him to get her order filled. Then he told the worker about the sign again. She called the manager over. He said yes, there was a family pack for $12. Relieved, Josh ordered it. The manager asked whether he wanted extra crispy, original, or grilled chicken. Josh didn't know which one his wife preferred. He ordered a mix of all three. Then he changed his mind. His wife was a health nut. He said grilled. The worker filled a big bag with all the food. Josh went home. His wife asked him what took so long. She didn't wait for his answer. "I hope you got the original chicken," she said. His knee was killing him. Whenever he walked, it felt like a knife was going into his knee. He called Bellevue Hospital. A woman answered. He said he wanted to get an appointment with a knee doctor. "Do you have a referral?" she asked. He said no. "Then you'll have to see a regular doctor first," she said. "I can't give you an appointment for a regular doctor now. You'll have to call back for an appointment in October." His jaw dropped. "This is March. Did you say October?" She said yes. "You don't have a clinic card," she said, "so the earliest appointment is October." He said he did have a clinic card. "Give me the card number," she said. He gave her the number. "Okay, now I can give you an appointment," she said. Great, he thought. "Go to 2D at 10 a.m. on October 26th, she said. Students were sitting on the floor in the hallway. The teacher was late. This was the last class meeting. It was a Sunday class that met from 9 to 4. "I hope class isn't canceled," said Otto. "I don't want to come back next Sunday." A few students nodded their heads in agreement. James said, "I asked downstairs if anyone has a key to our classroom, but no one does." Students talked to each other or read while they waited. The teacher arrived 45 minutes late. He unlocked the classroom door. Everyone went in. "Did you know there's a big half marathon today?" the teacher asked. "I didn't. Why wasn't it on the news last night or this morning? I apologize. If I had known, I would have just taken the subway. Instead, I got stuck in unbelievable traffic." A student asked, "Does this mean we won't have a test today?" He bought some ties at Daffy's, marked final sale. They were only $15 each. Originally, they were $100 each. Who would pay $100 for a tie, he wondered. He bought 5 of them. He went home. He showed them to his wife. She didn't like any of them. "But they're worth $100 each," he said. She said, "I don't care if they're worth $1,000 each. They're ugly.
I won't go anywhere with you in those ties." He went back to Daffy's. He went to the returns counter. He showed the ties and the receipt to the worker. He said he wanted to exchange the ties. She said, "I'm sorry, no returns, no exchanges." He asked, "What do you mean? I just bought these ties this morning." She said, "Look at this receipt. What does it say at the bottom?" He looked. It said, "No returns or exchanges if final sale." It was 4 p.m. The final class had just ended. Some students were saying goodbye to one another. Some students were exchanging emails with one another. Some students were talking about where to go for dinner. There was a lot of talking and laughing. Sonny was putting his book and notebook into his briefcase. He was not talking to anyone. No one was talking to him. All of these people really seemed to like each other, he thought. They all seemed to have made new friends in class. How did they make friends so easily? He hadn't made any new friends. He hadn't even made a new acquaintance. He picked up his briefcase. He walked out of the classroom. He walked over to the elevators. He pushed the elevator button. He took the elevator from the 17th floor down to the first floor. He had the elevator all to himself. Roger's job requires him to take pictures of apartment interiors. A wide-angle lens is best for taking these pictures. Roger bought a new camera with a wide-angle lens. He took the camera home. He read the manual. The manual said nothing about how to set up the wide angle. He went back to the camera shop. He asked a worker how to set up the camera for wide angle. The worker showed him. He said, "Go to function, set the camera on S. S is wide angle. It also uses fewer pixels, so you can put your pictures online quickly." Roger went to 4 apartments. He took 43 pictures. He uploaded them to his office computer. Not a single picture was wide angle. Roger asked a coworker for help. "Why is it on S? S stands for small," she said. "You have to set the camera on W. W for wide. It's so obvious." In his final years, he rarely talked to anyone. As a boy, he had talked to everyone. He was curious about everything. He asked everyone questions about everything. As he got older, he began to notice something. People didn't answer his questions as often as they used to. Sometimes people didn't answer his questions at all. Many times they answered his question with their own questions. "Who knows? Who cares? Are you writing a book?" So he gradually stopped asking questions of people. Then he gradually stopped talking to people. After he died, his brother collected his belongings, including his computer. One of his computer files was his journal. It was over 4,500 pages long. The first sentences were, "Why bother talking? People are just too busy to listen. I write because my computer accepts my every word. It never ignores me. It never patronizes me. It never interrupts me." He was out of money and out of work. He needed money for food and rent. Where could he turn? No bank would lend him money. No relatives could lend him money. There was only one person who could help him. He called an ex-girlfriend. "Hi, this is Earl," he said. She asked, "Earl who?" He said, "Earl, your ex-boyfriend, Earl." She said, "I knew that. Why are you calling me after all these years? You'd better not be calling me to borrow money." He said, "Honey, I'm totally broke. I'm desperate. You're the only person who can help me." She said, "Don't call me honey. I'm not your honey, and I'm not here to help you, money-wise or otherwise. A few years ago I was, but you dumped me. You didn't need me then. I don't need you or your problems now. Good luck helping yourself." She hung up. It is the future. People have eaten most of the animals and fish. The oceans contain little more than salt. Most pets have been eaten. The tired soil produces few fruits, vegetables, and grains. People worldwide have been dying of hunger. Researchers finally created a food pill. Its ingredients include carbon dioxide, hydrogen, hemp, and soy. They activate the pill with lasers. Each activated pill not only contains all the essential nutrients, calories, and fiber, but it makes people feel full. They swallow one pill daily. It has no taste. People hate it.
The Earth Food Network president said, "This pill is better than nothing. It saves lives. Everyone knows that we are eating too much of everything, but everyone continued to eat. If we let all the animals and plants reproduce naturally for another 1,000 years or so, they'll come back. Then we can all eat real food again." She went to Central Park to catch dinner. She caught a big frog. She was about to put it into a bag. The frog said, "What are you doing?" She said, "I was planning on cooking and eating you, but since you can talk, maybe I should put you on TV." The frog said, "I don't want to be on TV. I'm a magic frog. I'll grant you one wish if you release me." She said, "One wish? Okay, I wish to live forever." "Done," said the frog. The next day she got hit by a truck. She was completely paralyzed. Moreover, she was locked in. She could do only two things, blink and think. She wished she could die. She lived 80 years blinking and thinking. Then her wish came true. The hospital pulled the plug on her. "We can't afford to keep her alive anymore," apologized an administrator. "On Parallel Earth, everyone knows who the good guys are. Everyone knows who the bad guys are. On Parallel Earth, everyone has two colored halos over his head. Newborns have two blank halos. As people grow older, they do and say good things and bad things. The more good things they do, the more one halo fills with the color green. The more bad things they do, the more the other halo fills with the color red. People cannot hide their true colors. Their colorful halos tell all." Mary Lou's halos were green and blank. Marvin asked, "Why don't you have any red in your other halo? Haven't you ever done or said anything bad?" Mary Lou said, "Of course I have. One time I borrowed a pencil from my best friend. I forgot to return it. She had to remind me the next day." Marvin asked, "That's what you consider bad?" Their waiter brought their meal. They dug in. "This is spicy," Jerry said. He drank half his glass of water. Another waiter came by. He quickly reached across the table. He picked up Jerry's glass. He refilled it and put it back down. Jerry shook his head. "What's the matter?" Deb asked. Jerry said, "Did you see that?" He reached all the way across the table. His hairy arm was above our food. Hair, sweat, and germs could have fallen into our food. He picked up my glass by the rim. He reached over our food again to put my glass back down. Now my glass has 5 filthy fingerprints on it. "Who's going to drink out of that glass? You couldn't pay me to drink out of it." She said, "But this food's spicy. You need water." She called a waiter over. She asked if they sold bottled water. He shook the squeeze bottle of mustard. The lift top opened up. Did any mustard come out? He looked on the floor. He didn't see any mustard. He looked on the countertop. He didn't see any mustard. He squeezed mustard onto his 2 hot dogs. The next day he was in the kitchen again. He was standing in front of the microwave. He dropped a spoon on the floor. He picked it up. He noticed something. He saw a lot of dry mustard on the white cabinet door beneath the microwave. It was the mustard that he couldn't find yesterday. He wet a paper towel. He tried to wipe off the dry mustard. Most of it came off, but a yellow stain remained. He tried some dishwashing soap. He tried some all-purpose cleaner. The yellow stain remained. All the cabinet doors were completely white except this one. It was mostly white. "Are you going to play this week? I need your $2, said John. Joe said, "I think I'll pass this week." John said, "Are you sure? This might be our week. I've got a feeling." Joe said, "You've had a feeling every week for the last year." They both laughed. Every Monday, John collected $2 each from 11 co-workers. They played the lottery twice a week every week. Sometimes one co-worker skipped a game or two. They had never won more than a few dollars. This week, 5 of the regular players chose not to play. "I'm tired of not winning," said Bill. $2 every week adds up. I think I'm going to take a break for a whole month." Mort wanted to play, but he didn't have any cash on him. John said, "I'll put $2 in for you. You can pay me back later." Mort thanked him. John went to a newsstand Monday evening. He was standing in line to buy 7 Mega Quick Picks. but as he got to the front of the line, he decided to buy a Snickers bar. He took a step to his left to grab the candy bar. The guy in line behind John stepped up to the counter. The guy handed the vendor $5 for 5 Mega Quick Picks. That was a little rude, John thought. He bought his Quick Picks and his Snickers. Tuesday morning he made copies of the Quick Picks. He gave copies to his co-workers. Tuesday night, one of their Quick Picks won. John and his co-workers won $19.1 million each. John told his co-workers about the guy and the 5 Quick Picks. "Thank goodness you have a sweet tooth," said Mort. "And thank goodness that guy was impatient. And thank goodness you lent me $2. Ben was watching Ultimate Fighting on TV. In Ultimate Fighting, 2 fighters fight inside a cage. The 8-sided cage is about 30 feet across. The cage is almost 6 feet high. The fighters are barefoot and shirtless. They wear fingerless gloves. They punch, kick, and wrestle each other. Fighters get 1 minute to rest between each 5-minute round. The fights are non-stop action. Sometimes blood is everywhere. Ben's wife walked into the room. "What are you watching?" she asked. He told her. She watched it for a minute. "Why are you watching this? This is so stupid," she said. "What is the point? I would never let anyone in our family do this. They could get injured for life. How can this be on TV? Who watches stuff like this? Do you really like this? I thought I knew you. You are so weird. Maybe we should get a divorce." "Where's my jacket? Who stole my jacket? Security!" she shouted. Some people in the pharmacy waiting room turned their heads. "Didn't anyone see anything?" she asked. Nobody spoke. A security guard appeared. He asked her what was wrong. She said she had gone to the ladies' room. She had left her jacket on the chair. Her medicine was in the jacket. When she returned to the waiting room, her jacket was gone. The security guard asked a hospital employee, "Has anyone turned in a jacket?" The employee said no. The guard asked the woman to describe her jacket. He asked for her name and phone number. He said he would call her if the jacket turned up. She said, "Ha! It'll never turn up. They stole my jacket and my medicine in broad daylight. Now I have to stand in line again. Why don't they have security cameras in here?" It was a $1.5 million apartment on the west side. An agent was showing the apartment to a tall man and his wife. Luke and Jenna walked into the apartment. They were also looking. The master bedroom was small. This was the smallest 2-bedroom apartment they had seen. Yet it was the most expensive. The agent asked, "Well, what do you think?" Jenna said, "Well, the bedrooms are a little small." The agent said, "I'm sorry, I was asking them." The tall man said, "Yeah, who are you?" Luke said, "She's my wife. She's looking at this apartment just like you are. Who are you?" The tall man said, "Who am I? Who are you?" Luke said, "I'm her husband. Who are you to ask who am I? Or who is she? She can't have an opinion about this apartment. It's too small and too much. Go ahead, buy it." The jury's summons said to report at 8:45 a.m. to 111 Center Street. The courthouse was only a block from Chinatown. Russ joined the long line of people standing outside. The line moved slowly into the courthouse. Everyone went through the security check. Russ took the elevator to room 1121. It was a big room. It had more than 100 comfortable padded chairs. The room filled up. At 9:20 the jurors watched a short film about jury duty. After it ended, a court employee entered the room. She welcomed everyone and gave a brief speech. She asked if anyone had questions. Many people did. She told a young father who was carrying his baby in his arms, "You have a beautiful baby, sir, but you can't bring your baby to jury duty." Another man said he was confused. "Sir, it's very simple. Can you serve today and tomorrow?" she asked. "I believe so, but I don't think so," he said. She said, "You're telling me two different things. Go to 60 Center Street, room 139, please." Another man was also confused. "Where do you live, sir?" she asked. He said his post office box was in Manhattan, but he lived in Brooklyn. You don't live in your post office box, sir. You live in Brooklyn. You can't serve on a Manhattan jury, she said. Another man wanted to know how long trials lasted. I can't tell you, sir, she said. Each trial is different. Some last only a day or two. Some last a lot longer. When she finished with all the questions, she told everyone, if you don't get selected for a jury today or tomorrow, you can go home tomorrow afternoon. Your jury service will be over. Many jurors murmured in approval. A few even clapped and cheered. Lynn is a Manhattan real estate agent. She gets many calls. She asks all callers the same questions. She listens carefully to their answers. She wants serious callers. If she thinks they're lying about anything, she says she can't help them. If they qualify, I can quickly find them an apartment they like, she says. They get their apartment and I get my commission. The phone rang. The caller wanted to rent an apartment. Lynn asked the usual questions. When do you want to move? Why do you want to move? Is your annual salary 40 times the monthly rent for the apartment you want? Do you have good credit? Do you have a letter of employment? Do you have 3 recent pay stubs? Do you have a reference letter from your current landlord? The caller hung up. Lynn wasn't disturbed. She thought, that's okay. Serious callers don't hang up. It was 10 a.m. He was snoring. The phone rang. It was his wife. Are you still sleeping? She asked. He said no. Is that the truth? She asked. Okay, he was sleeping, he said. You said you wouldn't sleep in anymore. You said you'd get up at 8 and write all day long. You said you would write a book. We need money. How can you make money when you're sound asleep? She hung up. He got up. Right, he thought. Write what? He had nothing to say, nothing that would interest anyone. Thousands of books are published every year. Few of them make big money. He had never been published, not even a letter to a newspaper. But he couldn't find a job. What else could he do? Writing was the only thing he could do halfway well. But write a bestseller? He went back to sleep. One of the 2 kitchen light bulbs was out. It was circular and fluorescent. He placed a chair under the light. He stood on the chair. He unscrewed 3 screws. He removed the plastic cover. He removed the bad bulb. He inserted a new one. He screwed in the 3 screws that held the cover. His wife would be pleased to have a bright kitchen again. He heard the front door open. His wife walked in. She looked at him. She said, "Why are you standing on that chair? That's a cheap plastic chair. What would happen if the chair broke? You might break your leg. You'd have to go to the hospital. We don't have health insurance. The hospital bill might be $5,000. Why didn't you call maintenance? You know they'd replace the light bulb for $30. You risk $5,000 to save $30. What is the matter with you?" Bert's dad had lost his marriage certificate. He had lost it 40 years ago, but he had never needed it. Now he needed it. He called Bert. "Can you pick up a copy of my marriage certificate? I already called the city clerk in New York City. You only need your driver's license and $15. Then mail it to me," he said. Bert said sure. He went downtown the next day. He got the marriage certificate. It was on legal-size paper. He needed a legal-size envelope. He went to Office Depot. There were 3 sizes of big envelopes. 2 of the sizes were too small, and 1 was too big. He asked a worker, "Do you have legal-size envelopes?" The worker said no. He said Bert could probably find them online. Instead, Bert bought the package of envelopes that were too big. Dad is worth the extra stamps, he decided. On Easter Sunday, Lee walked into the Plaza Hotel. It's on 59th Street next to Central Park. The foyer had white lilacs and white roses on a center table. People were taking pictures of the flowers and themselves. Lee went further inside. Many people were enjoying lunch in a big dining room. To Lee's left, a woman was playing the piano. Lee didn't recognize the music she was playing. It sounded nice. He listened for a while. He looked at the dining room menu. One entree was $28, too rich for him. He turned right and walked toward a carpeted hallway. As he entered the hallway, he tripped. He caught himself. There was gray duct tape along part of the carpet edge. The taped edge was half an inch above the floor. Lee walked up the hallway. It took him to an exit. He turned around and retraced his steps. Lee approached the spot where he had tripped. A woman was entering the hallway. Suddenly she tripped. She caught herself. She had tripped over the carpet edge. Lee walked over to a nearby worker. He asked to speak to a supervisor. The supervisor came over. Lee showed him the upraised carpet. Lee told him that he and a woman had tripped there. The supervisor looked alarmed. "Sir, are you all right?" he asked Lee. Lee said he was fine. "Are you sure, sir? I'll get you an accident report. You should fill it out," he said. Lee was touched. This man seemed genuinely worried. "I just wanted you to know about this situation," he told the supervisor. The supervisor thanked him. "I'm calling maintenance right now," he said. He pulled out his cell phone. He stood guard on the carpet. Nobody was going to trip on that carpet edge again. Patrons can view porn on library computers in New York City. Porn is allowed because it's an expression of free speech. The libraries cannot ban porn. "That's so disgusting," said Emily, 74. "They say it's free speech, but there should be limits to free speech. They should draw the line at porn in the library. A library is for reading and thinking. It's for improving your mind. It's not a place for gawking at naked people. It's not a place for peeping toms and other perverts. There are kids in a library. These kids are our future. We must not corrupt them. We must protect them from filth. I'm never going to use a library computer again. Who knows what filthy man was touching the keyboard? Men can be so disgusting. Well, most men. My husband, bless his soul, was never interested in porn. He only had eyes for me." Superman flew to a driving range in his Superman outfit. He talked to Arnie, the golf instructor. Arnie said, "Sure, I'll be happy to teach you how to play golf, Superman." Arnie filled a bucket with golf balls. He told Superman to follow him. He gave Superman a 7-iron. He showed Superman how to grip the club. "The correct grip feels uncomfortable at first," he told Superman. Superman said, "No, it feels fine. Let me hit a few balls." Arnie said, "Sure." He put a golf ball on the grass. Superman hit the golf ball with the 7-iron. Whack! Arnie's ears hurt. The golf ball took off like a rocket. Then it burst into flames. Then it disappeared. All that remained was black smoke. Arnie told Superman to hit another ball. Superman said, "Sure." The same thing happened again. Now there were 2 little clouds of black smoke. "Are these balls defective?" Superman asked. Arnie shook his head. "Look around. Look at all these golfers hitting balls," Arnie said. "Do you see any balls bursting into flames?" "No, it isn't defective balls, Superman. It's you. You're too powerful." Superman asked, "Well, what can I do? I like hitting golf balls. It's fun." "Do they make steel golf balls? Maybe they won't burst into flames." Arnie said, "No. Even if they did make steel golf balls, they'd probably melt once you hit them." "I'm sorry. Golf isn't a game for a Superman. It's a game for ordinary men." Superman frowned. He thanked Arnie for his help. Then he flew away. The next day, an ordinary-looking man appeared at the driving range. He was wearing glasses and a nice suit. "Hi," the man said to Arnie. "Can you teach me how to play golf? My name is Kent, Clark Kent." Shy had gotten angry. He had said something mean to his supervisor. Many people say mean things to their supervisors. Most of them do not get fired, but Shy had gotten fired. "Exactly what did you say to your supervisor?" the lawyer asked. I told her to kiss my ass, Shai said. What's so bad about that? Shai had worked for the company for many years. She thinks I have an attitude problem, Shai said. She's been there for 5 years. I've been there for 25 years. She's half my age. She's my supervisor. I should be her supervisor. Who wouldn't have an attitude problem? The lawyer said Shai had a good case. He'd had good evaluations for 25 years. They couldn't fire him for just one remark. They could fire him only if he had a history of bad remarks. He said he'd be happy to take Shai's case. Friday's royal wedding is all over the news. It's on every news channel in America. The handsome prince will marry the beautiful princess. He is so lucky. She is so lucky. Visitors to the United Kingdom this week will spend about $1.5 billion. The UK is so lucky. TV reporters in America talk about the wedding every day. The reporters are excited. They think the viewers are excited. Herman, 69, lives in Brooklyn. I'm not excited, said Herman. 2 Brits are getting married in London. I should care because they're part of the royal family? Let's see these TV reporters get excited about local news that matters. They're closing the senior center for good next month. They had to cut something from the city budget, so they cut our senior center. Why haven't they reported that on the TV news? I'll tell you why. We seniors just aren't sexy enough. He couldn't find work. His wife found work. She works for a real estate company. She goes to work every day. She borrows keys to vacant apartments. She takes pictures of apartments. She shows apartments to clients. She walks up and down stairs. She walks up and down city blocks. She puts up with the weather. She puts up with the heat, the cold, the rain, and the snow. She makes appointments for clients. She calls and emails clients. She returns calls and emails from clients. She asks clients why and when they want to move. She asks clients about their income and their credit. She fills out forms. She helps clients fill out forms. She loses a client here and gains a client there. She leaves home at 9. She comes home at 8. Then she makes dinner for both of them. After dinner, she goes right to sleep. How do you do this every day? He asked his wife. Real estate is such a dog-eat-dog business. All of you agents are competing with one another. A client is like a bone. All the dogs go after the bone. If they have to bite other dogs, so be it. The bone is all they care about. They're not your friends. They're friendly only if they want something from you. Some of your clients aren't much better. They say they'll meet you at 3 but don't show up until 3:30. Or they call you at 3:30 to say they'll be there at 4. Or they don't call you at all. Or they don't show up at all. You're on the computer for hours before and after work looking for new listings. You work every weekend. How do you do this day after day? She said, I love you. That's how. A dead bird was on the kitchen floor. Sam had left a present again. Sam was their black cat. He hunted at night. He was a good hunter. He brought home birds and lizards. Usually he left them outside on the patio. Sometimes he brought them into the house. Ted didn't mind. He was proud of his hunter cat. But Molly minded. This cat is killing innocent animals, she told Ted. He said, but that's the nature of cats. They're born killers. Molly didn't care. She told Ted to stop the killing. These animals are wild, she said. They might have diseases. Caroline might catch a disease from one of these dead animals. Do something, please. Caroline was their young daughter. Ted didn't want to lock Sam in the house at night. That would be cruel. There was only one thing to do. Ted tied a bell around Sam's neck. He looked like a mean guy. He walked like a mean guy. He talked like a mean guy. He walked into the classroom. He looked at all the students. He saw a skinny guy.
He looked at the skinny guy. The skinny guy was reading a book. He walked over to the skinny guy. He stood right next to the skinny guy. The skinny guy kept reading the book. The mean guy cleared his throat. The skinny guy kept reading his book. He cleared his throat again, but much louder. The skinny guy looked up from his book. "What are you looking at?" the mean guy yelled. Nothing," said the skinny guy. He quickly went back to his book. "Nothing? Am I nothing? You calling me nothing?" the mean guy asked. The skinny guy kept his head down. He didn't look up. He pretended to keep reading his book. The mean guy knocked the book out of his hands. Then the mean guy took a seat near the back of the room. The skinny guy waited a minute. Then he got out of his seat. Head down, he hurried over to his book. He picked it up and hurried back to his seat. He didn't look around the room at all. The teacher walked into the classroom. The skinny guy felt better. His racing heart slowed down a beat or two. The mean guy suddenly stood up. He turned around. He shouted at the guy sitting behind him. "Stop looking at me!" "Who's looking at you?" the guy grumbled. "You are," said the mean guy. "You're looking at the back of my head. I can feel it. You're asking for trouble." The guy got up. He went to another desk. "Open your books to page 48, said the teacher. Chad was returning to his car. He was returning from a walk in the woods. He heard a lion roar. "That's crazy," he thought. "No lions live in these woods." He heard the lion roar again. He got scared. The roar was between him and his car. It was getting dark. He continued walking, very slowly and carefully. Suddenly the lion roared right next to him. He nearly jumped out of his skin. "I'm gonna die," he thought. He looked all around. He didn't see a lion anywhere. But he did see a mouse on the ground. The mouse opened its mouth and roared. Chad laughed. The lion was only a mouse. He asked it, "Why do you sound like a lion?" The mouse said, "I used to be a lion far from here. One day I tried to eat a witch. She turned me into a lonely mouse." He was driving his 1974 Mercedes 300D down the mountain road. He entered a curve. He pressed on the brake pedal. The car slowed down only a little. He pressed harder. He went through the curve faster than he had wanted to. At the next curve, he pressed hard on the brake pedal. The car slowed down only a little. He went through the curve even faster than through the previous curve. He was scared. The road flattened out a bit. A sign said, "Pull out ahead." He drove into the pullout and parked the car. He got out. He could smell something burnt. The smell was strongest near the wheels. He called AAA for a tow. Then he called his wife. He said, "I think buying this car was a big mistake." She said, "That's what I tried to tell you. That's why you shouldn't buy a car marked salvage." On a sheet of paper he printed, "Hire me, John Smith, painter, 917-555-1234, $20 per hour." He slid the paper into a plastic protector. He hung the protector around his neck. He looked at his sign in the bathroom mirror. It looked good. He went to Broadway and 34th Street near Macy's. He stood there with his sign around his neck. Many people walked by. Few people looked at his sign. He took the sign off his neck. He held it high up in the air. More people looked, but not enough. His arm was tired. He went to a street vendor. He bought a bunch of bananas. He went back to Broadway. He hung the sign around his neck again. He balanced the bunch of bananas on his head. Everybody looked. Many people smiled. Some people laughed. 2 people called him a jerk. But at least people are looking, he thought. Ben was in bed. He could hear his uncle in the kitchen. He was arguing with Ben's father. "Do I look like a bank? You're always asking me for money," Ben's uncle said, "and it always takes you years to pay me back." Ben's father said, "I ask you because you're my well-off brother. Look at you. You own your own business. You're debt-free. You're single. You party all the time." You have your own boat. You have a huge condo in Manhattan. My wife and I are trying to raise 5 kids. We have this small apartment in Brooklyn. I work 2 jobs. I only borrow money in emergencies. Ben's uncle said, "You shouldn't have had so many kids. Why would anyone have 5 kids? You should have stopped after the first kid, but you didn't. I should start charging you interest, then maybe you'll have fewer emergencies." It was the day before Thanksgiving. He said, "I'm taking the subway to 23rd Street tomorrow. I'll pick up a turkey dinner from Trader Joe's. It'll be pre-cooked, but you said that was okay with you." She said, "I did? I said pre-cooked is okay with me? When did I say that? Was I high on drugs? Were you? I never said that. Thanksgiving is once a year. I deserve a fresh-cooked turkey dinner once a year. We're going to eat fresh-cooked turkey tomorrow. You will cook one at home, or you will take me out to a nice restaurant. Either one is okay with me." He said, "I've never cooked a turkey in my life, so I guess we'll go out." She said, "It better be a nice place. No greasy spoon restaurant, no hole-in-the-wall restaurant. I want tablecloths and shiny silverware. I want cloth napkins and well-dressed waiters." Lottery officials doubled the price of a Powerball ticket. It used to be $1, now it's $2. The chance of winning the grand prize is now 1 in 175 million. It used to be 1 in 195 million. Second prize is now $1 million. It used to be $200,000. The smallest prize is now $4. It used to be $3. "The ticket increase is only $1, said a lottery official. "Now the payout is much better, and the chance of winning is much better. The public will love the new Powerball." "I'm not playing Powerball anymore," said Bruce. "The chance of winning is still microscopic. They want us to pay double to win 0. How stupid do they think we are?" 6 weeks later, the Powerball grand prize was $310 million. Bruce bought a ticket. Just one ticket, for this one game, just this one time, Bruce promised himself. For Chinese New Year, Lisa set out 4 plates and 4 glasses. She set out lobster, rice, greens, and tofu. She set out oranges, grapes, and cherries. She set out cakes and cookies. She set out 2 shot glasses filled with whiskey. She set out 2 ashtrays. A lit cigarette rested in each ashtray. Lisa and Mel burned phony $1,000 bills for her ancestors. Lisa greeted and thanked her ancestors. She asked for their help in the new year. Later, Mel and Lisa ate dinner. After dinner, Mel was sitting on the sofa. Lisa came out of the bathroom. "Look what I found on the bathroom floor," she said. She opened her hand. Mel saw a tiny green worm. "I'm going to put it outside," Lisa said. Mel asked, "Put it outside? Why not just flush it down the toilet?" She said, "Because it might be one of my ancestors." Susan invited Joan to a concert at the United Nations building. Susan was a rich old lady. Joan was a young real estate agent. She had known Susan for a year. Joan was trying to help Susan rent out a rundown apartment she owned. It was on the Upper East Side. Joan told Susan she was asking too much. "Someone will pay my price eventually," Susan said. Joan enjoyed the concert. Afterwards, Susan said, "That concert made me hungry. I know a good restaurant nearby." Joan said okay. She knew the free concert ticket wasn't free. She knew she would have to pay for dinner. Susan was as cheap as she was rich. She had not even bought the concert tickets. They were a gift. They sat down in the restaurant. The waiter came. They each ordered dinner. But before the waiter could leave, Susan ordered another dinner to take home. Amy had heard really bad news. "They're kicking us out of our apartment," she said. "They're renovating the entire A wing. Everyone in A wing has to move out by September 1st. Sam said, "You're kidding. Who told you this? How can they do this? This is unbelievable." Amy agreed. "Nancy told me this morning," she said. "She said that management will tell everybody next week." They sat down on the sofa. What were they going to do? Where were they going to go? They loved their apartment. They hardly slept that night. Next morning, Sam said, "Why don't you call up Nancy just to double-check? Maybe, just maybe, you heard her wrong." Amy called Nancy. Nancy said, "Amy, I said they're renovating B wing. I said they're not renovating A wing." Amy hung up. "We don't have to move! We don't have to move!" she yelled, jumping up and down. He took the R train downtown to Century 21. He saw a size 40 black leather jacket. He tried it on. It fit him well. The sleeves were the right length. The shoulders were the right width. The zippers smoothly zipped up and down. The lambskin was soft. He saw no rips or marks. Best of all, it was 50% off regular price. He took it home. His wife looked at it for about 2 minutes. "Take it back," she said. "Take it back," he said. "What's wrong with it?" She said, "Everything. The collar doesn't sit flat. The collar doesn't cover the seam behind the neck. The leather under the collar is inferior. The zipper teeth and the metal slider are visible when the jacket's zipped up. There are blemishes near the left elbow. Go get your money back. Then I help you find a jacket that's made right." Simon invented a universal opener. It opens everything instantly. It opens all cans and bottles, including medicine bottles. It opens cardboard boxes. It opens those annoying blister packs, large and small. It opens those annoying DVD cases. It's about the size of a man's thumb. It uses sound waves, but it makes no noise. It operates on one AA battery. It costs $5. "It's the greatest thing since the wheel," said one user. "It's the greatest thing since flip-flops," said another. "It's the greatest thing since the Big Mac," said another. Everyone raves about Simon's opener. It's made everyone's life better. It's made Simon rich. But he wants to improve his invention. "How could you possibly improve it?" asked his wife. "The only thing better would be if you could just tell a package to open." Simon said, "Bingo, you read my mind. That's exactly what I'm going to do." She was at the NYU dental school. Pietro, a student dentist, was going to extract her painful wisdom tooth. He asked her if she had eaten that morning. She said she hadn't eaten since midnight. He said, "You should have eaten a big breakfast. You're going to be very hungry this afternoon, but you won't be able to eat." She said, "This afternoon? I'm starving right now." She glared at her husband. He said, "How was I supposed to know? They always say don't eat after midnight if you're having surgery in the morning." "How should I know that dentists want you to eat the night before and the morning before?" She said, "Because it's common sense. Fill up before surgery because you won't be able to eat after surgery. I told you it was okay for me to eat. I'm starving." He said, "Okay, next time I'll know better." After years of research, Michael created an anti-aging pill. He said to his wife, "This pill stops a person from aging for 100 years. It's like magic." She said, "That's not magic. That's unnatural. God wants us to live a certain amount of time, and that's it." He said, "Honey, we can split the pill. Then we can live together another 50 years. Don't you want to do that?" She didn't. He thought about secretly dropping half the pill into her coffee. But then she might yell at him for the next 50 years. He thought about taking the pill himself. But then she might notice that he wasn't aging. That would mean years of yelling too. "What am I going to do with this magic pill?" he wondered. He called his father. He wasn't interested either. He said, "Life is just the right number of years as it is." "Many co-workers got Valentine's Day roses today," said Alma. "Some kept asking me where my roses were." Ernie said, "I thought you disliked Valentine's Day. You told me not to waste money on cards or flowers. Now you're interested in Valentine's Day?" Alma said, "Never mind, you wouldn't understand." The next day Ernie went online. He looked for roses on sale. There weren't any. A Midtown shop featured a dozen roses for $102, including delivery. That's not cheap, Ernie thought, but if it made Alma feel better, it was worth it. He called the shop. The employee said, "We're super busy. We're still delivering flowers ordered yesterday." The shop didn't deliver the roses to Alma's office until 2:15. Alma arrived at her office at 2:30.
"Leftovers, leftovers, someone sent you leftovers," some of her co-workers chanted. They were laughing. Alma took the roses outside. She threw them in the trash. It was late February. It was time for Luke to pay his taxes. He gathered his 3 W-2s. Each W-2 stated his income for each job. Then he gathered his various bills and receipts. He had computer expenses. He had medical expenses. He had transportation expenses. He had other expenses. He put everything in an envelope. He mailed it to his tax accountant. His accountant plugged all the dollar figures into the computer. Then he sent Luke the federal tax return and the New York tax return. "Dear Luke," wrote his accountant, "enclosed is your federal individual income tax return. Also enclosed is your New York individual income tax return. You owe the federal government $100. You owe New York $50. Write the checks, put the returns and checks into the enclosed pre-addressed envelopes. Mail them using certified mail return receipts. Then write one more check. You owe me $250. Clyde went for a job interview. The school was on 8th Avenue. He told the receptionist, "I have a 3 o'clock interview with Jessica." She said, "She'll be with you shortly." Clyde examined some books while he waited. They were ESL books called Interchange. He was familiar with them. He had used them for many years to teach ESL students. A young woman approached him. She introduced herself. He followed her into an empty room. They sat down. He said, "You are very young." She smiled weakly. She told him about the school. She asked him some questions. Then she asked if he had any questions. He didn't. She said, "I'll let you know by Friday, one way or the other." They got up. He said, "I can't get over how young you are." She looked at him oddly. He left. She didn't let him know on Friday or thereafter. He pressed select on his remote. He selected On Demand on his TV screen. He selected ABC. He selected Jeopardy. He selected Play. Error 100 appeared on screen. He called Time Warner. He described his problem to the representative. She said, "Turn off your TV and cable box. I'll reboot your system. Wait till the time appears again on the box." A while later, he said, "The box says 10:15. She said, "Turn everything back on. Now try On Demand again." He did. "It works," he said, "but this is ridiculous. I have to call you every time I want to use On Demand." She said, "No, you don't. Anytime you want to use On Demand, simply turn off the TV and cable box, unplug the box, plug it back in, wait till it reboots, turn the box and TV back on, then select On Demand. That's it. No phone call." "Can you work next weekend?" Harry asked. "I don't know," said Marty. "I'll have to check with my wife first." Harry smirked. "You're kidding," he said. "You have to ask your wife's permission? What kind of man are you?" Marty said, "I'm a married man. That means my wife and I are partners. We do things together. We make decisions together. She needs my help sometimes on weekends, so I'm going to ask her if she needs my help next weekend. If she needs my help, I can't work next weekend. If she doesn't need my help, I can work next weekend." "Does that sound so strange to you?" Harry said, "It sure does. If someone offers me work, I take it. My wife takes care of the house and the kids. She does the shopping. I make the money. I never ask her permission about work or anything else." John Smith, 56, died earlier this week. He died of a heart attack. He didn't show up to work on Monday. His boss called his home phone and cell phone. There was no answer. On Tuesday his boss called again. Again there was no answer. Then his boss called the police. The police went to John's apartment. They found him on the kitchen floor. John's boss and 3 co-workers attended the funeral service. John had no family. The pastor said, "John was a nice man. He was friendly and polite. He had problems, but he never complained. When his wife died, he didn't complain. When someone stole his identity, he didn't complain. When he had his first heart attack, he didn't complain. When he lost his house, he didn't complain. He never complained about anything." After the service, a co-worker said, "Maybe that was the problem. He held everything inside." Lorna's sister wanted to move to America. She lived in China.
Lorna had moved to America many years earlier. Lorna talked to May, an immigration lawyer in Manhattan. May said, "The paperwork will cost $1,000. Lorna said, "Can her husband move here with her?" May said, "Of course, for another $1,000. Lorna said, "That's no problem. They have the money. I'll call them later tonight. I'll tell them the good news. They can move in with me. It'll be so nice to be together again." May said, "Whoa! Hold on. Don't tell them to start packing yet. There's a long waiting list for people from China. Do you know how long it is nowadays? Even if you fill out the application form today, they won't be eligible to come here for another 11 or 12 years. Lorna's eyes opened wide. "Come on," she said. "That's ridiculous." May said, "Maybe even longer." He was walking along the beach. He saw something dark near the water. He walked over to it. It was a bottle. It looked very old. He picked it up. It felt like it was empty, but a cork was in the bottle. He removed the cork. White smoke quickly rose out of the bottle. The smoke changed shape and color. It became the face of a pretty woman. The woman said, "Thank you for releasing me. I will grant you one of 3 wishes. You may be wealthy, you may be happy, you may be healthy. Which one do you choose?" He said, "That's a tough choice. Can't I have all 3? She said, "Sure, if you find 2 more bottles. But right now you may choose only one." He thought about it. Money can buy happiness. Money can buy the best health care. "Make me wealthy," he said. "Your last colonoscopy was 10 years ago," Dr. Carter said. "It's time for another one." Bruce made an appointment for another one. He received prescriptions for a laxative and a plastic gallon jug. The jug contained electrolytes. The day before the colonoscopy, he ate a hearty breakfast. Then he filled the jug with water. He shook the jug well. He put it in the refrigerator. He had a liquid lunch. At 6 p.m. he started drinking the electrolyte solution. At 7 p.m. he took the laxative. It took him 4 hours to finish drinking the solution. During that time, he sat on the toilet 12 times. "I'm glad this is only once every 10 years, he thought. The colonoscopy took place the following afternoon. "Is everything okay?" Bruce asked in the recovery room. "No," the nurse said. "There was a problem. You'll have to make an appointment for another colonoscopy." Mickey walked into a bar. He ordered a beer. He took his beer to a table near the dartboard. 2 men were playing darts. He asked, "Can I play the winner?" The men nodded. They finished their game. Mickey stood up to play. "The loser buys the beer, okay?" said Mickey. The men nodded again. Mickey was good. He won the next 10 games. He drank 10 free beers. He continued drinking and playing. He started missing the bullseye on the dartboard. Then he started missing the dartboard itself. He quit playing. He staggered out of the bar. He walked in front of an oncoming car. He flew through the air. He landed on the street. Both his legs were broken. He sued the bar for letting him get so drunk. A judge said, "The bar owner didn't force you to drink all that beer. You have no case." English was Kyla's second language. She had pronunciation problems. She had a problem with some vowels. She had a problem with some consonants. She had a problem with the R sound. She said "ca" instead of "car." Kyla's co-workers never seemed to understand her. "Can you please help me?" Kyla asked Susan one day. Susan ignored her. Kyla asked again. Susan said, "What? I don't understand you." Kyla asked again. Susan said, "Oh, now I understand. No, I can't help you. I'm busy." When Kyla asked other co-workers for help, their responses were similar. Of course, Kyla stopped asking her co-workers for help. She learned to do everything by herself. In fact, she became very good at her job. In time, her co-workers began asking Kyla for help. One day, Kyla helped Susan. Susan understood everything that Kyla said. Not once did Susan say, "What?" or "I don't understand you." Kenny went to a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist had written many books. "How can I help you? What's your problem?" the psychiatrist asked. Kenny said, "I have only one problem, but it's a big one." I hate my life. I'm tired of living. I'm tired of everything. Nothing is fun. Everything is work. Getting out of bed is work. Peeling a banana is work. Blowing my nose is work. All I want to do is sleep. I want to sleep forever. I can't take it anymore. I want to check out. I want to end it all. Maybe you can help me. The psychiatrist asked, "Help you what?" Kenny said, "Help me check out. Don't you understand? Am I being unclear? I wish I was dead. I wish I was dead. I wish I was dead." The psychiatrist corrected him. "I wish I were dead," he said. "You too?" Kenny asked. They were in Little Italy, near Chinatown. "I am starving," Meg said. She wanted to try an Italian dish. Aaron said, "You might not like it." She said, "That's okay. If I don't, you can eat it." They stopped at a busy corner restaurant. "This one must be good. It's crowded," she said. He agreed. They sat at a table. The waiter came by. "I want what she's eating," Meg said. She pointed to a nearby customer. The waiter said, "That's lasagna. It's the lunch special for $9, but the special price ended 10 minutes ago." Meg said that was okay. The waiter brought the lasagna minutes later. She took one bite. "Ugh," she said. She gave it to Aaron. He finished the special. "That was so bland," he said. "It was overpriced at $9. The waiter brought the bill. It was $18. "Let's go to Chinatown," Meg said. "I'm starvin'." St. Peter greeted Justin at the pearly gates. St. Peter said, "Welcome to heaven. I'm St. Peter. Your name, sir?" Justin asked, "My name? Don't you know my name? I thought you people knew everything and everyone." St. Peter said, "We do, but sometimes new arrivals are dazed. We call it death lag." Justin said, "My name is Justin Porter." St. Peter said, "That's correct. Do you remember dying?" Justin didn't. St. Peter said, "Two children were playing near the edge of the subway platform. The boy accidentally pushed his sister onto the tracks. The Q train was rapidly approaching, yet you jumped down onto the tracks. You lifted the girl up onto the platform. The train hit you. An angel brought you straight to heaven. In heaven, everyone's cup of happiness is full, but some cups are bigger than others. Your cup is one of the biggest of all." One punch, Paulie was the world's greatest boxer. With either hand he had the world's most powerful punch, said his trainer. "I saw him punch a Manhattan phone book. It was 4 inches thick. After Paulie's punch, it was 1 inch thick." Paulie weighed only 168 pounds, but 20 years ago he was the champion of 4 weight divisions. He was the champion of the super middleweight, light heavyweight, cruiserweight, and heavyweight divisions. He threw exactly 1 punch per fight. He always waited until the right moment. Then he threw his right, or his left. It didn't matter. 1 punch, 1 knockout. Each opponent was carried straight to the hospital. They all retired from boxing when they got out of the hospital. Paulie retired after just 4 professional fights. He was only 21, but after he had put the heavyweight champ into the hospital, nobody else wanted to fight Paulie. Jason wanted to buy a Soleus space heater. It is quiet, it produces a lot of heat. Amazon.com was selling it for only $40. But next day shipping cost $20. For $46, the heater was also at Office Depot. Jason walked over to Office Depot. A worker said, "It isn't in stock, but we can order it. You'll get it tomorrow." The worker's name was David. Under his name tag was another tag. It said, "In training." Jason said, "That's great, but how much for shipping?" David said, "It's free." Jason paid for the heater. At 4 p.m. the next day, he called Office Depot. "Where's my heater?" he asked. He gave the representative his order number. "Your heater will arrive between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. Tuesday," the rep said. Jason said, "Tuesday? Today's Friday. They told me it would arrive today." The rep said, "I'm sorry, they misinformed you." Kathy had a dream. In the dream, her dead grandma said, "Help me, my grave is soaking wet." Kathy said, "But I'm in America. Where's Daddy? He lives near your grave. Can't he help you?" Grandma said, "I asked him, but you know your Daddy. He never listened to me when I was alive, so of course he ignores me when I'm dead." You're the only one I can count on." Kathy thought, "I must help Grandma." She flew back to her home country. She went straight to Grandma's grave. An animal had been digging holes everywhere. Kathy hired someone to repair the grave. She visited her dad for a couple of days. Then she went back to look at Grandma's grave again. It looked as good as new. Kathy flew back to New York City. That night, Grandma came to her in another dream. "Thank you, darling," Grandma said. She brought home a small white bag. "Surprise," she said. He asked, "What's in the bag?" She said, "You'll never know until you open it." He said, "I was joking. I already know what's in it. I recognize that white bag. You were at Levan's on 74th Street. Their big fat cookies come in that bag." "Did you get the chocolate chip or the oatmeal raisin? I hope you got both." She said, "No, I didn't. The last time I got both, you complained. You ate both cookies after dinner. Then you said that you were going to burst. You said never to bring home more than one cookie again." He said, "You're right. It's hard to eat just one." She said, "Well, there's only one. Do you mind if I share it with you?" He said, "Of course not. You split it in half. I'll get us some milk." Maury said, "A 33-year-old Brooklyn woman has been eating pizza since she was 2 years old." Diane asked, "What's so unusual about that? Everyone loves pizza. I've been eating pizza for almost 25 years myself." Maury asked, "Do you eat anything else?" Diane asked, "What do you mean?" Maury asked, "Do you eat anything besides pizza?" Diane said, "Well, of course I eat things besides pizza. Nobody eats just pizza." Maury said, "Well, that's why this newspaper article is so interesting. This woman eats only pizza. She has eaten nothing else since she was 2. Diane said, "Get out of here. Nobody can eat just pizza for 31 years. Maury said, "She says she never even thinks about eating other food." Diane asked, "What kind of parents did she have? Who lets a 2-year-old eat only pizza?" Maury said, "I'll tell you who. Her parents probably owned a pizza place." The lottery jackpot was almost $100 million. Chris rarely played because the chance of winning is about 1 in 170 million. That's not even worth a penny bet, Chris thought. But just for the heck of it, he bought a lottery ticket. That night he checked the winning numbers online. His ticket was a winner. He couldn't believe it. He'd never won anything. He took the lump sum payment. After taxes on $50 million, he put $35 million in his bank account. He sent his brother Sal a check for $1 million. Sal couldn't believe it. He called Chris up. "Thank you so much. This is so much money. You must have won the lottery." Chris said, "Yes, the $100 million prize was worth $30 million take home. Isn't that great?" Sal said, "Wait a minute. You took home $30 million, and you sent me, your only kin, just $1 million? Tim, 11, could read the minds of the family's 2 cats. "I know when they're happy," he told his sister Ellen. "I know when they're sad. I know when they're hungry. I know when they're thirsty." Ellen, 9, said, "First of all, cats aren't happy or sad. They're not dogs. Dogs are happy or sad. Cats are just there. Second, you can't just look at a cat and know if it's hungry or thirsty. You only know it's hungry if you see it eating. You only know it's thirsty if you see it drinking." Tim said, "Oh yeah? Watch this. The cats are hungry now. I can read their minds." He opened a can of cat food. Both cats heard the sound of the electric can opener. They came running. Tim put the food into their dishes. The cats started eating. Tim smirked at his sister. She rolled her eyes. Life was hard. Life was tough. John had no family. He had no friends. He had no future. He had given up. In the last month he had probably said, "I wish I was dead," 1,000 times a day. Sometimes he would repeat the words for 5 minutes at a time. All he thought about was death. When he saw a rope, he thought about hanging himself. When he saw a knife, he thought about stabbing himself. He went to the beach. He looked at the ocean. He thought about drowning himself. He walked along the beach. He found an old, slimy green bottle. He picked it up. There was a cork in it. He pulled out the cork.
Maybe the fumes will kill me, he thought. Instead, a genie appeared. I will grant you any wish, the genie said. I wish I was dead, John said out of habit. New York State banned the sale of synthetic marijuana today. New York stores have sold the fake pot for about 3 years. The state will fine anyone who continues to sell the product. Stores marketed it as incense. The brand names included Spice and K2. Chemists create fake pot. Users smoke it. Some users have become ill. They've gotten dizzy, they've vomited, they've gotten high blood pressure. Some users have hallucinated, some have had seizures. Not one user in America has died. We must remove this drug from the stores and streets, said a New York politician. We must protect our citizens from harmful drugs like this. A reporter asked, what about cigarettes? They're harmful. They cause lung cancer. Lung cancer kills more than 2,000 American smokers every week. The politician said, we are doing something about cigarettes. We tax them. A pack now costs $12. What more can we do? The lottery jackpot was over $400 million. Mary and 14 co-workers at a McDonald's pooled their money. Mary bought 61 tickets with the money. She made copies of the tickets. She gave a copy to each co-worker. The lottery numbers were drawn. One of their tickets hit the jackpot. It was worth over $150 million after taxes. That's $10 million for each of us, said one co-worker. Where's the winning ticket? He asked Mary. Mary said she had lost the ticket. Then she said that she had hidden the ticket in McDonald's. Then she said that it was her ticket, not the group's ticket. I found $1 on the restaurant floor. It was a lucky dollar. I bought my lucky ticket with my lucky dollar, she told the co-worker. Then she hired a lawyer. Her lawyer held a press conference. Why is everyone upset? He asked. It's only money. A high school in Ohio had poor attendance. I've got an idea, said an English teacher at a teachers' meeting. Most of our students are poor. Let's pay them to attend school. Most of the other teachers agreed. They applauded. The principal laughed. Pay them? They're already getting a free education. Their education will help them get good jobs. Their education will help them get college degrees. Most of them get free lunches, too. Aren't we doing enough? The teacher said, no, we aren't. I presented this idea to my students. They said they will come to school every day if we pay them. The principal said, let me think about this. The next week he held another teachers' meeting. We're going to pay students to come to school, he said. Most of the teachers applauded. The money is coming out of your salaries, he added. The teachers were silent. He wanted to create the world's most delicious candy bar. He bought a candy bar factory. He experimented with many different ingredients. He created batch after batch of experimental candy. One day he created a superb batch. He shared it with his family and friends. They loved it. He needed a name. His wife suggested One Bite. She said, 1 bite and you're hooked. He advertised 1 bite on TV. Everybody loved 1 bite. People stopped eating all the other candy bars. The other candy bar factories went out of business. He couldn't keep up with the demand. He bought another factory. Then he bought more factories. 1 bite became the only candy bar sold in the world. You must be so happy with your success, his wife said. He said, yes, I am, but now I want to do something else. I want to create the most popular soft drink in the world. The doorbell rang. He opened the door. His wife stood there. She held a brown grocery bag in each hand. The groceries were from Whole Foods on 7th Avenue. She walked into the apartment. She put the bags down. He carried the bags to the refrigerator. Each bag felt almost as heavy as a bowling ball. Holy moly, he said. Honey, stop carrying so much food. Do you want a bad back like mine? Just buy half this much in the future. She said, buy half as much? Then I have to make 2 trips. 2 trips take twice as much time. I'm trying to make money so we can buy our own condo. It's going to take me 10 years to make that money. If I carry just 1 bag, it will take me 20 years. In 20 years, we might both be dead. He put the groceries away.
Half of America's adults drink alcohol, said Zach at a news conference. He was promoting his new medication. Every day some of them drink too much. They get headaches and stomach aches. They throw up. That's because they have hangovers. There are many hangover cures out there, but none of them work. Oh, some of them seem to work sometimes. People swear by things like eggs, buttermilk, tomato juice, and coffee. However, the only thing that always works for everyone is time. Until now, that is. I did a lot of research. I did a lot of experiments. I have come up with a hangover cure. I call it Hangover Helper. It costs only $80. We hook you up to an IV. A solution of vitamins goes directly into your bloodstream. In just 30 minutes, I guarantee your hangover will be over. You'll be ready to drink again in no time. William was in his first wheelchair race. There were 5 other contestants. The age group was 12 to 15. William rolled up to the starting line. He was in the number 1 lane. He said hello to the boy on his right. He was in the number 2 lane. William asked, "Is this your first race?" The boy said yes. William asked, "Did you train for this race?" The boy said, "Train? Who cares about training? I don't care if I win or lose. I'm just out here to meet other boys like me. Maybe I can make a new friend. I don't have any friends in wheelchairs. I have a few friends, but they have 2 good legs. Sometimes I feel like I'm a burden to them." William said, "I feel that way too. Maybe we can be friends." The race hadn't even started, but William already felt like a winner. More than a dozen policemen were at 6th Avenue and 33rd Street. They were between J.C. Penney and Macy's. Most were on bicycles. 6th Avenue is one way north. A traffic light is at 33rd Street. Policemen were pulling over bicyclists by the handful. Jeremy asked a policeman, "What are you writing tickets for?" The policeman said, "The usual violations, running red lights, riding against traffic, riding on the sidewalk, not having bells. Some bikers think the rules don't apply to them. We're giving them a wake-up call." Jeremy asked how much a ticket cost. The policeman told him. Jeremy said, "Well, $30 isn't too bad, is it?" The policeman said, "I didn't say $30, I said $130. As the policeman talked, Jeremy watched a biker riding past. He was very tall and was riding very slow. He rode south right past 5 policemen writing tickets. He disappeared down 6th Avenue. Samantha and Ira bumped into each other on the sidewalk. Ira apologized. No, I apologize," said Samantha. Ira said, "Believe me, it's not your fault. I'm always bumping into things or people. I'm blind." Samantha said, "You're blind? Guess what? I'm blind too. I've never bumped into a blind person before." "How long have you been blind?" Ira said, "I lost my sight last year. I had a skateboarding accident." Samantha said, "I'm sorry to hear that. How old are you?" Ira said he was 15. Samantha said she was 16. She said she was born blind. Ira said, "You were born blind? Then you've never seen anything. You've never seen yourself. You've never seen the sky. But you know what? You're lucky. You don't know what you're missing." Samantha said, "No, you're the lucky one. You at least have seen people and things. You have those wonderful memories." Sandy wanted to pitch in the major leagues. His college coach said, "You need a new pitch. You need to keep batters guessing. Learn how to throw a knuckleball." Sandy learned how to throw a killer knuckleball. In his senior year, he had 9 wins and 2 losses. The Yankees signed him. Sandy's knuckleball was a thing of beauty. It zigged, it zagged, it went up, it went down, it went right, it went left, it slowed down, it sped up. Batters either swung at it or looked at it. They never hit it. His knuckleball made many batters look silly. One batter swung at a pitch that went behind him. Another batter swung 3 times at one pitch. The umpire called him out. Sandy retired after 15 years. In his last game, batters hit his knuckleball 8 times. Sandy said, "My knuckleball doesn't dance anymore. I'm not pitching anymore." "Did you hear?" Andy asked. Donna asked, "Did I hear what?" Andy said, "Ground beef contains pink slime." I don't know what pink slime is, but it sounds bad. Donna said, I'll tell you what pink slime is. It's trimmings from the cows. They used to put it into dog food. Then some guy figured out how to process it. He added ammonia to kill the bacteria. That way the slime was fit for humans. He sold it to beef processors. They added it to ground beef. The slime made the beef cheaper. Pink slime has been around for years. It won't make you sick. It just sounds yucky. Andy said, I bet it looks yucky too. Well, no more ground beef for me. I don't care if it is fit for humans. I wonder what else I've been eating all these years. Donna said, you don't want to know. Wade, 12, was in a corner market. He looked around. He couldn't see anybody. He slipped a candy bar into his jacket pocket. It was a Butterfinger. He loved Butterfingers. He looked around again. The coast was clear. He walked past the clerk. He walked toward the front door. The clerk said, Stop, please. Wade ignored the clerk. The clerk shouted, Stop or I'll call the police. Wade stopped. He walked back to the clerk. The clerk said, Do you see that mirror? Wade looked up near the ceiling. There was a big convex mirror. The candy bar section was reflected in the mirror. The clerk had seen everything. Give me the candy bar, the clerk said. Wade dug it out of his pocket. He gave it to the clerk. Shame on you, the clerk said. Wade said, It's just a candy bar. The clerk said, Get out of here. Jimmy was on a mountain road. He came to a T. He slowed down and turned right. He didn't see the gravel on the road. His motorcycle went out from under him. He landed hard. He got up. His right leg couldn't bear any weight. A man driving a pickup pulled over. Are you okay? He asked. Jimmy said, I think I broke my leg. Other people stopped. They helped the pickup driver load the bike into his pickup. The driver said, I'll take you home. Where do you live? Jimmy lived 10 miles from the driver's apartment. The driver took Jimmy home. A neighbor helped the driver roll the bike into Jimmy's garage. The driver took Jimmy to the nearby hospital. Jimmy said, I can't thank you enough. Here's $120 for your trouble. The driver refused the money. I can't accept money just for helping someone out, he said. Neil saw an interesting Craigslist ad. It said, MasterCard auditions, no experience necessary, 18 to 65. Maybe I can become an actor, Neil thought. Several days later he went to Pearl Studios on 8th Avenue. He went into a room on the 4th floor. About 25 people were sitting quietly in folding chairs. Neil signed in on the roll sheet. He grabbed a paper slip that said mail. He took a seat. He memorized the lines on the paper slip. A woman entered the room an hour later. She called his name. She directed him to another room. A woman sat behind a table. Please say your lines. Pretend you're talking to a policeman about your friend, she said. Don't be nervous, Neil told himself. He recited the lines, nervously. She said, Thank you. He left. He wasn't nervous anymore. He was angry. He was angry because he had gotten nervous. She looked at the TV. Square yellow notes were taped to it. She looked at the notes. One said, Take her out regularly. Another said, Listen to her. Another said, Don't argue with her. Another said, Support her. Another said, Help her without being asked. She looked at him. He was sitting at his desk. What are all these notes for? She asked. They're reminders, he said. I can't look at the TV without seeing the notes. I read the notes during the commercials sometimes. They remind me of what I'm supposed to do. She tore all the notes off the TV. She threw them in the trash. Hey, what are you doing? He asked. She said, You need notes? You need to post notes on the TV? You shouldn't have to remind yourself of these sentiments. They should be a part of you. They should be in your heart. He was in the laundry room of the apartment building. A female worker was mopping the floor. He said, I can't believe how empty the laundry room is. I was able to wash 6 loads at once. She said, Yes, almost all the washers are empty, and nobody left any clothes in the dryers overnight. He asked, People do that? She said, All the time. When we find abandoned clothes, we put them on the shelf over there. We let them sit there for a week. If nobody claims them, we throw them out. He asked, "How often does that happen?" She said, "Almost every week. It's hard to believe, isn't it? How can someone forget their clothes?" He said, "Especially just washed clothes. Do you ever see clothes worth keeping?" She said, "Not yet, but if I do, I'll take them home. That'll be a small bonus for working here." Jerry had a son. He named him John. Jerry didn't want John to be the best. He didn't even want John to be better. He wanted John just to be average. That way our boy won't get hurt. You get hurt if you try to climb too high. It's safer to be part of the crowd, Jerry told his wife. John went to a public school. He was an average student. When John got straight C's in school, Jerry said, "That's my boy." John graduated from high school. He got an average job. He made an average salary. He married an average girl. He lived an average life. At his dad's deathbed, John said, "Dad, I never let you down. How could I? You wanted average, and you got average. You never pushed me to excel. You never pushed me to reach for the stars. What might I have been?" The doctor said, "You have high cholesterol. You are pre-diabetic. We don't want you to become diabetic. Start drinking black coffee. Eat brown rice instead of white rice. Eat less meat and more fish. Knock off all desserts. Eat more vegetables and fruits. Eat less of everything. You need to lose at least 15 pounds. Exercise more. Use the stairs." Emily said, "But doctor, I'm in real estate here in Manhattan. I already use the stairs and walk-ups almost every day." He said, "Great. I'll see you again in 3 months." She went home. She told her husband the bad news. "Pre-diabetic," he said. "How can that be? You eat right, you climb stairs daily, you have no family history. It doesn't make sense." She said, "I know why. You call me sugar all the time, that's why. Stop calling me sugar, and don't call me honey or sweetie either." His old van was parked on Fifth Avenue. He was a street vendor. He brought a tiny sewing machine out of his van. "This is 100 years old," he said. "It works great. It's manually powered. I'll never sell it." His sidewalk stand was next to his van. A sign said, "We sell old stuff only." Under an awning were cardboard boxes. They contained hundreds of old maps. "I've done this forever, but now it's ending," he said. "I can't afford gas for my van. I can't afford my rent in Brooklyn. A friend of mine lives in Vermont. She said I could stay with her for a while, so I'm moving up there when summer ends. I'll be starting a new life at the age of 65. Life is something else, isn't it? You just never know. You never know where it'll take you. You never know how it'll end." She was sitting in Washington Square Park. She was young and pretty. The huge arch was to her right. The fountain was to her left. It was a warm, sunny Saturday. 2 empty beach chairs and a sign were next to her. The sign said, "Willing to listen." Earl walked over. "I have 2 questions. 1, does this cost anything? 2, what's the point?" She said, "First, it's free. Second, people like to talk. They like to talk about themselves, their lives, and their problems. That's what I'm here for. I listen to them talk. When they finish, they leave. They feel better after they talk. I feel better after I listen. I never try to solve their problems. I never give advice. I never listen to rants about religion, politics, or conspiracies. But I listen to everything else. I've been doing this for 8 years when the weather's nice." He was standing at the sink. He had a Fuji apple in his hand. He was digging at the apple with his fingernail. He was mumbling. "What is your problem?" his wife asked. He said, "What's my problem? Who invented these stupid stickers? Who decided to put stickers on fruit? Why are these stickers so hard to peel off? Eating fruit should be a pleasure, but these stickers ruin the pleasure. Fruit didn't used to have stickers, you know. Those were the days. We just washed an apple and ate it. Now we have to peel the sticker off before we can wash it. Why aren't Americans revolting? Who sticks these stickers on fruit? Is that a real job?
Or have they modified all fruit so stickers grow on them naturally? His wife said, "Stop complaining. Be glad there isn't a sticker on each one of your red seedless grapes." It was winter. His apartment was cold. He needed pajama bottoms to wear over his boxer shorts. He went to Conway's on 34th Street. They always had great deals on clothes. He found some bottoms for only $4. What a deal. They looked okay. He paid for them. He went home. His apartment had a lot of natural light. He examined them. He noticed a purple stain on the inside of the waistband. Where'd this come from, he wondered. Then he saw 2 more purple stains on the inside of the seat. Then he saw a hole in the crotch. Did somebody wear these and return them, he wondered. But the original tag was still on the pajama bottoms. He didn't even try them on. He took them back to Conway's. He got his money back. He wore an old pair of jogging pants for the rest of the winter. He went to an annual bicycle show. It was on Hudson Street in the Skylight, Soho. He had never been there. It sounded like a nice place, bright with lots of natural light, he thought. He went on a sunny Sunday morning. The Skylight Soho was a red brick building. It was about 30 feet tall. He didn't see one window. It looked like a warehouse. He went inside. He paid $20. He went into the main hall. About 60 exhibitors were inside. Bright lights illuminated the hall. Where's all the natural light, he wondered. He looked up. There were 5 big skylights. Paint completely covered 4 of them. Paint covered 80% of the 5th one. What a joke, he thought. How can they call this the Skylight Soho? Would you call a table with no legs a table? They should call it the Windowless Warehouse Soho, he thought. 2 harmless cheetahs attacked Hannah, a 60-year-old woman. She was posing with the cats in a game park. The cats didn't seem to mind. Park officials didn't mind. Her husband was taking pictures. A little girl was standing nearby. Suddenly, one cheetah attacked the little girl. Hannah tried to protect her. Both cheetahs turned on Hannah. They clawed her. One tried to put her head in its mouth. Her husband didn't try to save her. He continued to take pictures. Hannah played dead. Moments later, a park official arrived. He had a big stick. He used the stick to chase the cats away. An ambulance took Hannah to the hospital. Doctors treated her injuries. They released her. Her husband posted all the pictures online. A park official said, "We thought these cats were harmless." They had never attacked anyone before. Hannah forgave her husband. "He's old, you know," she said. She won the jackpot. Her lottery ticket was worth $32 million after taxes. She presented the ticket to lottery officials. They asked her to sign it. She was too nervous to sign it. She asked her son, 40, to sign it for her. He didn't sign her name to the ticket. He signed his name. He then collected the $32 million. He bought 4 houses for himself. He bought 10 cars for himself. He bought his mom a new car. He moved her into one of his new houses. He gave her $125,000. He invested the rest of the millions in stocks. He said, "Mom doesn't know how to manage millions of dollars. I'm protecting her from herself. I'm protecting her from con artists." Mom said, "Shame on him. It's my money to spend as I like. I thought I raised him better than this. I'll see him in court." Sean went to the bicycle show in Soho. There were about 60 exhibitors. There were bikes and bike locks. There were bike clothes and bike lights. There were bike helmets and bike gears. One exhibit was for Iriday bikes. Sean said, "That's a great name for a bike. I ride." The exhibitor said, "It's pronounced Iriday, not I ride. Iriday is Italian for iris." Sean said, "Who knew?" "Well, they ought to call it I ride. It's easier to pronounce." He visited a bicycle painter. He asked, "Do you paint bicycles or do you paint pictures of bicycles?" She said, "I paint pictures of bicycles. People send me photos of their bikes. I've been doing this for over 10 years. I also create bike earrings and bike coloring books." He saw a Mini Cooper. There were Cooper bikes next to it.
Cooper makes bikes too, he thought. Who knew? He is 60 years old. He rode his first motorcycle when he was 13. Since then, he's owned about 20 motorcycles. He's had about 10 accidents. Some of the accidents put him in the hospital. His wife worries about him. I wish you would sell your motorcycle, she often says. Play golf, go bowling, find a safe hobby. He ignores her. I was born to ride, he often says. Last month he went for a ride. He went through a curve too fast. He crashed into a mountainside. An ambulance took him to the hospital. His arm and leg were broken. His wife had to care for him at home. Her sister said, "Your husband is very selfish. He doesn't care that you worry about him. He doesn't care that he might get paralyzed or killed. He only cares about riding his motorcycle. You should have left him years ago." It was midnight. No other cars were on the two-lane road. She saw headlights far behind her. They got closer. Suddenly she saw red lights. She heard a siren. She couldn't believe it. She hadn't been speeding. She hadn't been weaving. Why was a policeman pulling her over? More important, was he a real policeman or a fake policeman? A week ago, someone had murdered a driver on this very road. It had happened late at night. The driver had been shot. TV news reporters suspected a fake policeman. She didn't pull over. She tried to dial 911. Her phone battery was dead. She kept driving. The car kept following her. The lights kept flashing. The siren kept blaring. She came to a 24-hour gas station. She pulled in. The car kept going. Was it a police car or not? She couldn't tell. She asked the clerk to dial 911. Bo is 3 years old. He's a beagle. He is Jason's pride and joy. Jason said, "I love Bo like he's my son." I know that sounds crazy. But if you met him, you'd love him too. He has these big floppy ears. He snores when he sleeps. He chases his tail. He licks my face like it's an ice cream cone. He's so much fun. And he loves me like I'm his dad. Jason's ex-girlfriend is Jenny. Jenny and Jason raised Bo together. Jenny loves Bo too. In fact, she picked him out at the animal shelter. She says that she is Bo's mom. Jason broke up with Jenny last month. Jenny moved to Queens. She took Bo with her. Jason wants his son back. He is suing Jenny. Jenny said, "Bo and I are a package deal. If Jason wants Bo back, he has to take me back." She was a real estate salesperson. An apartment was newly available on the Upper East Side. She went to 91st Street to preview the new listing. She used a key to open the building door. She walked up to the second floor. She had a sensitive nose. She smelled something. It smelled like a dead something. She walked up to the third floor. The smell was worse. She took a tissue out of her purse. She held it over her nose. She walked up to the fourth floor. The smell was foul. How do people live here, she wondered. She debated whether to continue upstairs. She squeezed her nostrils together. She breathed through her mouth. She walked slowly up to the fifth floor. The smell was nauseating. She opened the door to apartment 5B. She almost vomited. She hurried downstairs. She went outside. She took deep breaths of fresh air. Ray was at the 99-cent store on 32nd Street. He was third in line. He was behind two men. That was good. Men usually paid with cash. They usually bought only a few items at a time. But the man at the head of the line was taking forever. Ray looked hopefully at the other lines, but at least 3 people were in every line. Ray finally made it to the front of the line. He already had $2 bills in his hand. The clerk rang up $2.58. Ray had coins in his pocket. He started digging for coins. Then he heard, "Can you hurry it up? People are waiting in line here." He turned around. The third person behind him was a bald man. Ray said, "Excuse me, sir. I waited to get here. Now you can wait to get here." Ray continued digging out his coins. The annual food festival near Madison Square Park occurs each May. About 30 vendors participate. Huge, colorful umbrellas stand over 40 small, round tables. Jack and Betty decided to visit the festival. It was 8:30 p.m. "It should be fun and delicious. I just hope it's still open," Betty said. They walked to the festival. They visited each booth. They read each menu. They walked around the tables. They looked at what people were eating. Betty saw something she liked. She said to the diner, "Excuse me, that looks delicious. Can you tell me what it is? What booth did you get it from?" The diner told her. Betty went over to that booth. She asked for that dish. The cook said, "I'm sorry, but we're out of that dish. In fact, we're getting ready to close down. We'll have plenty tomorrow, though. Just try to be here before 8:30. "Mommy, I have to pee," said Sandra. They had left their apartment 30 minutes ago. Mom said, "Honey, didn't you pee before we left home?" Sandra said no, because she didn't have to. Mom asked her if she could wait a few minutes. "How many minutes is a few?" Sandra asked. Mom said a few was just a couple. Sandra said, "A couple is 2. I can wait 2 minutes." They continued walking in Midtown Manhattan. "Mommy, I can't wait any longer," Sandra groaned. Mom said, "Just try to hold it, honey. There's a Starbucks around the corner." They entered the Starbucks. Luckily, the restroom was empty. Mom waited outside the restroom for Sandra to finish. Sandra finished. "Do you feel better now?" Mom asked. Sandra said yes. "That bathroom was so clean," she said. "I'm going to use the bathroom at Starbucks all the time when I grow up." The teacher gave the students coloring books. She gave the students crayons. Mason opened his coloring book. He found a picture of a bike. He loved bikes, but he didn't have one yet. His dad had said, "You'll get a bike when you're 7. Mason was counting the days. There were 355 days to go. He had told his dad, "I want a red bike." Mason colored the bike. He colored everything red. The frame and seat were red. The chain and handlebar were red. The tires and spokes were red. The pedals were red. He showed his picture to the teacher. She said, "That's very nice, Mason." He showed his picture to Sophia. She laughed. "Everything is red," she said. "They don't make bikes like that." Mason said, "Maybe they don't, but I will. I'll use red paint and red tape. I'll have the reddest bike in the world." 2 bank robbers were talking. "You know," said Jesse, "we used to write, 'This is a stick-up' on a piece of paper. Then the bank teller gave us the money. But times have changed. We should use modern technology. For our next job, you give the teller your cell phone. I'll be on the other end of the line. I'll tell the teller it's a stick-up. You don't have to say nothing." A week later, Clyde walked into a Brooklyn bank. He wore a hoodie. He handed his phone to the teller. Jesse told the teller, "This is a stick-up." The teller gave Clyde bags of money. Clyde walked out of the bank. He got into Jesse's car. Jesse drove off. "We did it. We're now the original cell phone bank robbers," Jesse said. He laughed. Frowning, Clyde said, I forgot my cell phone." Seconds later, Jesse's phone rang. The restaurant was on West 31st Street. They sat down at an outside table. They hadn't eaten there before. A waiter came. He brought 2 menus. He left. They looked at the menus. Scott saw dried-out food on his menu. He frowned. The waiter returned with 2 glasses of water. His fingers were on the rims of both glasses. He left. Scott said, "Did you see that? His fingers were all over the glasses. Look, I can see his fingerprints." Mary said, "Ask the waiter to bring us 2 more glasses." Scott said, "But he'll ask why." She said, "Tell him the water tastes bad." He said, "But he'll bring us more of the same." Matt was walking on the sidewalk next to Bryant Park. A woman stopped him. "Would you like a free book?" she asked. Matt asked, "What kind of book?" It was the New Testament. Matt asked, "Do I have to give you a donation?" She said no. He said, "I'm not very religious." She said, "That's okay. All we hope is that you read the book. Maybe it will help you." Matt asked, "Do I look like I need help?" She said, "We all need help, don't we? You're a lucky man if you don't need help." Matt said, "Well, I do need help, but I don't think I'll find help in that book." She said, "You'll never know if you don't read it." Matt took the book. She asked, "Would you like me to pray for you?" That's creepy, Matt thought. He said, "No thanks, I can pray for myself." Facebook's initial public offering was May 18th. CNBC was covering the event live. Ian went online at 11 a.m. Shares were selling at $39 each. He decided to gamble his entire savings of $5,000. He placed a market order to buy 128 shares. He waited for the order to fill. Then he remembered something. If the share price increased, he would have to pay the higher price. There is no maximum price per share for a market order. He should have placed a limit order. A limit order sets a maximum price per share. He clicked on a button to cancel his order. His computer screen displayed "Cancel Pending." He called his stockbroker. The representative listened to Ian's problem. She said, "If your order fills first, the cancel won't apply. If the share price doubles later today, you might owe another $5,000. Next time use a limit order. Good luck." Gus was a wealthy man. He owned corporations, buildings, ships, and planes. He owned land and 3 islands. He had 2 children, both sons. He loved Sam. He tolerated Earl. Earl was a lazy worker. Sam was a hard worker. Gus did not want to split his fortune equally with his sons. He decided to will Sam 90% and Earl 10% of his fortune. When Gus finally died, he was worth $100 billion. Sam got 90% of Gus's fortune. Earl got 10%. Earl was upset. "This isn't fair," he told his brother. "We're both his sons. Why should you get so much and I so little?" Sam said, "So little? You have $10 billion in cash and assets. Most people would love to be in your shoes. Stop feeling sorry for yourself. If you want $90 billion, use your cash, assets, and brains to make it." The woman yelled at him. "You're going the wrong way," she yelled. "Why don't you obey the rules?" She was pretty. He stopped. He got off his bike. He said, "I was just trying to save time." She said, "Well, you won't be saving time if you injure someone. In fact, a collision might injure you too. A collision might damage your bike. The police might question you. You might end up in the hospital. You might spend days in the hospital. Your bike might end up in a repair shop. The victim might sue you. You might end up in court. You might spend days in court. All of these things will take time, a lot of time. They will cost money, too. They might cost you an arm and a leg. Bike accidents happen daily in Manhattan. Do you want to be next?" He asked, "Are you single?" They were walking toward the elevator. He was sucking on a paper clip. They got to the elevator. He pushed the down button. They waited. He decided to throw out the paper clip, but no trash can was nearby. He didn't want to throw the paper clip on the floor. The elevator door opened. He dropped the paper clip down the elevator shaft. His wife said, "What are you doing? The elevator shaft isn't a trash can. It's part of the elevator system. Maybe that paper clip will land in the motor. Maybe the motor will burn out. Maybe we'll crash to the floor." She walked out of the elevator. He followed her. "What are you doing?" he asked. She said, "I'm taking the stairs, and so are you." They returned home later that day. A sign on the elevator said, "Please use stairs." She said, "I hope nobody died." She said, "Let's do our school project about bikers breaking rules." He agreed. They took notepads to Union Square. They watched and waited. They put check marks next to each violation. After 2 hours, they went home. They counted their check marks. 45 bikers went through red lights. 50 bikers traveled against traffic. 20 bikers rode on the sidewalk. 30 bikers rode through crosswalks while pedestrians were using the crosswalks. 5 bikers rode with no hands. 10 bikes had no bells. "We need to go out tonight," she said. "We need to count the bikes without headlights and taillights." He said, "I'm sure we'll see plenty. Too many riders think the city lights are bright enough. They think everyone can see them. But the biggest problem isn't even a rule violation. More than half the riders don't wear helmets. They don't appreciate how their skulls can crack like an eggshell. 1 year of practice was all he needed. He practiced bowling for a year. Then he entered a pro tournament. He bowled 300 games for a perfect 900 series. He did that 6 times against 6 competitors. He won the tournament. He practiced pitching a baseball for a year. He joined the New York Yankees. He pitched a perfect game against the Boston Red Sox. He struck out every batter on just 3 pitches. He practiced tennis for a year. He entered a pro tournament. Nobody could return his serves or volleys. He won the tournament. He practiced golf for a year. He qualified for the U.S. Open. He birdied all 72 holes in the U.S. Open. He won the Open by 70 strokes. He retired from all 4 sports. Asked why, he said, "I believe in giving back. I'm going to write a book called Practice Makes Perfect." He turned on his TV. The price for Facebook was hovering at $39 a share. He placed a market order online for 128 shares. Then he realized he had made a mistake. He should have placed a limit order. A market order could fill at any price. A limit order could fill at a price no higher than his limit price. The order hadn't filled yet. He tried to cancel his order. It didn't cancel. He called his stockbroker. In early spring, her eyes got itchy. He bought eye drops for her. He bought antihistamines for her. She took the antihistamines. They helped, but not completely. She didn't take the eye drops. "Why don't you try the drops?" he asked. She said she hated eye drops. He said, "But it takes only a few seconds to put drops in your eyes. The itching continues all day. Would you rather suffer all day or for just a few seconds?" She said, "Of course I'd rather suffer for just a few seconds, but not if it involves eye drops. I hate them." He asked, "But why? Did something bad happen the last time you used them?" She said, "No, nothing bad ever happened because I've never used them." He asked, "Well, how do you know you hate them if you've never used them?" She said, "Because I just know, that's how." She came home from work. Her son was loading up his car. She asked, "What are you doing?" He said, "I'm moving out." She said, "This is sort of sudden, isn't it?" He said he had been laid off that morning. She said, "Well, that's too bad. But you can find another job around here, can't you?" He said, "Mom, I grew up here. I went to school here. I've had a few jobs here. I think losing this job is a sign. It's telling me it's time. It's time to move on and move up. My future is elsewhere. I'm moving to the big city." She said, "Well, that sounds nice. Jacksonville is only 60 miles away. You can come home every weekend." He said, "Mom, when I say the big city, I don't mean Jacksonville, Florida. I mean New York City, New York." She couldn't stop the tears. It was Evan's first time to walk alone to the school bus stop. The bus stop was a block from his home. It was next to a bodega. A bodega worker saw Evan. He offered Evan, 6, a soda. He led Evan down into the basement. He choked him to death. He put his body into a plastic bag. He put the bag on the sidewalk with other bags. Garbage workers put the bag into the garbage truck. Evan's body disappeared forever. The worker moved out of Manhattan. He got married and had a little girl. He told a relative he had killed a boy. The relative eventually told the police. The police questioned the worker. He confessed to the crime. After 30 years, Evan's parents finally learned what had happened to him. "Why did he kill our little boy? What did Evan ever do to him?" asked his mom. Fleet Week occurs every May. 2 U.S. Navy ships were at Piers 90 and 92. Saturday afternoon, Herb walked by himself almost 30 blocks to the Intrepid Museum at 46th Street. He then joined the crowd walking north to 54th Street. Everyone was walking on the bike path. The southbound bikers had to ride in the northbound bikers' lane. Herb came to the 2 Navy ships. He admired them through the chain-link fence. Which one should I visit first, he wondered. He got up to 52nd Street. He saw a huge line to his left. It was the line of people waiting to visit the ships. The line was longer than a football field. There were 4 loops in the line. The line wasn't even moving. He was already tired from walking. He certainly wasn't going to stand in that long line. Maybe I'll come early tomorrow, he thought. Few diners were in the steak restaurant. Jody saw 2 tables that he liked. My friends and I are eating here Sunday. Which of these tables gets less foot traffic? He asked a worker. She said, that cabinet behind table 81 contains all the dishes and glasses. Table 73 is much quieter. Sunday, Jody and 3 friends went to the restaurant. 8 diners were at nearby table 74. 4 diners were at nearby table 72. A diner's purse sat on the floor beside table 74. Throughout dinner, the waiter and busboys edged their way past her purse. Throughout dinner, Jody felt one worker after another brush past his chair. He couldn't move his chair or the table out of the worker's way. Table 81 and tables near it were empty. Jody never saw one worker visit the cabinet. How was everything tonight? The waiter asked after dinner. Fine, Jody lied. Jerry had a long face. What's the problem? Asked Ben, his college roommate. This girl in my speech class won't go out with me, Jerry said. Ben asked, did she give you a reason? Jerry said no. Well, there could be several reasons, said Ben. Maybe she has a boyfriend. Maybe she's going for the dean's list. Maybe she doesn't like your looks. Maybe she doesn't like your personality. But I think I know the real reason. Jerry asked, what's that? Ben said, the same reason most people don't want you for a roommate. You smoke. Your clothes smell. Your breath smells. Your hair smells. You're infecting people with secondhand lung cancer. Who wants to date a guy like that? I'm sure she's a non-smoker. Forget about her. You need to find a girl who smokes. Jerry said, I did that once. Kissing her was like licking an ashtray. A vice president of a Manhattan bank needed an assistant. He told his secretary to put an ad on Craigslist. I want recent MBA graduates, he said. About 200 applicants responded to the detailed ad. The secretary made a list of the applicants. She organized them by sex, school, and languages spoken. She presented the list to her boss. He didn't even look at it. He said, as you know, I went to Drexel, so I'm partial to Drexel graduates. Of course, I can't put that in the ad. How many Drexel graduates are there? She said there were 9. I have a slightly jealous wife. I can't hire a woman, he said. His secretary said, there are 6 male Drexel graduates. He asked, how many speak Japanese? She said there were 2. He said, call them up. Find out if either of them plays golf. I'll interview the golfer. The Big Apple barbecue was at Madison Square Park. It occurs every June for one weekend. There were live musicians on a music stage. There were 2 beer gardens. There were ice cream floats and fried pies. But mostly there was meat, barbecued meat. There were almost 20 barbecue vendors. They sold baby back ribs. They sold smoked sausage. They sold pulled pork shoulder. They sold beef brisket. There were long lines at every vendor. A barbecue plate was only $8. What's beef brisket? Simon asked a vendor. She said, it's breast meat. It's boneless. You can order it fatty or lean. Simon ordered fatty brisket. He got 4 small pieces. No wonder it's only $8, he thought. But the meat was delicious. He threw the empty plate into one of the many trash cans. A woman standing nearby said, this trash can is the only place where there is no line. He peeled the orange. He separated all the sections. He put them on a plate. He took them to his wife. She took a bite. This orange is no good, she said. There's no juice. Where's the juice? He said, well, not all oranges are juicy, honey. Oranges are just like people. Some are beautiful and some are ugly. That's an ugly orange. I'll get you another one. She said, no, you eat this one. Then you'll appreciate how ugly it is. He said, no, I'll take your word for it. She said, no, if you eat it, you'll remember it. Then you'll be more careful about selecting them. He said, selecting them? What's to select? An orange is an orange. They all look the same. She said, no, they're not. They look the same, but they don't weigh the same. Compare them. The heavier ones are the juicier ones. Mickey got on the narrow wooden escalator at Macy's. He was going down. An old lady was on the step in front of him. A man and woman got on the steps right behind Mickey. The man started talking loudly. Mickey turned around to look at him. He didn't notice Mickey's glare. Mickey put up with the loud talking for 2 flights. At the 6th floor landing, he stood aside. He let the couple pass by. He got on the escalator step directly behind them. He pulled out his cell phone. He started talking loudly to nobody. They both looked at him. He ignored them. He continued talking loudly about nothing to nobody. The man stopped talking. The couple stood aside at the next landing. Mickey got on the escalator. Still talking, he turned around to see where they were. They were still on the landing, watching him go down. Nora walked from her 10th floor apartment to the elevator bank. The building had 6 elevators. She pushed the down elevator button. She waited. The bell rang and a red light lit up. She casually walked over to the farthest elevator, but the door was already closing. She had to stick her arm into the gap. The door reopened. She got into the elevator. Since when does the door close so quickly, she wondered. An old woman was in the elevator. She quickly pushed the close door button. Nora realized what had happened. The old woman was in a hurry. She had pushed the closed door button on the 10th floor. That's why the door had closed so quickly. Nora was annoyed. She pushed the button for floor 7. Just before the door opened, Nora pushed all the buttons for floors 6 through 2. Nora got out at the 7th floor. There was a huge dinner at the United Nations. The dinner honored Dr. Marco Marx. He was named the world's greatest doctor. The President of the United States presented him the award. "Why did he get that award?" asked Luke. Nancy said, "You don't know? He found a cure for heart disease. He found a cure for cancer. He found a cure for strokes. He found a cure for tuberculosis. He found a cure for malaria. He's trying to find a cure for diabetes. Millions of people are alive because of his work. He deserves hundreds of awards." But he doesn't want them. Award dinners interrupt his work. He works 16 hours a day. In 2013, they will finish building One World Trade Center. It's also known as the Freedom Tower. It will be the tallest building in Manhattan. "Tall schmall," said Hal. 10 years to build it. They built both twin towers in just 7 years. Those were beautiful buildings. Cheryl said, "Beautiful? Are you kidding? They were 2 tall rectangles. What's so beautiful about rectangles?" Hal said, "They were more than just rectangles. They had inner beauty. They were the heart of our city. Almost every film made in the city featured the towers. I miss them. Why didn't they just rebuild them? That would have shown the terrorists. They couldn't say, 'Look, we destroyed the Twin Towers.' Everyone would say, 'Excuse me, I still see the Twin Towers. You didn't destroy anything.'" Cheryl said, "Well, they destroyed thousands of people and their loving families." Hal said, "Yes, that can't be rebuilt." Robin did not buy Google when it went public. He had $20,000 in savings. But he was afraid. He didn't want to risk all his savings. Google's stock price almost tripled in the first year. Robin's $20,000 investment would have been worth almost $60,000. He has regretted his failure to invest ever since. Today, Google's stock price is more than 5 times the original price. Robin's $20,000 investment would be worth $100,000. He kicks himself for not investing. But he learned something. It's better to act than not act. Stock is like a pretty girl. If you like what you see, ask her out. If you don't ask, you might spend years wondering what if. So when Facebook went public, Robin invested all his savings. He was not going to repeat his Google mistake. Facebook's stock went south, but Robin doesn't regret his decision. At least he pulled the trigger. Stacy's BlackBerry stopped working properly. The trackball wouldn't scroll up. She took her phone to the Verizon store. A worker said, "You need a new phone. We'll send you one. Then we'll transfer your contacts to it." Several days later, Stacy took her old and new BlackBerries to Verizon. A worker tried to transfer Stacy's contacts. None transferred. He tried again. This time, some contacts transferred.
He tried again. This time there were many duplicate contacts. "This isn't working," said Stacy. The worker said, "Go to BlackBerry's website. Follow the instructions for backup and restore. That might work." That evening, Stacy spent 2 hours on her phone with a technician, but they weren't able to transfer her contacts. The next morning, Stacy returned to Verizon. She explained her problem to a worker. He said, "Let me try to clean the trackball." Minutes later, Stacy's old phone was working like new. Sandra went for her annual checkup. Her health insurance covered the entire cost. She didn't even have to pay a copay. After the exam, her doctor said, "You seem to be in good health. We'll just wait for the blood test results." A week later, her doctor's secretary called. "Can you come in next week?" she asked. When Sandra came in, Dr. Blake said, "Your cholesterol is high. You should eat less meat and more fish." Several weeks later, Sandra got a bill for the second office visit. Sandra called the office. She said, "Why did you charge me for the second office visit?" "Dr. Blake talked to me for less than 5 minutes. She could have just called me. Why did I have to come into the office? That's not fair." The secretary said, "I'm sorry you feel that way. Call your insurance company. Maybe they'll adjust the bill for you." He opened an email from ARP. It said, "Enter for a chance to collect $50,000 for retirement." That sounds easy, he thought. Of course, the chance was probably 1 in 10 million, but that's better than nothing, he thought. He clicked on the link. He clicked on, "I have read the official rules." He clicked on Get Started. The new link asked for his email address. It asked for a password. It asked for his name. It asked for his address. It asked for other information. He filled in all the blanks. His wife walked into the room. "What are you doing?" she asked. He said, "I'm entering a contest for $50,000. She said, "Why waste your time? Spend your time networking with others. Spend your time writing a book. Spend your time inventing something. You'll have a better chance of making $50,000, and you'll be prouder of doing so." Ross asked, "Do old people smell bad?" Sharon said, "They sure do. It's called decay." Ross laughed. He said, "No, it isn't. Decay happens to dead things. Old people aren't dead yet. They're still alive." Sharon said, "Okay, how about ripe instead of decay? Whatever you call it, I don't like to be near it." Ross said, "Well, a new study just came out. It says that old people don't smell bad at all. Researchers had old people sleep in T-shirts. They had middle-aged people sleep in T-shirts. They had teenagers sleep in T-shirts. Each person slept in the same T-shirt for 5 nights straight. Then the researchers collected all the T-shirts. They didn't wash them. They asked volunteers to smell the T-shirts. The volunteers said that the old people's T-shirts smelled the best. They said that their T-shirts actually smelled pleasant." Sharon said, "Pleasant? How old were the volunteers?" She was in Staples. She told the clerk behind the counter, "I need to order some Pilot red gel pens. You never have them in stock." Pointing, he said, "Okay, just go over to that computer. You can order them there." She said, "Please help me. I don't want to make any mistakes." He left the register. He met her over at the computer. He typed in all the information. He finished ordering the pens for her. He went back behind the counter to his register. She followed. She walked directly to his register. 4 people were in line at another register. One man said, "Excuse me, miss, the line is over here." She said, "I'm sorry, I was here already. You can ask him." The clerk said, "Sir, she's not cutting in line." She said, "But thank you for saying something. Every line needs a security guard like you." Bev was looking for an apartment to rent. Andy had asked Patty, "Will you please help me out? Show Bev some apartments. I'll split my commission with you." Patty agreed. She met Bev near Battery Park. Patty said hello. Bev was snooty. She said, "So you're Andy's little helper." Patty wasn't Andy's helper. In fact, she was Andy's senior. But she didn't correct Bev. They started walking to an apartment building. Patty said, "So you work at Citigroup?" She was just making small talk. Bev said, "Where I work is not your concern."
You are here just to show me apartments. If you can't remember that, I'll inform Andy." Patty stopped walking. Bev stopped too. Patty pulled out her cell phone. She called Andy. She said, "I'm downtown with Bev. You can show her these apartments yourself. I have better things to do." Bev heard every word. Patty walked off. Nancy was new to America. She came to America speaking only her native language. She brought her 8-year-old son with her. He was all she had in the world. They found an apartment in Arcadia. They were there for only 2 months when a neighbor's dog jumped over the fence. The dog ran toward Nancy's son. Nancy put her body in between the dog and her son. The dog stopped when it saw Nancy screaming at it. She was going to punch it in the nose. The dog turned around. Shaking, Nancy took her son upstairs. They stayed in the apartment all weekend. Then Nancy found another apartment close to the school that her son was going to attend. She and her son walked everywhere. One day her son started coughing badly. He had an asthma attack. All the walking was making his asthma worse. Nancy knew that she had to buy a car, so she called up the Honda dealer. She talked to a salesman who spoke her language. She told him that she wanted to buy a new car if he could come over to pick her up. The salesman said he would be right over. It was time for a haircut. Lenny didn't even have to look in the mirror. Even though he was going bald, he knew that he needed to cut his hair every 2 weeks. He had a tongue of hair on the top of his head. His hair was thinning at the crown. He still had plenty of hair on the sides and back. It was what they call salt and pepper, a mixture of gray hair and dark brown hair. It was only a few years, he figured, until the salt and pepper became just salt. He never let his hair grow for more than 2 weeks. The longer it got, the worse it looked, he thought. He spread a newspaper over the bathroom sink so that no hair went down the drain. He plugged in the clippers and started cutting his hair. He started at the back of his head, went to the sides, and finished on the top. Every minute or so, he had to clean the hair out of the blades with an old toothbrush. Finished, he picked up a hand mirror to check out the back of his head. Everything looked okay. He carried the newspaper back out to the kitchen and shook the hair clippings into the trash can. Then he took a shower. The yard man comes every 2 weeks. He drives a gray pickup truck. The truck is a Ford. It is about 15 years old, but it runs well. It doesn't burn oil, and it gets decent gas mileage. The yard man's name is Byron. In the back of his truck are a lawnmower, a leaf blower, a rake, and a shovel. Byron uses the leaf blower to blow leaves and dirt from the back of the building out to the front of the building. Then he rakes up the leaves into a bag. He blows the dirt out into the street. He cuts the lawn with his lawnmower. He trims the hedge. He uses the leaf blower to blow the dirt off each welcome mat that lies in front of each apartment door. Then he puts all the leaves, the grass trimmings, and the hedge clippings into a wheelbarrow. He pushes the wheelbarrow to the back of the building, where he uses his big shovel to empty the wheelbarrow contents into the big dumpster. It takes Byron about 2 hours to do this work. When he is done, he goes half a block up the street to the house on the corner. There he does the same work again. It looked like rain. The sky was gray. It was almost noon, but the sun was hidden by a gray blanket. It was cool. There were no birds flying anywhere. A couple of birds sat on the telephone wire. Bob was standing outside talking to Bill. They both had their hands in their pockets. They knew that it was probably going to rain shortly. A sudden breeze blew some leaves off a tree onto the sidewalk. A young woman wearing a dark blue coat and jeans walked by. She was walking a small dog. It was pure white and pretty. It sniffed at a tree trunk. The woman waited patiently. Finally, the dog lifted its leg. Bob said that he liked the rain. It was a nice change from the usual hot Los Angeles weather, and the plants could always use the extra water. Bill said the only thing he didn't like about rain was that all the motor oil on the streets would get washed into the ocean, and so would all the trash. But that never stops the surfers, Bob said. They don't seem to care what's in the water, as long as there are waves to surf on. Jim went to the thrift shop. He wasn't looking for anything in particular. He liked to go there just to browse. A big sign on the front door said open. The shop was closed on Sunday and Monday. The rest of the week it opened at 10 a.m. and closed at 2 p.m. 2 women worked inside. They rang up sales and put the items into plastic bags for the customers to carry out. At the back of the shop was a big room where another lady worked. She sorted the new donations and put price tags on them. At the end of each day, she would bring the new donations out to the main part of the shop. Everyone who worked at the thrift shop was a volunteer. The only payment they received was that they had the opportunity to see and buy any items in the shop before the customers did. When Jim entered, the lady at the register told him hello. He smiled and said hello. She knew Jim because he was a regular customer. Jim said, "What's new?" She laughed and said that nothing was ever new at a thrift shop. "It's always old, and it's always used," she smiled. Jim looked at the watches in the glass case. He saw one that he liked. "Could I look at that one?" he asked. Laura went to the stable. 4 horses stood there. She put a saddle on Star. He was 7 years old, big and dark brown. Her sister came out to the stable. They were both going to exercise the horses. It was a warm, sunny day. Janice saddled up Moonbeam, a white mare. They got on the horses and started walking them. A few minutes later, Laura was telling Janice about the new doctor in her hospital. She raised her hand for a second to make a point. Just then, Star bucked. Laura went flying into the air. She landed on her head and shoulder on the grass. "Oh my gosh," Jan cried. "Laura, are you all right?" Laura moaned. Jan gently rolled her over. She didn't see any blood. That's good, she thought. "Can you move? You're not paralyzed anywhere, are you?" Jan pulled Laura up into a sitting position. Laura slightly moved her legs and arms. She wasn't paralyzed. When she moved her right hand to touch her head, she groaned. "What's the matter?" "That hurt. When I moved my arm, it hurt." They still didn't see any blood. Jan unbuttoned the top buttons on Laura's blouse and looked at Laura's right collarbone. "Oh no," she said. Mike looked at the label on the big plastic container. It said garlic powder. There was a U with a circle around it after the word powder. What does this U mean, Mike wondered. Under the word powder was another word, seasoning. Under that word was a drawing of a garlic bulb. Mike knew that food labels can be tricky. Powder is powder, but seasoning could mean salt. He looked all around the plastic container for an ingredients label. There wasn't one. In small print, under the drawing of the garlic bulb, was a phone number, 1-800-632-6900. "Call that number if you have comments or questions," the label said. Mike called the number. A woman answered. He asked her what the U inside a circle meant. She said it meant kosher. Kosher food is food that is prepared according to Jewish law. Mike asked where the ingredients label was. She said if there is only one ingredient, there is no ingredients label. "So there is no salt in this product?" Mike asked. "No, sir," she said. "It's 100% garlic powder." "Why does it say product of USA and China?" She said that sometimes they get the garlic from China, sometimes they get it from the U.S. Ben leaned over the edge of the tub. He turned on the hot and cold water faucets. The water came out of the spout near the top of the tub. He pushed down on the lever beneath the spout so that the water would drain. He was going to take a shower, not a bath. He tested the temperature. It wasn't hot enough. He adjusted the hot water faucet. There was another handle between the hot and cold faucets. This one controlled whether water came out of the spout or out of the shower head. Ben turned it all the way to the right. Now hot water was coming out of the shower head. The temperature was just right. Ben took off his robe and stepped over the top of the tub. He pulled the shower door closed. He grabbed the bar of soap out of the soap dish and started scrubbing his face. While his eyes were closed, to keep out the soap, he put the soap back into the dish. Then he reached for the big plastic container of shampoo on his window ledge. The bottle slipped out of his hands and landed on his left foot. "Shoot!" Ben said angrily. "That hurt." Pete was in his kitchen. He was about to slice 3 green apples. He liked to eat fresh apples with cinnamon sprinkled on them. He opened the blinds so that he could get more sunlight into the kitchen. Now he could see what he was doing. He grabbed a knife out of a drawer. It said, "Surgical Stainless USA" on the side of the blade. The blade was very thin and light. It had teeth like a saw. The handle was a brown piece of cheap hollow plastic. He had bought this knife about 20 years ago at a county fair. It was one of those knives that were advertised on TV. It could cut through a tomato can and then cut easily and cleanly through a fresh tomato. You never need to sharpen it. The sharp edge is guaranteed for life. That's how they advertised it. And Pete, for once, couldn't argue that the advertisers lied. This was a great knife. But it was also a dangerous knife. A couple of years ago, Pete was careless. He was rapidly slicing a potato, and the blade got his finger. The doctor put 3 stitches in Pete's finger. "Next time, be more careful," the doctor said. No kidding, Pete thought. He was so careful that he didn't use the knife for almost a year. Simon got a monthly bill that he didn't like. His internet service provider, Wink, automatically withdrew $15 from his checking account each month. This was called direct payment. It made things simpler for him because it meant one less check to write each month. In fact, Simon had direct payments with his gas company, his phone company, and his electric company. So that was 4 fewer checks that he had to write each month. This month, instead of $15, Wink had withdrawn $75. Simon went online and looked at his account. Part of the increase was because he had switched from a slow dial-up connection to a fast DSL connection. Wink charged him $45 just to make that switch. Simon thought that this charge in itself was ridiculous. It probably took them about 5 seconds to make the switch. But any time a corporation can gouge you, they will. In addition to the $45, Wink had charged him $15 for his dial-up account, but had also charged him $15 for his DSL account. This was a double charge, since a computer uses dial-up or DSL, but not both. "We'll see about this," Simon thought, as he searched for Wink's 800 number. Gordon was hungry. He opened the refrigerator. There must be something in here to eat, he thought. There was, a single hot dog. He took it out of its package and put a small frying pan onto the stove's gas burner. He turned on the heat. Then he poured a little bit of vegetable oil into the pan. He sliced the hot dog in half lengthwise. When the oil got hot, he put the 2 halves in the pan. About a minute later, he flipped each half over. After another minute, he took the hot dog out of the pan. Gordon put 2 slices of bread into the toaster. This was tasty and healthy bread. The first ingredient listed was organic sprouted wheat. The first ingredient in ordinary bread is usually unbleached flour. When the toast popped up, he put mustard, mayonnaise, and ketchup on 1 slice. Then he added 2 slices of onion. On top of the onions, he placed the hot dog. On top of the hot dog, he put a couple of slices of apple. Then he added some bits of hot green chili, and then put the top piece of toast onto the chili bits. "Ah, what a sandwich," he thought, as he sat down to eat. Sarah needed to see the doctor. She had an upset stomach. She felt bloated and needed to pass gas every minute or so. This was terrible. She couldn't go anywhere in public. Her friends told her it was because she had moved to America. The air, water, and food in America weren't agreeing with her. They said she would have to return to her home country. No way, Sarah said. She didn't want to go home. She liked America. This was a minor problem, she was sure. Any good doctor would solve it in no time. 2 days later, she saw her doctor. He asked her if she drank milk. She said yes, 3 glasses a day. Don't drink any more regular milk. Start drinking lactose-free milk, because lactose can upset your stomach. Then he asked her if there were any big problems in her life. She said that her boyfriend was a big problem. He wanted to get married, but she didn't. The doctor said that she should find another boyfriend. Why? Sarah asked. Because your boyfriend is giving you too much stress. He is probably the main cause of your upset stomach. I don't think my boyfriend is going to like that. Just tell him if he really loves you, he should leave you. Jill answered the phone. It was Jack. Jill, will you marry me next week? What? Jack repeated his question. Of course not, she replied. She wondered why he was asking her that question. They had already agreed that when people get married, they immediately start to take each other for granted. They don't do the little things like opening the car door or holding hands. They get too comfortable. They treat their partner like an old shoe, and eventually they get bored with each other and get divorced. We already agreed that we don't want to get married because we don't want to get divorced. Jack agreed, but he argued that they were special. They were different from other couples. They loved each other too much to end up in a divorce. Yes, that may be true, but still, why next week? Why can't we think about it for another year or two? Because I had 2 dreams the last 2 nights. In both dreams, you left me for another man. In fact, you left me for 2 different men. I want to get married now, so I don't have these dreams anymore. What did these men look like? Saturday morning meant one thing for Susan, doing the laundry. She hated doing the laundry. Unenthusiastically, she took the pillowcases off all the pillows. Then she removed the fitted sheet from the mattress. She took the towel off the towel bar in the bathroom. She grabbed a couple of dirty dish towels out of the kitchen and looked all around her apartment for anything else that needed washing. In the corner of her living room, a can of coins sat on top of the file cabinet. She fished out 7 quarters. She opened the cabinet under her kitchen sink and grabbed a plastic bottle of liquid detergent. Finally, she set her electronic timer for 35 minutes. The timer would remind her that the washing was done and that it was time to go back downstairs and put the clothes into the dryer for 40 minutes. Without the timer, Susan would completely forget to check her clothes. Susan carried the laundry basket downstairs. How happy she would be when her laundry was done for this week. As she approached the laundry room, she heard a familiar sound. The sound was the washer washing and the dryer drying. One of her neighbors had got there before her. Muttering, Susan took her basket back upstairs. Barbara couldn't take it any more. Her upstairs neighbor was blasting his stereo again. She had asked him twice already to turn the volume down. The first time she asked, he was surprised. He said he didn't know that she could hear his stereo. Yes, she said, it's just like your stereo was in my living room. I can hear every note. He said he would keep it down. She hoped that he was telling the truth. Of course he wasn't. The very next day he blasted his stereo. She marched upstairs to remind him of his promise. He said the volume was so low that he could barely hear it. She asked him to turn it lower. He said he would try. Barbara could swear that when she re-entered her apartment, The music was louder than when she had walked upstairs. So this was the third time. She took her baseball bat upstairs with her. She knocked very loudly on his door. When he opened the door, she screamed at him like a crazy person. She told him she would kill him if he didn't turn the music down and keep it down. His eyes got big. She went back downstairs. She couldn't hear a note. "I can't believe I said that," she told herself. Norma was discouraged. She was a new realtor. She had recently passed the state test on her first try. Then she joined a realty company. They offered training classes 2 to 4 times a week. Norma attended the classes faithfully. But because English was her second language, she didn't catch everything that the instructor said. When she asked the instructor to repeat something, he told her to see him after class. But when other students asked a question, the instructor answered the question right then and there. To Norma, the instructor always said, "See me after class." Then, when she tried to see him after class, he would say that he was late for an appointment. "How about next time?" he would say. He was always too busy to help her. "He's not too busy, he's just too lazy," her boyfriend said. There are too many instructors like that. All they care about is presenting their information. If the students don't get it, that's their problem. You have to be strong. These people are not going to help you. They want you to fail because that means less competition for them. It's a dog-eat-dog business. Jennifer's ears were talking to her. They were making little sounds, like little bubbles bursting. A bubble was bursting almost every second. It was not painful, but annoying. She knew the cause. While she was cleaning the whiteboard after her class ended last night, the fire alarm went off. Instead of leaving the building immediately, she walked around to see what the problem was. The blaring alarm sounded like the busy signal on a phone, but 1,000 times louder. The school seemed to be empty. Then she walked by one room and saw about 7 students inside. Just then the night supervisor came by. She told everyone to leave immediately. The students were packing their hair care equipment into their bags. The night supervisor waited impatiently. Finally, after almost 5 minutes, all the students and their teacher left the building. They apologized for being so slow. The firemen never arrived. Instead, a school police officer showed up. He walked around the area with the supervisor. It was a false alarm. The officer used his key to finally turn off the alarm. But it was too late for Jennifer. She had listened to the loud alarm for too long. She should have known better. Even as she drove home, her ears felt strange. Eddie drove over to see Betty. When he got to her apartment at about 3:15 p.m., he saw that her car wasn't in the carport. So he wrote a note. "Hi, Betty. I love you and I miss you. Love, Eddie." He was about to tape the note onto her front door when he saw her car pull up. She walked up the stairs. Instead of the big smile, hug, and kiss that she usually greeted him with, she simply said, "What's up?" "You didn't call me back for the last 2 days, honey, so I came over to see you." He gave her the note. She opened it, read it, and put it on the kitchen table. "That's sweet," she said. She walked into her bedroom. Eddie followed her. She put her purse on the bed. Eddie tried to hug her. "I have to wash my hands," she said. When she came out of the bathroom, she told Eddie that he should go home. She said that she was hungry and tired. She was going to fix something to eat. Then she was going to take a nap. She said that she might call him later. During Eddie's entire 5-minute visit, Betty had constantly avoided his eyes. Instead of walking him out to his car, like she usually did, Betty locked her front door as soon as Eddie was outside her apartment. Helen stepped outside her front door to see what the weather was like. It was sunny and warm. That was nice because for the past 2 weeks it had been cold and rainy. It had been so cold that she had had to turn her heater on. She was lucky because her heater worked and she could pay her heating bills. Some people in Los Angeles were not so lucky. Unable to use their home heater, they placed charcoal into a barbecue grill and lit it. The heat kept them warm, but the carbon monoxide killed them. This happens almost every winter in Los Angeles. People shut all the windows tight to keep the cold out, then light the charcoal. Soon enough, the oxygen in their home is consumed by the open flames. The family suffocates to death. Everyone knows that smoke detectors are required in Los Angeles, but many people don't know about or don't think they need carbon monoxide detectors. They're not expensive. A $25 investment can save a family from death. People always think that nothing bad will happen to them. It always happens to the other guy. So they forget to put fresh batteries into their smoke detectors annually, and they don't bother to buy carbon monoxide detectors. Liz was excited. She was going to Asia with her mom. Neither of them had ever traveled out of the United States before. They were going to fly to Hong Kong. After staying in Hong Kong for 3 nights, they would travel on their cruise ship to Shanghai and Beijing. Beijing is inland, so we have to take about a 2-hour bus ride to get there from the port. I forget the name of the port. Anyway, we're going to see the Great Wall, the Tiananmen Square, and the Forbidden City. It's going to be so cool, she told her neighbor Jane. From China, the cruise ship would go to Busan in South Korea, and finally to Tokyo. From Tokyo, they would catch a flight back to Los Angeles. The trip is going to last 3 weeks. It's only going to cost us $2,800 each, if we can control our urge to shop, she laughed. I hope your trip is more fun than mine was, said Jane. I took a cruise to the Bahamas, but almost all the passengers got sick. I caught some kind of virus that made me throw up for almost 3 days. They gave us a discount that we could use on a future trip. Ha! No more cruising for me. We've heard about those disasters, said Liz. Mom and I are going to be washing our hands every 30 minutes, and we're bringing surgical masks with us. Jerome turned off the TV. He had just watched a couple of South Park cartoons. South Park is an amusing series about elementary school kids living in a small town in Colorado. The first cartoon was about Herman, who wanted to become strong and muscular. He asked his mother to buy a supplement that was advertised on TV. The supplement was actually nothing but sugar, but the TV ad promised that it would make you strong and muscular. Instead, it made Herman very fat. Worse, Herman refused to believe that he had become fat, even though all his friends were calling him Super Fat Boy. He told them that he was Super Muscle Boy. Finally, when Herman walked onto the stage to receive an award in the school auditorium, the stage collapsed. Then he realized that maybe he was super fat. The second cartoon was about a dog that followed Lenny home. Lenny loved the dog until he found out it was gay. Then he hated the dog. But Big Al took Lenny to the city's home for gay animals. While there, Lenny decided that it was okay to be gay. When he got home, he hugged his dog and took it for a walk. He didn't even mind when it sniffed other male dogs. George wore a pair of blue shorts around the house. They were old, faded, and ugly, but they were comfortable. And when you are at home, you want to be comfortable. It wouldn't be called Home Sweet Home if you didn't feel comfortable there. But when he put on his blue shorts one morning, the button was just hanging on by a thread. That single button was the only thing that held his shorts up. George could do 2 things. He could wait until the button fell off. When that happened, it would probably roll under the sofa and be lost forever. Or he could sew the button on securely before it fell off. He found his sewing kit. He threaded the needle and tied a knot at the end of the thread. Then he started the needle through the cloth. He directed it through one of the holes in the button. Then he reversed direction. He put the needle back through a different hole and then through the cloth again. He repeated this motion through all 4 buttonholes until the button was tight. Then he tied a bunch of knots in the last bit of thread and snipped off the excess thread. He put on the shorts and buttoned the button. It was strong. Good for another 10 years, he smiled to himself. Sammy looked at the pile of paper on the floor. Whenever he finished reading his mail or a newspaper or magazine, he threw it into this pile. This was his recycling pile. At the moment, it was almost 2 feet high. It was time to recycle. He squatted down, protecting his back. Sometimes, just sitting down would cause his back to go out for a week. He scooped his hands under the pile and slowly stood up. He walked over to his front door. Hands full, he struggled to turn the doorknob and open the door. He walked outside and down the stairs. So far, he hadn't dropped 1 piece of paper. He walked to the blue trash bin. There was no way to lift the lid of the recycling bin with his hands full. He carefully put the pile of papers down and then opened the lid. The bin was completely full. Sammy gathered the pile into his arms and trudged back upstairs. Pleased that he still had not dropped any paper, he lowered the pile back onto the floor. Then he stood up, but just a little bit too fast. Kevin had just finished dessert. It was a piece of dark chocolate, washed down with a glass of cold milk. Delicious. He rinsed his mouth out with a glass of water and then spit into the kitchen sink. He sat down at the dining room table and grabbed some floss. He carefully flossed his top teeth and then his bottom teeth. Flossing was a chore. The floss almost always got stuck between 2 teeth in the upper back and 2 teeth in the lower front. Finally finished, he threw the frayed floss into the trash. He went into the bathroom and grabbed his electric toothbrush. TV ads always show people putting toothpaste onto the entire length of the brush. Of course, that was to get them to use up the tube faster, so they'd have to buy another tube sooner. Kevin put just a little toothpaste onto the brush. He brushed for about a minute. He spent another 30 seconds brushing his tongue. Then he spit out all the toothpaste and gargled and spit again. Brushing and flossing are such a pain, he thought. If they can put a man on the moon, why can't they invent something easier and faster than toothpaste and dental floss? Louise and Neil had been dating for 3 years. She was 40 and he was 50. They wanted to get married and have 2 kids as soon as possible, but there was a problem. They disagreed on how they would raise their kids. Because Louise had a high-paying job, Neil could stay home and raise the kids. He looked forward to that because he felt that he would be a great dad. First, he would teach them how to read. Then he would teach them about life. His kids were not going to waste their time reading fairy tales and watching Sesame Street. They were going to learn practical stuff, like how to use Microsoft Office and how to get a 4-year scholarship to Harvard. He wanted them to become business majors because business is where the money is. Louise had other plans. She wanted her kids to relax and enjoy life. She didn't want them to grow up too fast. She was the oldest child in a poor family, and her father had put her to work in the fields as soon as she turned 6. Life had been hard for her. She didn't want it to be hard for her children. Neil said not to worry. There was still plenty of time for him to figure out a way for the kids to have fun and still become happy millionaires. Mildred's sister called. She was going to drop by, and whenever she visited, she usually made at least 1 trip to the bathroom. That meant one thing. Mildred needed to clean her toilet bowl. This was the household chore that she hated the most. It was so icky. She grabbed the cleanser from beneath the bathroom sink. She sprinkled lots of it into the toilet bowl. Then she got out of her clothes, put on a big T-shirt, and pulled on her long-sleeved rubber gloves. Finally, she put on her goggles because she didn't want any toilet water to splash into her eyes. She didn't know if toilet water could cause an eye infection, but she wasn't going to take any chances. She grabbed the long-handled toilet bowl brush that was beneath the sink. She started scrubbing. She scrubbed under the rim, all around the bowl, and deep into the throat of the bowl. 5 minutes later, she figured she was finished. She flushed the toilet and checked the bowl. It was clean as a whistle. Mildred breathed a sigh of relief, because usually she had to scrub the bowl twice to remove all the stains. She removed her goggles, gloves, and t-shirt. Then she hopped into the shower. Bill wrote this letter to Mary. We've talked on the phone and in my apartment, and now I'm writing this letter. Maybe if I put my thoughts and feelings in writing, you'll understand them better. I love you. I want to marry you. I want to be with you for the rest of my life. You are the most wonderful woman I have ever met. You are not a load. You are not a troublemaker. Yes, you have problems. So do I. And together we can solve these problems more easily than if we were apart. Problems are a part of life, but so is happiness. Let's share our problems and happiness instead of experiencing them alone. We are not a bad fit. We are a perfect match. I do not look down on you. I look up to you. I admire you. I think you are smart, brave, and independent. Don't tell me to go find another woman. I don't want another woman. I have found the perfect woman. Every day I think about your beautiful smile, your happy laugh. I think about the long walks we used to take, holding hands all the way. Remember how we used to sit on the grass in the park and watch the parrots? We were going to get married, and now you want to be just friends. Whatever I did or said that was wrong, please tell me so we can work this out. I don't want to lose you. Spock is a main character in the popular TV show Star Trek. He is half Vulcan, half human. A Vulcan has no emotions, but is extremely smart and logical. Spock joined the all-human crew of the spaceship Enterprise to explore the universe. Spock's dad, Sarek, is Vulcan. He had wanted Spock to attend the Vulcan Science Academy and then join Sarek's research firm. When Spock left his family to join the Enterprise, Sarek refused to talk to him anymore. In one episode, representatives from various planets had an emergency meeting. Sarek and Amanda, Spock's human mom, came aboard the Enterprise. Spock said hello to his dad, but Sarek ignored him. The next day, Sarek had a critical medical problem. He was losing a lot of blood and needed immediate surgery. Spock was the only one on the Enterprise who also had Vulcan blood. Even though he could die, Spock offered every drop of his blood to save his dad. Dr. Bones McCoy operated on Sarek and saved his life. The next day, when Sarek was told that his son had saved his life, he didn't say thank you to Spock. Amanda got very angry with her husband. She told him that he should hug Spock and thank him. Sarek refused. He said that his son did the logical thing. You don't thank someone for doing the logical thing, he told his wife. Spock told Amanda that his dad was right, which made her even angrier. Heather loved the freedom of soaring high above the land and sea. She learned how to hang glide from her boyfriend. Initially, she was scared to death. The first time he took her up, she hung on for dear life. But by the end of that flight, she was hooked. Half a year later, she bought her own hang glider. Almost every weekend, she drove to Torrey Pines and leaped off the cliff. She could soar to La Jolla in less than 5 minutes. She liked to fly over the town. She would wave at kids, pointing and looking up at her, and they would shout and wave back excitedly. One day she was returning to the launch site when she noticed a red hawk rapidly approaching her. It briefly disappeared. Then she heard its claws ripping the wing's fabric. It flew off, but the next thing she knew, it was flying straight at her. She turned out of its way, but it dove at her again. She was scared. She had to evade its attacks 4 times before she was able to land safely. Even after she landed, it circled overhead, as if daring her to fly again. "What did I do to you?" she wondered. As she drove home, she found out that she had been lucky. The radio news reported that in Australia, a hang glider had been attacked by not 1, but 2 eagles. Maybe it was something in the air, Heather thought. Rod was a manager at House Depot. He worked about 50 hours a week. He loved his job, although the extra hours cut into the time he could spend with his 3 little girls. One morning, he was supposed to go home at 7 a.m. Instead, he stayed on to help out for 3 more hours. He was just about to leave at 10 a.m. when he heard something. At one of the checkout counters, he saw a man dressed in white painter's coveralls pointing a gun at the female checker. He had on a yellow cap, a white plastic painter's mask, and white gloves. Rod hurried over. Times in Los Angeles had changed. All managers now received training on how to respond to armed robberies and hostage-taking. Rod was nervous, but he knew what he was supposed to do. He approached the gunman. "Sir, please don't point that gun. We will give you all the money you—" The gunman didn't even wait for Rod to finish his sentence. He shot Rod in the stomach. The checker screamed. The gunman ran out to a white van and hopped in. The van sped off. Rod didn't even make it to surgery. The killing made all the TV news shows. House Depot offered a $100,000 reward. Jay was born to ride. Just after learning to walk, he got his first tricycle. A year later, he was on a bicycle with training wheels. At the age of 5, he was a skilled bicyclist, able to jump off ramps and fly through the air. His father made sure he did everything safely. Jay wore a helmet, a chest pad, elbow pads, and knee pads. He fell a lot, but he was never hurt badly. He got his first motorcycle when he was 7. His father put the motorcycle in the back of his pickup and drove Jay out to the desert almost every weekend. Jay became a skilled rider. He entered motocross races all over the county. By the time he was 15, he had won 30 races. His future looked bright. When he was 17, Jay took his girlfriend out for a ride on his motorcycle. A truck ran a red light, and Jay and his girlfriend crashed into the side of the truck. Jay went into the hospital for 3 months. His girlfriend died immediately. Jay didn't ride a motorcycle again for 10 years. Then one weekend, he bought a used Kawasaki. He took it out for a test run at dusk. It felt good to ride again. He got it up to 110 miles an hour on the local freeways. A highway patrol car chased him for about 10 minutes, but he finally lost it in the freeway traffic and the dark. When he got home, he was excited. That was fun, he thought. Myra told Myron that they shouldn't see each other for a while. Her doctor had suggested that she take a short vacation from her job and a long vacation from Myron. "What did you tell him about me?" Myron asked. She told her doctor that she had dreams about Myron leaving her. She sometimes dreamed that he pushed her out of his car in the middle of nowhere. She would be crying on the side of the road in the middle of the night, cold and scared, as the taillights disappeared. "What kind of dream is that?" Myron's voice was loud. Do you think I would ever do that to you?" She said that she didn't know. "You don't know? Of course I wouldn't do that to you. I love you." Myra asked Myron to lower his voice. She no longer believed that he loved her. One day, feeling low and insecure, she had told Myron that it would be nice to get away for the weekend. Perhaps they could go to a quiet resort in the mountains. He told her that he was playing golf that Saturday. Maybe they could go to a resort another time. She was astounded. "I needed you that weekend. Instead, you preferred to play golf. Now there is a shadow on my heart that nothing can remove," she told him sadly. Once in a while, someone dies and you remember where you were and what you were doing when you heard the sad news. Thousands of people worldwide felt that way when they heard that the beautiful Anna Nicole Smith had suddenly died. It was a tragedy that shocked the nation, according to various TV and radio reporters. The nation is in mourning, these same reporters claimed. She was only 39. Her husband discovered her lying in bed unconscious and not breathing. Paramedics quickly arrived and tried to revive her, but it was too late. Her body was taken to the morgue, where the coroner did an autopsy the next day. No evidence of drugs was found. It might have been a heart attack, but further testing was necessary. Anna was a cover girl, a model, and an actress. She married a billionaire who was 89 when she was only 25. The billionaire died a couple of years later. Anna went to court to get her fair share of her husband's wealth. The case was still unresolved when she died. Now it will continue after her death because Anna has a newborn daughter. The daughter might be entitled to millions when the court case is finally settled. At least 3 men have claimed to be the father of this millionaire baby. Look at those abandoned shopping carts, Joe thought. 2 of them were parked on his front lawn. 2 more were parked behind his car in the driveway. His neighborhood had gone downhill. He lived half a mile from Foodco, a supermarket chain. Nobody should take a shopping cart half a mile from the supermarket, and no one with any respect for others should leave a shopping cart in a stranger's yard. Shoppers should push the cart out to their car and then leave it there. If they don't own a car, they should buy their own personal cart to transport their groceries home. He called Foodco to tell them that 4 carts were on his property. They said they would be over as soon as they could. That meant about a week. Throughout his neighborhood, carts were scattered in various places, including the streets themselves. As if kids, pets, and potholes weren't enough, drivers now had to dodge shopping carts. Joe wondered how there could be any left in the supermarket. Foodco paid over $100 for each cart, so he thought they'd guard them better. Instead, they did nothing to secure the carts. They simply paid someone to drive around the neighborhood once or twice a week to pick up stranded carts. Joe opened the yellow pages of his phone book. He was going to hire a contractor to build a fence around his lawn and a locking gate for his driveway. Enough was enough. An Italian couple murdered 4 people in the house next door. They slit the throats of their neighbor, Maria Como, and her mom. Then they slit the throats of Mrs. Como's 2-year-old little boy, Perry, and a woman who just happened to be visiting. Finally, they set the house on fire. This all happened 2 weeks before Christmas. The couple had complained constantly to the Comos about the noise they caused, but no one else in the neighborhood seemed to think that the Comos were noisy. Maria was a kind and quiet person, said one of her neighbors. She and her husband used to push little Perry around the neighborhood in his stroller. They were friendly to everyone. I can't believe this happened. Police in the northern Italian town could not believe it either. A spokesman said that never in the history of Italy had a married couple worked as a team to slice 4 neighbors' throats and then try to burn their house down. I think if they claim temporary insanity, everyone will believe it, said the spokesman. After firemen found the 4 bodies, the couple calmly confessed to the police. 2 girls were trick-or-treating on Halloween night when a large group of teens attacked them, leaving both high school seniors unconscious. One needed surgery to repair her eye socket. The victims were white, and their attackers were black. 7 attackers were girls, and 1 was an 18-year-old boy. The boy said that he did not attack the girls. He tried to protect them. "So why were you swinging a skateboard?" asked the witness. The boy said that he was swinging the skateboard at the attackers, not the victims. The prosecution added hate crime to the charge of assault because racial slurs were made before the victims were attacked. The trial in Long Beach lasted almost 4 weeks. All the attackers were found guilty, but not one spent even a day in jail. The judge sentenced them to house arrest for a month. House arrest meant that they had to sleep in their own beds at home. The boy had to do 20 hours of community service. Law-abiding white and black adults were outraged at the light sentences. The 2 girls required hospital care, yet the thugs received a mere slap on the wrist. Concerned parents immediately created a website for recalling the judge. Gary and Alma were having problems again. "But you told me it was okay to call up Carol," said Gary. "I asked you if it was okay to talk to her because it was her birthday, and I've wished her a happy birthday every year for the last 10 years. But you had already promised me that you would never call her again. You promised me that, so you lied to me." "But I had forgotten that I told you that. You know that I forget things. I'm not going to argue with you. You have a memory like an elephant. But you got to believe me, I completely forgot. And more important, Carol is just a friend." "No, she isn't. She's still in love with you." "But I'm not in love with her. She can love me all she wants. But I'm not in love with her. I never was." "Well, you say that. Maybe it's true, maybe it isn't. But the important thing is that you never know what the future will bring. You say that nothing will happen between you and her, but you don't know that for sure because you don't know the future." "Yes, you're right. No one knows the future. I could fall in love with her again, and she and I might run off and get married and have 9 or 10 kids." "Again? What do you mean, again?" Redfield, New York, received 12 feet of snow last week. Its neighbors in Oswego are jealous because they got only 10 feet of snow. An Oswego resident told a TV reporter that one more storm was coming in that would determine the winner. "I hope we get 5 more feet," he said. "That'll beat Redfield. This is the most snow the region has received in 6 years. The people who worry about global warming should come visit us. They'll worry less," said a Redfield resident. He said any visitors would have to wait till some snow melted because most local roads were closed. Even the snowplows were waiting until after the next storm before they began to clear all the roads. Schools were closed all week. Most kids were happy about it. They couldn't go ice skating or skiing because the roads were closed. But they did play in the snow, make snowmen, and have snowball fights. "It wasn't a good week for me," complained one high school student. "I had to help my dad shovel all the snow off the roof. When he finished doing that, his dad asked him to shovel the snow off the driveway and the sidewalk. I can't wait for school to reopen," he said. Scott was sound asleep when the phone rang. "Are you awake?" Jolene shouted. Scott mumbled something. How could he still be asleep, she asked. It was almost noon. He told her that he hadn't gone to sleep until 6 a.m. Jolene told him to get up and come pick her up. They had to go to the store to return the birthday gift he had given her. It was a tangerine plant. The leaves were curling up. It was going to die, she said. Curling leaves means the plant is going to die? Scott asked. Of course, she told him. Look, honey, he asked, let me go back to sleep for 1 hour, okay? Then I'll come pick you up. Jolene wondered why he needed 1 hour. Was he expecting a phone call from his ex-girlfriend? No, he patiently tried to explain. He just wanted to get another hour of sleep. But he could not sleep any more. Once Jolene mentioned anything about Amy, he'd better get over there quickly. Scott broke up with Amy 5 years ago. Now they were just friends. But Amy still loved him. That wasn't a problem for Scott until Jolene found out about it. If Amy still loved Scott, Jolene figured that they just might get back together. She can recognize a dying plant, but not a dead love affair, Scott grumbled as he rolled out of bed. Maria had to buy food for herself and her son. Divorced for 10 years, she was used to doing the shopping for her son. He was a junior in high school, which meant that he would be entering college in 2 years. Then she would be shopping only for herself. She felt sad when she thought of this. She hoped that he would attend the local junior college and then transfer to a university. That way, he could continue to live at home for another 2 years. She loved him and dreaded the day that he would no longer be her daily company. Maria drove to Costco, a chain store that sold food in bulk packages. By selling in bulk only, the store helps its customers save money. She parked far from the entrance. That meant a longer walk, but also a faster exit from the parking lot. She grabbed one of the big shopping carts outside and pushed it into the store. Her purse stayed tightly hung over her shoulder. Surprisingly, the store wasn't too crowded. In the produce section, she examined 9 packages of seedless green grapes before she found one that she liked. She carefully selected some bananas, apples, and other fruit, but she couldn't find her son's favorite brand of tangerines. On the way home, she planned to stop at another market or two until she found them. Rebecca's stomach hurt. She said that sometimes it felt like someone was peeling the skin off her belly. That pain felt worse than when she gave birth 17 years ago. She finally went to a doctor. He asked a lot of questions and then examined her. He decided that she needed a couple of ultrasound tests. The tests revealed that she had 2 small ovarian cysts. The doctor said he did not think that those cysts were causing the problem. He wanted to do another test. It was called a colonoscopy. Rebecca told her boyfriend Ron about the doctor's suggestion. A colonoscopy? You've got a problem in your belly, and he wants to examine your butt? Where did you find this quack? I'll bet he got his degree off the internet. Rebecca asked her boyfriend where he got his medical degree from. Of course, he had no medical degree, but he told Rebecca that it was just common sense. If your car isn't running right, and the mechanic wants to look in your trunk to find the problem, what would you think? Would you let him charge you good money to examine your trunk, or would you go find a mechanic who knows what he's doing? Rebecca went to a medical site on the internet later and discovered that some colon problems definitely could cause stomach pains. About 100,000 people die each year in U.S. hospitals from infections that they get while they're in the hospital. Less than half that many die on U.S. highways. The hospital deaths are due to poor housekeeping and poor hygiene. Floors, walls, and doors are not cleaned regularly or thoroughly. Room dividers are almost never cleaned. The carts that carry food trays and the trays themselves are usually contaminated from handling and coughing. Cooks and other food handlers can easily infect the food by not washing properly after using the bathroom. Doctors and nurses are just as guilty as other staff. Doctors rarely clean their stethoscopes after each patient. Nurses apply blood pressure cuffs to patient after patient without cleaning the cuffs. Doctors often put on gloves without washing their hands first. As a result, the germs on their hands are transferred to the outside of the gloves. Consumer groups warn patients that they must demand cleanliness. If they see or suspect unsanitary conditions, they must tell someone immediately. It could be a matter of life or death. But, as one patient said, "No way! You don't tell your boss that he has bad breath, and you don't tell your doctor that he needs to wash his hands." Johnny asked Dottie how her first day in her Duarte ESL class was. It was terrible, she told him. She understood little of what the Level 4 teacher said. He spoke too fast for her. She had struggled through a Level 3 class at a Monrovia school. When the teacher asked if there were any questions, she told him that she didn't understand most of what he had said. He told her not to worry. She could take the class again if she failed it the first time. She didn't want to fail it the first time, however, or any time. He gave them homework the first day, of course. They were supposed to write a 300-word essay supporting gun control. Of course, Dottie said, she could write that essay in her native language, but there was no way she could write it in English. She showed Johnny the textbook. The print was so tiny that trying to read just a few pages gave her a headache. On top of that was all the new vocabulary on each page. "I'm going to drop the class," she said. She wanted to cry. When was she ever going to learn this language? Tourists from around the world visit Hollywood. Buses take them past the Hollywood sign. At Grauman's Chinese Theater, they press their hands into the imprints of movie stars who long ago pressed their hands into wet cement. Tourists pause at the gold stars in the sidewalks with the movie stars' names on them. Buses drive past movie stars' houses. Tourists hope to see a star chatting with friends or tanning by the pool. Unfortunately, most of the houses are behind high hedges or down long winding driveways. Tourists are lucky to even see a chimney. And finally, tourists take pictures everywhere and with everyone. A popular picture opportunity in Hollywood is with movie characters like Chewbacca from Star Wars. However, Chewbacca might not be so popular anymore. Last week, outside Grauman's, Chewbacca gave two young female tourists a hard time. He kept trying to hug them as they took pictures of each other. The tour bus driver yelled at Chewbacca to leave the ladies alone. Chewbacca took off his headpiece, walked over to the driver, and head-butted him. The driver fell to the sidewalk. Someone called 911, and the cops came and arrested Chewbacca. Chewbacca was not apologetic. "Women come to America looking for Prince Charming, and here I am," he shouted to all. "I hope they leave him in jail," said a tourist who saw the whole incident. "That guy's an idiot." Nowadays, Geico is a well-known insurance company. For many years, however, it was unnoticed. Other companies, like Allstate and Farmers, were more popular. Then Geico tried something different. It got a new ad agency. The owner of the agency, Billy Ray Childers, was from Virginia. Years ago, he had tried to start his own agency in Manhattan, but when New Yorkers heard his southern accent, they gave him the cold shoulder. Angry, Billy Ray returned to Virginia. Someday, he hoped to teach those New Yorkers a lesson. He set up his new ad agency in Raleigh. Then he called up Geico headquarters in New York. He told them that they could improve their sales if they used a gecko to advertise Geico. They balked at first, but then approved his ad campaign. In the new commercial, the animated lizard said, "I'm a gecko, not a Geico." Geico was originally going to do one TV commercial with the bright green lizard and then retire it. But viewers, especially women, fell in love with the cute gecko, so Geico decided to do a few more commercials, and then a few more. The clever lizard with the British accent is now 8 years old and stars in a new commercial every several months. It has made Geico famous, almost as famous as the gecko itself. They say that Los Angeles is changing. In the past 2 weeks, a young woman was shot, and then her body was dropped off on a sidewalk and set on fire. This happened in broad daylight in a nice neighborhood. Another young woman's body was found lying in a dumpster. The decomposed body of another young woman was found in a park. An 8-year-old girl was standing with her mom in the kitchen when a bullet from a gang member's gun killed her. The little girl and her mom had just arrived in America. The gang member was shooting at other gang members in the street outside. A hospital van driver pushed a paraplegic out of the van onto a Skid Row sidewalk and drove off. A mentally ill patient in a nursing home was slapped repeatedly by a staff member. The staff member's buddy took a cell phone video of the assault. It showed the staffer laughing as the patient cried. A local TV station reporter went to a huge produce warehouse and filmed a worker urinating on a platform right next to boxes of fresh lettuce. Rats were shown walking throughout the warehouse and nibbling on the produce. Every day, this produce is distributed to hundreds of unsuspecting restaurants and supermarkets in Los Angeles. L.A. is changing all right, for the worse. It's a big country, but still, how can anything be left of Iraq? When you look at the news on TV, all you see is one explosion after another. Helicopters falling from the sky and vehicles flying into the sky. Suicide bombers committing homicide and two deeply religious sects going at each other's throats. Iraqis are leaving the country as fast as they can, while terrorists are entering as fast as they can. About 30,000 Iraqi civilians are getting killed each year, while 2 million Iraqis have left their country since 2003. The U.S. government, which has caused most of this suffering, has not welcomed these Iraqi refugees into the USA. Less than 800 Iraqis have been allowed to enter this country since the war began 4 years ago. What is the reason for this small number? The Iraqi people are our friends. The U.S. government tried to rescue Iraqis from Saddam Hussein and bring them democracy. Now there is no Saddam, but also there is no democracy. In the future, there might even be no Iraq. Many people worldwide and many Iraqis think that Iraq was better off before Bush and Cheney decided to help. The local TV news showed a video of a man dressed in coveralls, a baseball cap, a long-sleeved shirt, and gloves. He was pointing a gun at the clerk. He reached over the countertop and grabbed money out of the cash register. Then he strolled out of the store. Since they outnumber Los Angeles police by about 1,000 to 1, criminals don't bother to run anymore. The video camera was mounted near the ceiling of the store, so its lens was looking down at the scene. You, as the viewer, could see the clerk clearly, but not the criminal. He was so bundled up that you couldn't see even the tip of his nose. Because there was no audio, you couldn't even be sure if the criminal was a man or a woman. Yet, the TV news announcer earnestly asked all the viewers, "If you have seen this robber, or if you know who he is, please call the LAPD." To be fair to the TV station, they showed the same useless video at least 6 times in 2 days. The LAPD got 0 phone calls. At other times, the TV newsreaders will give viewers a much better description. The suspect is about 5'8", 170 pounds. This description also results in no arrests. This traffic report is sponsored by Cerritos Auto Square. More people buy their car from Cerritos Auto Square than anywhere else in the world. KFWB News Time, 8:01, with traffic on the ones. A cleanup is still underway from a SIG alert in Commerce, northbound at Washington Boulevard. The right lane is closed, and also the Washington on-ramp is closed. They're mopping up from an earlier diesel fuel spill. We have several other problems out there right now. In Pasadena, some wooden boxes are in the number 1 lane on the eastbound 210 at Lake. Be on the lookout, because the faster you're going, the quicker you'll come up on them. Eastbound 60 in Santa Fe Springs, just before Grand Avenue, there's an accident. A couple of cars in the number 2 lane. Then in Pacoima, 118 westbound after San Fernando Road, an injury accident. A car went over the side. It's partly hanging over the side of the freeway. CHP and emergency crews are both on the way, so watch for activity on the right shoulder. In Vernon, 710 northbound before Bandini, watch for a broken-down car on the right shoulder. It's partly sticking into the right lane. A tow truck is en route. Finally, on the westbound 10 before Fairfax, there's a roll of carpet, a ladder, and a lawnmower in the number 3 and 4 lanes. This news report is sponsored by Blue Cross Blue Shield. There's some serious problems in Arkansas. High winds and a tornado have sliced through portions of southern Arkansas. People have been injured, and some residents are still unaccounted for. Emergency Coordinator Bob Holly says rescue workers are on the case. We had 2 ambulances set out first, and then when they saw the damage, that's when they called in the troops. Homes and businesses have been destroyed near a major highway at Dumas. A massive winter storm is sweeping through the plains and upper Midwest. It's dumped more than a foot of snow in northern Wisconsin. 7 people were killed on slippery roads, and 100,000 customers have no power in Iowa, Oklahoma, and Nebraska. Locally, police are trying to find a man who sexually assaulted a woman in Alhambra. She described the suspect as about 5'11", medium build, wearing blue jeans, a black jacket, black gloves, brown shoes, and a dark-colored ski mask covering his face. The woman was waiting for friends inside an apartment when the man entered through an unlocked door. He had a gun, sexually assaulted her, and then took her cell phone and left. The woman is in a local hospital. If you have seen this man, please call the Alhambra police. Finally, 1 person was killed when a high-speed train derailed near London. The cause is being investigated. Every Monday night, Felix checked the big blue container in the carport behind his apartment building. If the container was at least a third full, he would take it out to the street for pickup. Monday night, it was 2/3 full. He rolled it out into the street. The next day, he checked the container. It was still almost full of recyclables. That was odd, because all the other blue containers across the street were empty. He could tell because a couple of lids were open. He walked across the street to double-check. He wondered. Then he looked up his side of the street. There were 2 blue containers standing there. He walked about 120 feet up the street and lifted each lid. Both containers were empty. How could the truck have missed his container? He went upstairs to his apartment and called City Hall. They connected him to the Public Works Department. Susan said she would call Acme Trash to let them know about the missed container. On Wednesday, Felix checked the container again. It was still full, but the big green dumpster in the carport was missing. Apparently, the message that Susan sent to Acme Trash had been misunderstood. Acme picked up the big green dumpster, which had already been emptied on Tuesday, instead of the blue container. Felix left a message on Susan's answer machine saying to forget it. Then he went downstairs and pulled the almost full container back into its space in the carport. Let it sit there till next Tuesday, he told himself. Had he left another message, he was worried that his building would accidentally get dropped permanently off Acme's pickup list. Colleen was in a hurry, which made her driving even more careless than usual. Her boyfriend Simon had already criticized her many times for failing to stop completely at stop signs. That's what they call a California or rolling stop, he told her. If the cops catch you sliding through a stop sign like that, he said, wagging a finger at her, they'll give you a ticket for running a stop sign. That's a moving violation. That means at least $100 ticket plus 8 hours of driving school for another $30. I know, she replied, but I never do it when they're around, so how can they catch me? Simon was about to tell her that cops have a habit of suddenly appearing out of nowhere, but Colleen told him to stop thinking so negatively. You are bad luck, she said. When you talk like that, you make bad things happen. He told her that life doesn't work that way. Colleen was in a hurry because she needed to drop off a package at the post office. It had to get to New York by Wednesday. She exited the freeway and pulled up at the stop sign. One car was in front of her. Colleen looked to the right and to the left. No cars were coming. It was safe to pull out. She hit the gas pedal. Bang! The car in front of her was still sitting there. The driver was a young woman who got out of her car, walked back to look at the damage to her new car, and started yelling at Colleen. What were you waiting for? Colleen demanded. Tina was going back to school for her third master's degree. She was a special education teacher, but she couldn't take her job anymore, so she had quit. The kids were out of control. There were too many of them in one classroom for her to manage effectively. The school administration ignored her pleas to add teacher assistants. They ignored her complaints that some of the kids were simply little monsters. They were discipline problems that other teachers had shunted off to special education. The administration didn't even respond to her complaint that one oversized young student had pushed her down one day onto the floor. Tina wanted to call the police, but the school principal talked her out of it with promises to improve things. 2 weeks later, not one promise had been fulfilled. Tina angrily visited the principal, who told her that if she didn't have the patience to wait for things to improve, maybe she wasn't cut out to be a teacher. How dare you? The issue is not whether I am cut out to be a teacher, she angrily replied. I am a teacher, and a darn good one. But no teacher can get along forever with inadequate supplies, with overcrowded classrooms, with students who are dumped into her class, and with students who attack her. And especially, she growled, with idiots like you in charge who continually ignore the needs of special education students and teachers. Abigail and Jeremy got divorced about 10 years ago. Abigail did not want to see a lawyer, worried that it might turn ugly. So she talked to Jeremy, who agreed that it was a good idea to not use lawyers. He said not to worry, he would take care of her. She said she wasn't looking for a free ride. She could take care of herself. But, Jeremy insisted, he would help her out, then or whenever she needed money. It was the least he could do for her, since she was not taking 50% of his income and property. So Jeremy gave her $10,000 before they got divorced, because Abigail said that would be all she would need to finish getting her master's degree and start teaching. And that was it. For the next 10 years after getting her degree,
Abigail worked as a teacher. She liked her job and the people she worked with. Unfortunately, a tornado wiped out the entire school and half the town. Many teachers got laid off. Abigail spent a month visiting family and friends, but then had to find a new job. She decided to change careers. To do so, she needed to go back to school for 2 years. Her tuition and living expenses would cost her $25,000. She called Jeremy. She and Jeremy had remained friendly over the years. "Jeremy, I need a big favor," she said over the phone. "Sure, Abby, you name it," Jeremy replied agreeably. Jeremy had a great job and a good life. She told him that she had been laid off, and she needed $25,000 for a degree in a new career. The friendliness left Jeremy's voice. She reminded him of his promise 10 years ago to help her out whenever she needed it. "Yeah, Abby, but that was 10 years ago. That's history now, right? Have you tried your local bank?" The biggest news in the whole world occurred 2 weeks ago when Paris Hilton was sentenced to 23 days in a Los Angeles jail. The heiress to the Hilton hotel fortune, who was a favorite of the paparazzi, had been cited for driving on a suspended license, among other things. When the judge decided that she must go to jail, people everywhere voiced their approval or disapproval. The news was on the radio, TV, and the internet. Why her situation was such worldwide news mystified almost everyone. After all, her only known value to society thus far had been her ability to party with one boyfriend after another, 1 week after another. As many said, she was famous for being famous, nothing more. When she finally went to jail, there must have been 100 photographers taking pictures of her. At first, the jail officials put her in a private cell, but her claustrophobia caused her to have panic attacks. They released her the next day. The following day, however, the judge ordered her back to jail to finish her sentence. The sheriff said she was treated like all the other prisoners. She ate bologna sandwiches and other nutritious food, just like the others. When she finally was released from jail at 12:01 a.m. on a Tuesday night, dozens of photographers again congregated around her to snap the perfect photo. She spent the first day relaxing and recovering at home in her parents' mansion. Then she went on the Larry King radio show and talked about her experience. She hadn't liked being in jail, she said, but it had turned her life around. She had found God, and now she was going to do all she could to help needy people improve their lives. Starting in February 2009, broadcasts of all TV signals will be digital, replacing current analog signals. For people who have cable or satellite TV, this is a non-issue because their reception will not be affected. But people who use rabbit ears or outside antennas won't be able to receive the new digital signals. They'll have to buy a converter for each TV, which will cost about $50 each. For Chris, that was too much. Instead, Chris was simply going to give his 2 TVs away to a thrift shop. Then he would wait until the prices went way down on digital tuner TVs and buy one when the price was right. He loaded the TVs into his car. The lady at the thrift shop wasn't interested at first. She changed her mind when he said that they were only 13-inch TVs and that they worked perfectly. He was relieved when she accepted them. Had she not, he would have had to deposit them at a hazardous waste facility, which meant waiting in line in his car for hours on end. Chris got home feeling good. Now he was going to enjoy at least a year of no TV. The idiot box was a good name for that waste of electricity. He felt like a new man for having got rid of his 2 TVs. When Donna called that night, he proudly told her the news. Donna, whose native language was Chinese, was not happy. "What do you mean you have no TV?" she yelled over the phone. "How are you going to teach me anything when I call to ask you about new vocabulary on the 11 o'clock news?" She had a few more things to say. Chris sighed. When she finished, he promised her he would buy a new digital TV the very next day. "Let's go to Walmart," Elizabeth told Kenneth.
She wanted to buy some paint supplies. He suggested that they go to Home Depot instead because employees there could tell them exactly what to buy. After arriving there, Elizabeth found a friendly-looking worker who was momentarily free. "Excuse me," she said, "could you help us?" She explained that she wanted to paint her office. "Neither me nor my husband knows how to do it, so please tell us the basics," she added. He smiled and told her that it was simple. All they needed were 2 gallons of white glossy paint, a roller, a tray and an insert to pour the paint in, and an extension handle to reach the high parts of each wall. "Don't we need primer?" Kenneth asked. "Oh, yes, of course. I was getting to that. If you don't put primer on first, the paint won't stick to the walls. Here are 2 gallons of good but inexpensive primer, and a brush would be a good idea for use in the corners and edges, and that should take care of it. Just put the primer on first, let it dry for a couple of hours, then put on 1 coat of paint, let it dry. Then, if you want to, put on another coat, but it shouldn't be necessary." As they were putting the items into the trunk, Kenneth told her they should buy a ladder, too. "We're going to have to use the brush to paint up near the ceiling. The roller won't do in a corner," Kenneth said. "We don't need a step ladder. I can sit on your shoulders," Elizabeth laughed. They went back inside and bought a step ladder. Cynthia and George went shopping together at Walmart. "I need a water dispenser for my office," Cynthia told George. "What do you mean by water dispenser?" George asked. "You know, one of those things that they put the big 5-gallon jug upside down into. Then you can pour yourself cold water using the blue handle or hot water using the red handle," Cynthia said. George tried to tell her that she had too few clients coming to her office to need such a dispenser. He told her to buy a case of bottled water. She could keep the bottles cold in the office refrigerator. Plus, she had a stove and a coffee maker in her office, so she could use either of them to produce hot water for her clients or herself. "A contract with a water company is going to cost you at least $30 a month," he argued. "And maybe you won't even be consuming that much water a month. Why don't you wait a few months and see how many clients you get, and then decide if a water dispenser is absolutely necessary. If it is, buy it then. There's no rush to buy it now." In addition, he argued, the trunk of her car was too small for the dispenser to fit into, nor would it fit into her back seat. So, end of argument, he concluded. They left Walmart. Cynthia dropped George off at his place and then drove back to Walmart. The dispenser was in a box that was almost the size of Cynthia, but she carted it out to the parking lot and managed somehow to get it into her trunk. That night, when George called, he asked, "You didn't go back to Walmart and buy that thing, did you?" "Of course not," she told him. Jim and Alicia had 2 dogs, Bugs and Bunny. They were both 15 years old. Bunny was dying. Bugs was still healthy. They were brother and sister and had been together since birth. They had never been separated for longer than a couple of hours. Jim and Alicia weren't sure what to do. The vet had told them that Bunny was in pain and might continue to suffer for as long as another year. This was unacceptable to both Jim and Alicia. So putting Bunny to sleep now, instead of letting her suffer, was not an issue. However, what to do about Bugs? The vet said Bugs was still healthy. He could last another 2 to 3 years. But how long, they wondered, would he last without his sister? Bunny had always been Bugs' big sister. She was confident and assertive. Bugs was rather timid. He didn't mind when his sister bossed him around. She was also there for him when he was feeling anxious. Bugs followed Bunny everywhere, and whenever Bunny decided to sleep, Bugs always curled up next to her, whether he was sleepy or not. Jim and Alicia both arrived at the same conclusion without very much discussion. When they took Bunny to the vet so that she could be put to sleep, Bugs went too. The Buick wouldn't start. Considering it was 15 years old, this shouldn't have been a surprise. But the battery wasn't that old. It was a die-hard, sold by Sears. Gerard had bought it 6 years ago, but it was a 100-month battery. It was fully guaranteed for the first 12 months and then prorated after that. Gerard called Sears. The service rep told him he would probably get $10 to $40 credit toward a new battery. Gerard wondered how there could be such a $30 range, but he didn't bother to ask. If the problem was electrical, he asked the service rep, what would Sears fix? The rep said Sears only replaced alternators and starters. If the electrical problem involved something else, Gerard would have to take it to the dealer. Gerard went out to pull the battery out of his car so he could recharge it overnight. Then he could hook the battery up the next day and use a meter to see if the electrical system was working properly. He opened the hood. He looked. He looked some more. Where was the battery? Had someone stolen it? He opened the manual. The manual said nothing about the location of the battery. He called up his friend Brian. Brian told him that he was looking in the wrong place. The battery was under the rear seat. Gerard scoffed. Nobody puts a battery under the rear seat, except Volkswagen, he told Brian. Well, it's got to be somewhere if it's not under the hood, Brian replied. Gerard went back out to the Buick and lifted up the rear seat. He found a few coins, some real old chewing gum, a paperback novel, and a watch battery, but no car battery. Enough was enough. Gerard called AAA's emergency road service. Before the tow truck driver towed the Buick to Sears, Gerard asked him if he knew where the battery was. Oh, sure, he said. It's under the hood, but you'd never know it because it's completely hidden by the big white plastic windshield washer reservoir. It was only a '93 Lincoln, but he loved it. Not a ding on it. Only 75,000 miles, even though it was 14 years old. The leather seats were like new, as was the headliner. All the bells and whistles worked, including the cruise control and the power seats and mirrors. It even got 14 miles per gallon. What was not to love? She hated it. She hated it because she thought he loved his car more than he loved her. We can't go anywhere because all you do is worry about what will happen to your car, she complained. The last time we went shopping, after an hour you stopped talking and listening to me. You had that long face. I knew what you were thinking about. What was I thinking about? He asked. You were thinking about your Lincoln. She continued. When we went out to the parking lot, you walked all around it to check for fresh dings. Then, when you saw none, you unlocked the car and got in. As usual, you didn't open the door for me because you were so busy adjusting the airflow out of the dashboard vents. I just do that to make you feel comfortable, he said. If you really want to make me feel comfortable, she said, sell this car. Aaron asked Ray if he had looked everywhere for Walt's gift. Had he called up the wedding site to see if anything had been left behind? Ray said that he had looked everywhere and made a lot of calls that were fruitless. Ray didn't know what to do. If he sent Walt and Mary a thank you note for a gift they hadn't given, they would be insulted. If he didn't send them a thank you note for a gift they had given, they would be insulted. What would you do? Ray asked. Aaron said he would call Walt up and tell him the problem. You can't go wrong with simply being honest, Aaron said. Oh, yes you can, Ray countered. Sometimes it's best to let sleeping dogs lie. But he thought about it and finally decided that honesty might be the best policy. He called Walt and told him the problem. Walt said that yes, he had given an envelope. In fact, the envelope contained $500 cash. $500? Ray asked. That's a lot of cash, Walt. Walt admitted that it was, but he had gotten a fat raise early that year, and Ray's was the only wedding he'd been to in quite a while. Ray thanked him very much and apologized sincerely for someone stealing Walt's generous gift. Walt told him that it was only money. When Ray told Aaron about Walt's gift, Aaron laughed. The only thief at the wedding was Walt. I quit playing cards with him last year because I caught him cheating. and it was only a $10 pot. I'm sure I told you about that." "Yes, you did tell me," Ray said. But, of course, he had to send Walt a thank-you note anyway. Melissa had heard about Bill. He was a womanizer. He dated one woman after another, telling one lie after another. He was a pilot, a tiger trainer, a banker, a publisher, a tycoon, an investor, an adventurer, and on and on. He laughed about how easy it was to deceive women. Dress sharp and drive a luxury car, and they would follow you anywhere. Bill could get almost any woman he wanted, and then he discarded them like so many empty water bottles. Although Bill owned a carpet cleaning business that had 5 employees, he made most of his money gambling. He went to Vegas at least 6 times a year and played at a couple of casinos in the Los Angeles area regularly. Tonight, he had invited himself to a monthly neighborhood poker game. For most of the evening, Bill was rather quiet. He hadn't said one unkind word about women, and he only briefly bragged about his poker skills. Melissa wondered if Bill had finally met a woman who had put him in his place. Meanwhile, he was winning every third hand. Melissa decided to play one last hand and then leave. She ended up with a wonderful hand, 3 9s and 2 aces. The betting was spirited, but eventually all the other players dropped out except Bill. Bill made a final raise, and Melissa called. There was almost $200 in the pot, the biggest of the evening. Melissa was mentally shopping with the money, much of it Bill's. Bill, however, also had a full house, 3 10s and 2 deuces. Bill chuckled. "The best female poker player in the world couldn't beat me, honey. What on earth were you thinking?" Edith wasn't getting any help from anyone. She had just taken the state realty exam, which was a lengthy multiple-choice exam in downtown Los Angeles. The testing room in the government building was freezing. As she hunched up shivering, she looked around and saw others feeling equally cold. Why couldn't these people let us know beforehand to bring jackets, she wondered. After getting the news that she had passed the test, she signed up with a realty company. They told her how much money she would owe them each month and wished her good luck. Other than that, they weren't much help or encouragement. They told her how to have open houses on weekends. She had to carry big signs in her car and place them in the neighborhood around the open house. The signs were not always easy to push into the ground, nor did they always stay upright. To make matters worse, one Saturday evening, she discovered that all of her signs had been stolen. Her realty company told her not to worry. They would just add the cost of replacing the signs to her monthly bill. After she had asked him many times, her husband finally accompanied her to an open house. They ended up spending 8 hours together with each other that Sunday. Only a dozen house hunters showed up all day. She tried to engage Edgar in conversation, but all he wanted to do was read the newspaper. After he helped her pick up all the signs, he told her that was the last time he was going to help her on an open house. She asked why. He said he didn't want to talk about it. Edith wondered how long her realty career was going to last. 2 bombing attempts in London failed last night. A Mercedes was parked in front of a popular nightclub before closing time. There were at least 500 patrons inside the club. The Mercedes contained 11 full gasoline cans and 7 containers of nails. Apparently, the car was to be exploded by a call from a cell phone, but someone or something goofed. The cell phone call didn't trigger the explosion. Instead, some smoke started spewing out of the car. An ambulance happened to drive by. The driver, seeing the smoke, called the police. The police arrived quickly, and a bomb expert immediately entered the car and started disarming the vehicle. A few minutes later, the police were notified about another car, also full of explosive material, parked behind the nightclub. That vehicle was also disarmed. Twice in one night, deadly explosions had failed to occur. The bad guys had lost. this time. A new prime minister had just taken over in England. He said that God was watching over London. Scotland Yard believed that terrorists were behind the bombing attempts. When one patron at the nightclub found out how close he had been to death, he said, "I'm so happy to be alive. Last night I was dancing all night near the windows next to the street, and I would have been one of the first to die. It's scary to think about. I won't be coming to this club for another week or so." Adam and Constance were very religious. Both had been raised in Catholic families, except for her Uncle Chandler, who was agnostic. All their relatives were devout Catholics. Adam's oldest brother was, in fact, a priest. Adam, as a youth, had been an altar boy and had prayed to God to become a priest. Instead, God made him a fireman. Constance had seriously thought about becoming a nun, but that was before she met Adam. Her heart fluttered at her first sight of Adam. He was taking pictures with kids at a charity event. What a big, strong man, she thought, and so good-looking. Constance took her nephew over to get his picture taken. She couldn't believe it when she saw that Adam was wearing a St. Christopher medal around his neck. "He's Catholic, too," she marveled. Not being a shy woman, Constance started up a conversation with Adam. One thing, as they say, led to another. Both sets of parents were so happy that their child had fallen in love with a Catholic. There was a huge wedding at the cathedral. Adam's brother married the two lovebirds. Everyone said it was the best wedding ever. When Adam and Constance got around to opening their gifts a few days later, Constance opened an envelope from her Uncle Chandler. In it was $100 cash. But the cash was inside a Jewish card for Happy Hanukkah. The note in the card was, "I couldn't find a wedding card that I liked. I know this is Jewish, but it really is a beautiful card, don't you think? Love and best wishes." Constance did not send her uncle a thank you note, nor did she ever talk to him again. She was unable to think about her wedding again without thinking about that card. "Why don't you ever take me out to dinner?" Ginger screamed. "All my girlfriends go out to dinner with their boyfriends at least once a week. They go to nice restaurants and they have a good time. Then they call me up the next day and brag about what a nice time they had. They make me sick. And so do you, you cheapskate." This was not the first time she had had this conversation with Barney. He replied, "How many times have I told you that I don't trust restaurant food? All you have to do is watch these specials on TV news occasionally to see what's going on in the kitchen. When you see how the cooks don't wash after using the bathroom, how they sweat into your food while it's cooking, how they touch every bite of your food with their hands, and who knows what else you don't see, then you'd agree with me." "You exaggerate," she yelled. "Not all restaurants are like that, only a few." He told her that even a few was one too many for him. "Well, one more week without going to a restaurant is going to be one too many for me, Buster," she warned. "Lester takes Heidi out 3 times a week. She has the life." Okay, Barney surrendered. He promised to take her out that Friday night to the best sushi place in town. The next evening, Ginger's best friend called. "Did you hear about Heidi? She almost died," she wailed. Heidi was still in the hospital. She had been taken to the emergency room that morning because of the bad scallops she had eaten at the most exclusive restaurant in Pasadena the night before. Zach drove over to his fiancée's place. She was in China visiting her parents. Her son Bradley hadn't gone with her. Bradley was a junior in high school. He neither liked nor disliked Zach. Even though he had known Zach for 3 years, Zach was still trying to win Bradley over. He called Bradley to tell him that he was coming over. Bradley said okay. When Zach got there, he checked all of Christine's mail to see if there were any bills to pay. There were none. He asked if Bradley wanted to drive Zach's car. Bradley had a driver's permit and was always pestering his mom to let him drive her car. Bradley said all right. Zach told him not to speed, but he could drive anywhere he wanted. Bradley got on the 210 freeway and headed northwest to where it meets the 5. Zach gave Bradley a few driving tips. Don't drive next to big rigs, because you never know when they might tip over and crush you. Don't drive behind pickup trucks with loads, because you never know when something in the truck will get airborne and come flying through your windshield. On their way back, Zach suggested that they stop at the driving range. He wanted to show Bradley how to play golf. Bradley wasn't enthusiastic. He preferred his video games. But Bradley soon discovered that golf was fun. He hit a large bucket of balls. Zach told him that he had a natural swing. The next day, Bradley, for the first time ever, called Zach. He had a few blisters on his hands. Zach said that was normal. Then Bradley asked if Zach would come by next Saturday so they could take a drive and hit golf balls again. Zach said of course, with a happy feeling in his heart. Senator Earl Adams recently admitted that he had been having sex with prostitutes. He claimed, however, that he actually wasn't having sex with them. He was just talking to them. But he did admit that he wore diapers during some of those conversations. When the senator got wind that a newspaper was going to reveal his shortcomings, he called a news conference. Apparently, he figured that by confessing instead of getting caught, he would be forgiven faster. The senator announced that God would forgive him because he understands that senators need to relieve their stress somehow. In a 1998 magazine interview, his wife said that Adams was as faithful as a puppy dog. She added, however, that if she ever did catch him cheating, she would divorce him. In 1999, Adams told CNN that President Clinton should resign because of his affair with Monica. He was unfit to remain in public office after his shameful behavior. Senator Adams, however, said he would remain in office. To resign would be to let down the people who had voted for him. His wife announced that she loved him and would stand by her man. The U.S. Senate contains 100 of the most powerful people in the United States. They are elected because of their integrity, intelligence, and leadership. Yet here is a senator who regularly cheats on his wife, who doesn't realize that an escort service keeps phone records, and who dresses in baby clothes. The man is a joke, but he will have the last laugh when the good people of California re-elect him. Once a week, Neil went grocery shopping. He always made a list, but he always forgot to put one or more items on the list. This used to anger him, but now he just accepted it. "You're not as sharp as you used to be," he told himself. It was Friday, shopping day. He went to the 99-cent store. Sometimes they had a lot of fresh produce. Sometimes they didn't. He got lucky. There were fresh, packaged broccoli, celery, eggplant, and squash. Also, packages of peaches, plums, and apples. He easily had enough produce to last all week if it didn't rot first. The produce alone filled up 4 plastic bags. 4 other bags contained other items that were on Neil's list. He drove to Albertsons, which sold milk by the gallon and at cheaper prices than the 99-cent store. Interestingly, the price of milk had soared in the last month. He used to buy 2 gallons of non-fat milk for $3.59. Now he was paying $4.69. Yet the news media was silent. The same news media that reports a 2-cent increase in gasoline prices or even a 1-cent decrease. That's all over the news. Milk, he thought, just isn't sexy enough. He parked his car in the carport and opened the trunk. Somehow he managed, as usual, to put all 10 plastic bags into his hands and lug them upstairs. What a drag shopping is, he thought. and then he mentally slapped himself. If you think it's a drag now, wait till you can't drive. Wait till you can't even walk up the stairs unless you use a cane. How are you going to get your groceries then? The older you get, he told himself, the more you'd better appreciate the fact that you can still do all these boring chores and errands. Jasper's parents were going to Las Vegas for a week. The last time they were there was 10 years ago. The city had changed greatly in those 10 years. For one thing, the all-you-can-eat buffets were $15 instead of $3, and traffic was much worse, of course. But now, Las Vegas had a monorail that stopped at all the major hotels. No more walking in the hot sun or the bitterly cold wind if you visited Las Vegas in the winter. Jasper's dad loved the buffets. Even at $15, he'll still eat $20 or $30 worth. Jasper's mom said. Jasper asked his dad what games he was going to play. Blackjack, he replied, if he could find a $2 table. Jasper told him that he might have to go downtown to a real old casino. Most casinos, he said, require a $5 minimum nowadays. That didn't surprise his dad. After he lost $100, he was finished anyway, he said. He was never one to throw good money after bad. Jasper's mom had no use for anything except slot machines. She loved the slots, as long as she could find nickel machines and dime machines. Are any of those left? She asked Jasper. He said he wasn't sure, but there had to be some, somewhere. She said she was going to play differently on this visit. She would wait till someone used a machine for at least 15 minutes. Then she would play that machine when that person got up and left. Maybe, she hoped, the jackpot would hit on the first nickel that she put in. That's a good idea, Jasper thought. Unfortunately, it's the same trick that everyone who plays the slot machines does, and almost everyone goes home broke. It can be a lonely, depressing job. Not for the successful realtors, of course. Their job is almost glamorous. Some of them, the most successful, work with wealthy people who live in, buy, and sell beautiful houses in beautiful neighborhoods. But for a new realtor, life is hard. A realtor has to pass a comprehensive test and then take continuing education credit classes annually. He or she has to join a realty company and attend meetings regularly. He has to spend hours on the computer researching the latest properties that are being offered for sale. He has to make cold calls to potential clients. These cold calls are uncomfortable for the realtor and annoying to potential clients. Once a realtor gets a client, he must chauffeur the client from one property to another, patiently explaining this and that while answering questions about these and those. It's always a contest between the seller trying to get as much as he can for his house and the buyer trying to pay as little as he can for the same house. Neither one wants to give in. On top of it all, the seller often lies, proclaiming that there are no problems with his house. No, sir, absolutely none whatsoever. The realtor has to put up with the seller's lies and the buyer's cries of poverty, and in the end he hears these same words from the buyer. I don't know. Let me think about it. The sinks were leaking. David looked in the local paper and saw an ad for Toby the handyman. David left a message on the answering machine. 2 days later, he called again. He told Toby that he had left a message 2 days ago. Toby apologized. He said he hadn't checked his messages in a couple of days. David felt like hanging up. Why was it so hard to find a worker who was responsible and clean? Many workers were slobs who left messes for the homeowner to clean up. Toby doesn't check his machine, David mused. David told Toby that the kitchen, bathroom, and laundry room faucets were leaking. Toby said he could come over on Friday, Each faucet would cost $20. If he had to buy any parts, that would be extra. David was pleased. $60 was a great price. Of course, if Toby fixed faucets like he checked his messages, maybe the deal wouldn't be so good. Then again, it was only a $60 risk. David asked Toby if a check was okay. Toby said no, he only accepted cash. David said that was okay, as long as he got an invoice. Toby said he would be over Friday at 1 p.m. At 3 p.m., David left a message on Toby's machine asking where he was. At 3:30, Toby showed up. David asked if he had brought an invoice. "Oh, gee, I forgot." "I'm sorry," Toby said. David shook his head in disbelief. But since Toby was there, he decided to let him in. Before Toby walked into David's house, he wiped his feet very carefully on the mat. David noticed that. Maybe Toby will work out just fine, he thought. Wally asked Anita how her daughter Heather was doing. Heather had always been a dutiful, loving daughter. She got married about 10 years ago, at the age of 23. It was the first marriage for her and her husband, Ben. And they had 2 kids. Everything seemed fine, even though Heather was the only one working. Ben had gotten laid off 2 years ago. He was still looking for work. They were fortunate because Heather's grandma loved her to death. She had bought a house for Heather as a wedding gift, so Ben and Heather had no mortgage to pay, not 1 penny. Grandma asked only that Heather call her twice a month. Recently, Grandma had asked Anita what was wrong with Heather. Anita said she didn't understand. Nothing was wrong. Then why hasn't she called, Grandma asked. Anita said she would talk to Heather. She left several messages, but Heather didn't call back. Anita drove over to the house. Ben was home taking care of the kids. "Where's Heather?" Anita asked. "She went to the beach," Ben told her. "Without you and the kids?" Ben was reluctant to talk, but he did. Heather had started smoking again. Even worse, she had found a boyfriend. She had met this guy at work, and things got out of hand. Ben didn't know what to do. If he filed for divorce, he might be out on the street with 2 kids to support. If he didn't get a divorce, he had to live with the humiliation of being supported by a wife who was cheating on him. Anita was astounded at her daughter's selfish actions. She drove home and called her mom. Grandma said that hopefully it was just a phase that Heather was going through. She told Anita to make sure to remind Heather to call. It was their first vacation together in years. Meg and Oscar had been running their own jewelry business for years. They made a nice income, but they were busy all the time. They went to one trade show after another, flying throughout the U.S. and often to China and other countries. Their last vacation was at least 10 years ago. Recently, Oscar's doctor said that Oscar's high blood pressure was going to be the death of him. After questioning Oscar about his eating and exercise habits, he concluded that Oscar was stressing himself out at work. He told Oscar that he needed to stop and smell the roses more often. In short, he said, "I'm writing you a prescription for 2 weeks of R&R, rest and relaxation, immediately. In fact, I want you to take off 4 weeks a year, and these must be non-working vacations. No cell phone, no laptop. Do you understand me? In case you don't, I'm telling Meg, too. You might not listen to me, but you will listen to her." Meg canceled all their activities for the 2 weeks at the end of July. Fortunately, they did not have any flights scheduled. She booked them a nice hotel near Palm Springs. "We'll catch up on our magazines, newspapers, and TV reruns," she told Oscar. "We won't even talk about work for 2 weeks, okay? We'll relax in the pool, get massages, and treat ourselves like royalty. Got it?" "Yes, ma'am," Oscar said, smiling as he saluted her. The hotel had failed to tell them that it was undergoing renovations, but when it offered everything at half price, Meg and Oscar stayed. The second morning, about 10, Oscar told Meg he was going to take a swim. She told him not to forget his sunblock. She went back to sleep. When she woke up at noon, she put on her swimsuit and went outside. She couldn't stop screaming when she saw Oscar submerged beneath the water. His foot had gotten caught in a suction vent that workers had not covered properly. He had been underwater for 10 minutes. A month after the funeral, back home, Meg was going through her mail. The hotel, apparently worried about a lawsuit, had sent her an offer to stay there free for a month. The congenial letter suggested that she bring a friend. 12 people in British Columbia experienced a disastrous balloon ride when it accidentally caught fire. The balloon was still tied to the ground when the fire started. 3 people jumped out immediately and safely, but the ropes securing the balloon burnt through and the basket started rising. 7 more people jumped out as quickly as they could, but each one jumped from a higher height. The last 2 jumped from almost 50 feet up. Their clothes were on fire. They survived, but both would be in the hospital for several months, according to officials. The others escaped with broken bones and first and second degree burns, but nothing critical. Officials said that another balloon fire, causing no deaths and only minor injuries, had occurred only a week earlier. The 2 balloon riders who failed to jump out were a married couple celebrating their 50th anniversary. Their oldest son had surprised them with this champagne flight as a gift. The couple burnt to death in the basket, which ascended to about 500 feet. Then the entire balloon burst into flames and plummeted to the ground, landing in a trailer park. The basket was still burning furiously. It looked like an orange torch as it descended, brilliant against the blue sky. 4 trailers were destroyed by the bomb-like effect of the basket's heavy landing. When the dust finally cleared, the married couple were found completely charred, embracing each other. A professional football player was charged by government prosecutors with breeding dogs to fight, providing the site for the dog fights, gambling on the dog fights, and killing dogs that were not good fighters. The quarterback, Roger Chaney, at first denied everything. He told the media that he hoped his mother would not hear about any of this, and if she did, she knew him well enough not to believe any of the charges. Unfortunately, all the people that worked for him immediately confessed everything, hoping for reduced sentences. They all pointed a finger at the quarterback. The media interviewed Chaney's father, who said that he had told his boy that dogfighting was evil and he should stop it. His son told him that it was only some dogs. It wasn't like he was destroying lions or elephants. He told me that humane societies destroy thousands of dogs a month, so what was the big deal? Chaney's dad said. 2 weeks after the initial charges were made, Chaney agreed to plead guilty to several reduced charges, including animal cruelty. He could be sentenced to 5 years in jail. Across the nation, football fans and animal fans were equally outraged at his admission. Athletes are supposed to be a model for our nation's youth, said some. He is more of an animal than any of his poor dogs, said others. Few were surprised or saddened when the National Football League suspended Chaney without pay for an undisclosed term. 6 coal miners in Utah were trapped 1,500 feet underground when the support beams collapsed. Digging was immediately started in an effort to rescue the 6. 5 volunteer miners risked their lives to descend down to the location of the cave-in. A day later, another cave-in occurred, killing 3 of the 5 would-be rescuers. All 5 were pulled out of the mine. The government banned any further attempts at rescue by men. Instead, machines would be used to burrow into the ground. Listening devices would be able to detect any human activity, and probes would be able to detect the amount of oxygen present. Even though most people figured that the original 6 had died almost immediately, 5 more holes were dug during the next 2 weeks in an effort to find and deliver food and water to survivors. This effort was made more difficult because searchers did not know the exact location of the original cave-in. After the 4th, 5th, and 6th digs had produced no positive results, the owner of the mine said that was it. Enough was enough. He had done all he could do, and after 2 weeks of no food and water, it was impossible that anyone could still be alive. The families of the 6 miners were outraged, telling the media that the owner had given only lip service to rescue attempts. They planned to sue. She was a big, homely, overweight young woman, in her late 20s maybe. No ring on her finger, so she was probably single. In fact, judging from her unfriendly demeanor, she probably had no boyfriend, and unless she started dieting and exercising regularly, she would probably remain unattached. Vivian asked her to make sure to remove the plastic tag from each article of clothing that Vivian was buying at Marshall's. The woman looked at Vivian but said nothing. Not, "Yes, ma'am," not, "Of course," not, "No problem." She yanked each shirt off its hanger, removed each tag, and folded each shirt quickly but carelessly. Even though the building was air-conditioned, her forehead had beads of sweat. Occasionally she wiped the sweat off with the back of her hand. When she finished removing all the plastic tags and folding shirts into 3 piles, she rang up the total, $530.78. Vivian presented her Visa card. The clerk completed the transaction and gave Vivian the receipt to sign. Then she started to put all 19 shirts into one big bag. Vivian said, "No, please put them into 3 bags because that would be easier to carry back out to the car." The young woman made a sour face, as if she had been asked to lick the floor clean. She almost threw each pile of shirts into 3 separate plastic bags. Vivian said thank you and picked up the bags. The young woman said nothing. Wordlessly, she wiped the sweat off her forehead, pulled a shirt off the hanger for the next customer, and folded it. Every 2 years, DMV sent Corey a notice to get a pollution check to make sure his Cadillac wasn't fouling the California sky. Corey thought that DMV was fighting a losing battle, considering that there were 30 million cars and 10 million cows in California, not to mention the air pollution drifting into California from across the Pacific. After driving on the 210 freeway for 20 minutes to warm the engine up, Corey drove to the test-only center on Colorado Boulevard. Sam, the owner, offered Corey a bottle of purified water. Sam pulled the car up to the test machine and stuck the machine's sensor up the car's tailpipe. This isn't good, Corey thought. Sam showed Corey the printout. "Your vehicle is a gross polluter." "What does that mean?" Corey asked. It meant that Corey had to take his car to a mechanic to find out why the car was running so rich. It was using gasoline inefficiently. Maybe that's why I'm getting only 8 miles per gallon, Corey thought. Sam said that once the problem was fixed, bring the car back for a second test, which would be free. Corey took his car to Mo, his regular mechanic. Mo said he couldn't help Corey, but his friend Ramsey specialized in emission problems. He gave Corey Ramsey's business card. "Tell him that I recommended you," Mo said. Ramsey said to bring the car by 8 a.m. Monday through Friday. First come, first served. Corey got there at 7:40 a.m. Monday. There were 3 cars already parked there, but Corey was relieved to discover that they were the mechanic's cars. He was the first customer. Ramsey introduced himself, saying, "Coffee will be ready in a few minutes. I'll show you the waiting room." He was a friendly, courteous man. Corey felt comfortable. Mo had sent him to a good place. Nicholas was sitting in the waiting room Monday morning. He had brought 4 magazines with him in case the mechanics had to spend all day fixing his car. His portable Sony radio was on, and one earbud was stuck in his right ear. A customer came into the waiting room. Nicholas overheard the customer talking to Harold, the service representative. The customer was from Milford, the same little town that Nicholas was from. After the customer and Harold had finished talking, Harold went back outside. Nicholas thought he would introduce himself. He said, "I heard that you are from Milford." The young man nodded. "Are you going to the parade on Wednesday?" Nicholas asked. "What parade?" the man asked. Wednesday was the 4th of July. Nicholas wondered if he was talking to someone who just happened to be visiting Earth on his way to Pluto. "Didn't you say you live in Milford?" Nicholas asked. The man nodded. "How long have you lived there?" Nicholas asked. 5 years, the man replied. "And you've never been to the 4th of July parade?" Nicholas asked. The man shook his head. He seemed totally uninterested in continuing the conversation, although all he was doing was watching cars drive by on the nearby street. "Oh, well, I tried to be neighborly," Nicholas thought, as he put the earbud back in his ear and opened one of his magazines. Martin and Jane were shopping. They were in Ross Dress for Less. They had just bought shirts, pants, skirts, and tops that filled up 4 plastic bags. Martin picked up all 4 bags. Jane said there was no need to do that. "Why not?" he asked her. "We can just put everything into a Ross cart and roll it out to the car," she suggested. "We can't do that," he replied. "These carts are for in-store use only. You can't walk all over the mall with their carts. Let's just carry these bags out to the car, put them into the trunk, and then we can continue to shop." They no sooner walked out the door of Ross than they saw about 50 rental shopping carts locked to a rail. "See?" Martin pointed out to Jane. "If you want to use the cart, you can just rent one for the whole day from the rack." The mall was huge, and it was air-conditioned. Both of them were chilly. "When we get back to the car, let's grab our jackets," Jane suggested. As soon as they walked outside, the blast of summer heat hit them. Once at the car, they put the bags into the trunk. Then they plopped down into the front seats. They were both tired from all the walking they had just done. When they felt more refreshed, they locked the car and walked back to the mall entrance. "Wait a minute," Jane said. They stopped. Jane told Martin about the 2 suspicious characters sitting outside the entrance. "They were watching us as we carried the bags out to the car," she said. "You have very sharp eyes," Martin said. They went back to their car. Martin drove around to the other side of the mall, and they parked in the area marked 6. "Happy birthday! This is your dad calling," Dad said. Dad always identified himself, as if, after 60 years, Joel didn't recognize his own dad's voice. "Well, you're getting pretty old, aren't you?" Dad asked. "I sure am," Joel said. "In fact, I'm the same age you were 20 years ago." "Yes, who'd ever think that they wished they were 60 again," said his dad. "This aging process is certainly no fun. You can say that again, Joel said. But as they say, it's a lot better than the alternative, as long as you're reasonably healthy in mind and body. They both agreed. His dad and mom were still quite active. They lived together in their house. They both drove. They both played golf regularly and were active volunteers in the community. But such independence would not last forever. Both of them would eventually need part-time or full-time nursing assistance at home, or maybe even have to be moved into a nursing home. What a quiet end that will be, Joel thought, to such fun, productive, and eventful lives. Lying in a bed in a nursing home, waiting for relatives and friends to come visit, waiting for the nurse's aide to bring medication, dinner, or an extra blanket, waiting for help to use the bathroom. Much of that time spent waiting would also be spent in thought. What do people think about when they know their time is almost up? Joel wondered. A 58-year-old woman, mother of 3, grandmother of 8, was shot twice in the head Friday night. She was driving to the Walmart east of Pasadena. Only a block from her home, she saw 2 kids spray painting graffiti on a new building. She honked at the kids. They continued to tag the building. She honked again. Then she got out of her car and started yelling at them to stop it. They turned around and shouted obscenities at her. She got back into her car, telling the boys that she was calling the police. She did not notice another car behind her. The car pulled up next to her. The passenger window rolled down, and 2 shots were fired. The 2 boys, who had been watching, walked over to the woman's car. One opened the driver's door and grabbed her purse. The other opened the passenger door and dug through the glove compartment. Then they calmly got into their friend's car and left the scene. It is said, if good people are silent, evil will win. This woman was not silent, yet evil won. The police caught a 19-year-old who they think fired the shots. He will be tried. If convicted, he will go to prison for 20 years, where he will get free food, housing, and medical care, and where he'll learn how to commit other crimes. But because the prisons are so overcrowded, he will probably get out in 10 years. So, at the age of about 30, he will be out committing more crimes, while 3 children and 8 grandchildren will never get to grow older with their grandma. For bravely speaking up, she was put down. People say that what goes around comes around, but how often does that happen to cold-blooded murderers? A woman is standing at a bus stop at noon. A van pulls up. A young man hops out of the van, grabs the woman's purse, gets back into the van, and it drives off. An elderly man is standing on the sidewalk in front of his home at 10:30 p.m. He is admiring the full moon. A car pulls up right in front of him and stops. 2 men get out. One man punches the old man in the mouth. The other man takes the man's wallet out of his pants. They get back into their car and drive off. A woman puts her laptop and purse into her car in her driveway at 3:15 p.m. She starts the car and then remembers that she forgot to turn off the TV. She goes back into her house, turns off the TV, and comes back to her car. Her purse and her laptop are gone. The Department of Transportation built an elevated freeway on top of the 110 freeway in Los Angeles. The new freeway is supported by more than 100 thick concrete columns. Since the freeway was built, each column has been tagged with graffiti and repainted at least 10 times. Late one night, someone managed to raise a heavy metal shopping cart to the top of a flagpole outside a supermarket. The next morning, A 56-year-old supermarket worker hooked up the U.S. flag and started to raise it by pulling on the rope. A second later, the cart crashed down on her. She was permanently paralyzed. When released from the hospital, she told a TV reporter that she forgave the culprit. "Please don't do this again," she said. "You might kill someone, and that would be terrible." A police spokesman admitted that they might not ever find the prankster. No one knows for sure, but some experts estimate that half of the crimes committed in the U.S. go unreported. Half of those reported never result in the criminal being found. Half of those in which the criminal is found never result in convictions. Half of the convictions result in reduced or full sentences. Half of the full sentences eventually become reduced sentences because of good behavior or overcrowded prisons that result in early releases. "The problem," said Wyatt Earp, a retired police officer, "is that punishment is not swift enough or severe enough. All they get is a slap on the wrist. Too many judges are soft on criminals. We need to change the law so that there is an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Even criminals understand physical pain. If I were president, I would do many things to teach these punks a lesson. Prisons would have no heat and no air conditioning. Let the jerks freeze in the winter and bake in the summer. They would get one peanut butter and jelly sandwich for breakfast, for lunch, and for dinner. This way, we don't have to worry about prisoners using utensils to injure guards or other inmates or dig out of prison. And no crunchy or organic peanut butter either, only the cheap stuff. Their only beverage would be water, no soda, milk, coffee, or tea, and no fancy bottled water either. Their water would be straight from the faucet. Visitors to Disneyland in Southern California see lots of life-sized cartoon characters such as Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, and Pluto the dog. Most parents take their small kids right up to these characters. If the child doesn't start bawling because he or she is afraid of the cartoon character, the parents will take snapshots or videos of their kid with Snow White, Grumpy, Goofy, or others. Often the camera will be rolling even when the child looks afraid or is crying. Last week, Eva Gunderson took her 7-year-old son Billy Bob to Disneyland. Pluto was the first character they met once they got inside. Eva asked Billy Bob if he wanted a picture with Pluto. Billy Bob said no. He said Pluto's tail was too skinny and his nose was too big. Eva told him to go ahead, please, just so she could show Daddy. Billy Bob reluctantly agreed. He went over to Pluto and sat on his lap. Eva said, "Say cheese," and both Billy Bob and Pluto said the magic word. Then, as Billy Bob got off Pluto's lap, he grabbed Pluto's round black plastic nose and ripped it off Pluto's costume. Pluto yelled, "Ouch!" even though it didn't hurt. Billy Bob started running, and Pluto started chasing him. Just as Pluto got close enough to grab him, Billy Bob kicked Pluto between his legs. Pluto fell to the ground, groaning. This time he really was in pain. Eva got it all on video cam. "That was great, honey," she told her son as they walked off to find more characters. "Wait till Daddy sees this. He'll be so proud of you." A new invention called Arm Yourself is in arcades in Japan. It is a mechanical arm wrestling machine. In the old days, fairs and carnivals usually had a test your strength contest that required a player to swing a small sledgehammer as hard as he could to ring a bell and get a prize. The Japanese invention also challenges a player's strength. Players can set it to 4 different levels: baby, girl, man, and Arnold Schwarzenegger. The mechanical arm operates at half strength for the first 10 seconds. Baby, for example, would be half baby or 50% full strength for 10 seconds initially. This gives the human time to evaluate his mechanical opponent and usually allows him to win, says the inventor. But after 10 seconds elapse, the mechanical arm instantly achieves full strength, so that weak baby suddenly becomes strong baby. That comes as a surprise to the human, said the inventor. If you watch the human compete, you will see a look of surprise come over his face at the machine's sudden burst of strength. It's funny to see. Unfortunately for some players, the look of surprise is followed by the look of pain as the steel and plastic arm breaks their flesh and blood arm. 2 players recently went to the hospital. The inventor said that he wouldn't put a warning sign on the machine. It's not the machine's fault, he said. Humans often think that they're smarter, faster, and stronger than they actually are. I think it's a good lesson that they are learning. Many refuse to combat the machine at the baby or girl level because they think that they're equal to the man or Arnold level. They don't know their limitations. They're proud and foolish, and some of them have to pay the price for their pride. Semper Fi means always faithful. It's the motto of the Marine Corps, which is a segment of the U.S. Navy. The Marines do whatever the federal government tells them to do, and the government always talks about how important the Marines are and how grateful the government is. So when a former Marine, James Reed, recently applied for a Purple Heart for a wound that he received while serving in the Korean War more than 50 years ago, he expected no problems, but a Navy official said that they had no more Purple Hearts. If Reed wanted one, he could buy it at a military supply store. They're only $42, said Arthur Chertoff. It's not exactly like buying a new car. However, the 75-year-old Reed subsists on a military pension that barely covers his rent. His daughter and son send him money for food, transportation, and other expenses. Well then, let your kids pay for it, Chertoff said when Reed told him that he depended on his kids for living expenses. So Reed asked his son for $42 for the medal. His son got so upset about the ungratefulness of the Navy that he called the local newspaper. The local newspaper printed a front-page article about how the Navy couldn't be bothered to pay for and present Reed his Purple Heart 50 years after his injury. Network television news picked up the story. The Navy, of course, was immediately embarrassed. Somehow, officials found the money and the time to buy Reed his Purple Heart and even make a ceremonial presentation. We are always eager and happy to show that we take care of our own, said the broadly smiling Chertoff as he presented Reed the medal in front of TV news cameras. Thank you so much for your service to your country. It sounds incredible, but the small country of Greece seems to be burning down. Police believe arsonists are responsible for at least half of the fires. 30 people have died so far, many of them trapped in their homes or their cars. Residents all over Greece have called fire departments, police, and media about fires surrounding their homes, but there have simply not been enough firemen to respond to all these fires. The government has asked for aid from France, Italy, and Germany. Greek ruins that are almost 3,000 years old are in danger of being burnt down. Fires surround Athens, the capital city. The hillsides are ablaze, and there seems to be no end in sight. Entire villages have been destroyed. There has been no rain for 2 months, and the trees are so dry that just the heat from an approaching fire causes them to explode into flames. Police have arrested 3 suspected arsonists. One suspect, oddly enough, was still complaining about the 2004 Olympics. He had applied to carry the torch into the stadium and light the fire to officially start the games. His application was ignored. "You have to be somebody," was the reply he got when he called the Olympic Committee in Athens. "And you're not. You're nobody," an official told him. The man was in jail for 3 years for trying to blow up the committee's headquarters. Yesterday, police caught him walking away from a new fire with an empty gas can in his hands. "I'm nobody, huh?" he told the police. "Well, I'm somebody now." I was sound asleep. My grandfather appeared in a dream. He asked why I had never visited him and Grandma at the cemetery. He said that even my mom hadn't visited since October 4th, Grandma's birthday. He told me that when I was young, I had walked out into a pond and slipped under water. He had rescued me. He said Grandma was supposed to be watching me, but that she had gotten sick all of a sudden and was throwing up. It was probably the fresh blackberries they had picked and eaten earlier. Grandma had a bad stomach. My parents were out on a boat in the pond. They did not know that Grandpa had saved me until they got back to shore. I was in a towel, and my clothes were drying on bushes. My brown and white Buster Brown shoes were also soaked. I was only 3 years old, Grandpa said. My parents were angry at first, but when they saw that Grandma was still feeling sick, they forgave her. Grandpa told me that we had a picnic after that. The 4 of us ate some chicken, potato salad, and homemade cookies. We drank lemonade. Then Grandpa took me for a walk in the woods. I sat on his shoulders. I saw some daisies, and we picked them. When we returned, I presented 3 daisies to Mom and 3 to Grandma, who was finally feeling better. Grandpa said to bring some daisies to the grave site. Then I woke up. The next day, I called my mom. "Do you remember me walking into the pond and Grandpa rescuing me?" "My God, who told you about that?" "You mean it really happened?" "Yes, but your father and I never told you about it because Grandma swore us to silence. Even though it wasn't her fault, she felt that she had failed in her responsibility and never wanted you to know about it. My goodness, that was so long ago. Who told you this?" "Mom, did I go for a walk with Grandpa and return with daisies for you and Grandma?" "Okay, I get it. You and your dad are playing some kind of prank. Okay, it's very funny. Now quit it." "This is no prank, Mom. Grandpa told me this in a dream last night." "It still sounds like a prank." "No, I'm serious. He told me that Grandma had a reaction to blackberries. He said I was wearing brown and white Buster Brown shoes. He said I gave you and Grandma daisies." "Oh, my God. Your father would never remember all this. It must be Daddy. Did he say anything about visiting his grave site?" "Yes, that was his problem. He wanted me to visit them. He also said that you had not visited since Mom's birthday 6 years ago? Well, I've got to get over there right now." "Wait for me. I'm coming with you, and I've got to bring those daisies. Maybe we'd better start going every year, huh, Mom?" "Yes. There's no telling what Grandpa might tell you next time." Roy wanted to visit Egypt 2 years ago. But while he was checking out different tour packages, an airplane crashed into the Atlantic. The plane was an Egypt Air flight from New York to Cairo. It had no sooner gotten airborne than it dove straight down into the ocean, killing all on board. There was a great deal of investigation into the crash, but the final conclusion, made after recovering the black box, was that the co-pilot had decided to take his life along with all the passengers and crew. Pat told Roy to forget about flying to Egypt. As his wife of 50 years, she wouldn't permit it. If he wanted to see the pyramids, she said, he could rent a video or Google the pyramids online. 2 years went by, and no further crashes occurred. One day Roy told Pat that he was going to Egypt with or without her approval. He asked her if she wanted to go with him. She said no, thank you. She didn't have a death wish like someone I know. Roy said that the plane crashed 2 years ago. She worried too much. He said he was also making a side trip to Israel. Pat said, "Go ahead. I'll call the funeral parlor so they know you'll be dropping by." Roy laughed. He said there was a greater chance of dying in a car accident in their own neighborhood than of being killed by terrorists in Egypt or Israel. "Yes," Pat said, "but we have to drive around our neighborhood to do our errands. We don't have to go to Egypt and Israel. You're just tempting fate." In New York, the residents at a senior center have been receiving free donuts and other baked goods for years. The sweets are donated by bakeries and other shops that have leftovers that are not quite fresh enough to sell. The seniors devour the sweets, but the city council has decided that these sweets are no good for the seniors. It just passed a law forbidding free day-old sweets for the senior center. We want our seniors to live as long as possible, and these sweets can only contribute to obesity. With obesity come high blood pressure, circulation problems, and diabetes. So we are doing this for their own good, said Carl Rove, a city council member. The senior citizens are having none of this. They immediately called Rove and other council members to protest this ban. "Who are these people to tell us what to eat?" asked Doug Fairbanks, a resident at the center. "I'll bet every one of them has a donut several times a week. Where do they get this attitude? They act like they are our parents. Instead, they are elected officials who are supposed to do the will of the people, and there isn't one person in the senior center who has complained about the free donuts. If they're concerned about seniors, are they going to prohibit all the seniors in the whole town from eating donuts? They can't just pick on us if they're interested in the health of all seniors. People get a little bit of power, and it goes straight to their heads. We are starting a petition to recall all the council members who voted for this law." May was hoping to broker cigarette lighters in America. Her friend said that Mr. Wang was a big manufacturer in China. She gave May Mr. Wang's phone number. May called Mr. Wang and invited him to Los Angeles. She arranged several meetings between Mr. Wang and some U.S. wholesalers. Because he did not speak English, she was the interpreter at the meetings. Mr. Wang promised to give May a commission for whatever business deal was made and for all future orders. The first 3 meetings were unproductive. The last meeting was with a Chinese wholesaler. He spoke Chinese, so there was no need for May to interpret his remarks. She sat there throughout the meeting and listened. The 2 men discovered that they both had grown up in Chengdu, a large city in southwest China. At meeting's end, no deal was made. Everyone shook hands. May and Mr. Wang walked out to her car. Then Mr. Wang said that he had forgotten something. He excused himself and walked back to the office. May waited a moment. Then, suspicious, she snuck back to the office and heard the 2 men making a deal behind her back. Mr. Wang was cutting her out of her commission. May went back out to her car and waited. Mr. Wang was whistling as he returned to the car. He apologized for making her wait. She said it was no problem. Then she drove Mr. Wang back to his hotel. He thanked her for her help and said he was returning to China the next day. She didn't say anything about what she had overheard. She went home and tried not to cry about what had just happened. She must be strong. Bill parked his car on the residential street. The street used to be safe, but now there were frequent reports in the weekly paper about break-ins. He put the club on his steering wheel and made sure that nothing of value, not even a pair of cheap sunglasses, was visible through the car windows. He got out of the car and started the uphill walk. The mountain trail was mostly narrow for the first 2 miles. Only 2 people could walk side by side. When the trail got close to the edge of the mountainside, it was best if people walked single file. Several years ago, an experienced hiker, walking alone, slipped and fell to his death. The trail went past a small lake created by a dam and then broadened as it went up into the heart of the mountain, away from cliffs. When Bill got to first camp, he stopped by the small stream to look for fish or frogs. Suddenly, he heard a sinister rattling sound. Then he felt a sharp bite on his calf. He turned around in time to see a rattler slithering off. There was nothing to do now but walk back down to his car. He had no cell phone with him. He would remember to bring it next time, if there was a next time. Should he walk slowly so the poison would spread slowly, or should he walk fast so he could get to his car and get medical help faster? Perhaps he'd meet someone on the way down. A simple walk, he thought. It was just going to be a simple walk up a mountain trail. Tamara Smith sliced open an eggplant. The seeds were arranged in the likeness of Elvis's profile. "Oh, my God!" Tamara screamed. She was the King's biggest fan. She had all his CDs and all the DVDs of his movies. She knew everything about the artist from Mississippi. She had been to his birthplace and to his memorial, Graceland, in Memphis. She had never actually seen him live, yet she worshipped him. She felt that she was his soulmate because they were both born on January 8th. She always claimed that Elvis would be alive today if she could have contacted him that fateful day. She had had a strange feeling that morning in her own bathroom. She sensed that there was danger for Elvis in his bathroom. She suspected that he might slip in the tub or maybe accidentally electrocute himself with his hair dryer. But she wasn't sure. All she knew was that Elvis must not use his bathroom that day. She dialed Memphis 411, but information told her that his number was not listed. She called the Memphis police, but they said she would have to get in line behind all the other crank callers. She called her cousin who lived in Memphis, but her cousin was out. She almost died when she saw the TV news that night, August 16th, the saddest day of her life. "I was right, I was right," she kept repeating to herself. If only she had gotten through to poor Elvis. Now she had this eggplant. It could mean only one thing. Elvis was trying to communicate with her. She wrapped the eggplant in saran wrap and put it in her refrigerator. The next day, she was going to visit Mabel, her palm reader medium manicurist, to have a seance. "Boy, this is the worst weed I've ever had," Wesley thought, even though it smelled great. He'd rolled 2 joints, smoked them both, and still didn't feel high. He'd heard about some super weed that gets people so high that they think they're straight. Maybe this was super weed. Nah, he thought, this is just crap. His best buddy had ripped him off. There was only one thing to do: call the police. Wesley told the police his problem. They said they would be right over. He went to the front door and unlocked it. Slowly, he printed Buster's phone number and address on a cigarette paper. He put it into the big baggie of grass. He wondered if his call was going to make TV news, or maybe the front page of the newspaper. "Good citizen, turns in drug dealer." Wow! The city might make him an honorary deputy sheriff. He lit another joint. Maybe the third one would be the charm. He heard the car doors closing and the footsteps approaching. All right, he thought. He wondered if they had brought a television crew with them. Maybe he'd make the 11 o'clock news. The police were very polite. They thanked him for Buster's phone number and address. Then they arrested Wesley. What for? He protested. For possessing more than 28 grams of pot, an officer replied. But this isn't pot. It's more not than pot. Why do you think I called you? I got ripped off. Well, we'll see about that after the lab analyzes it. If you're both lucky, you did get ripped off. It was a hot, sunny day. The waves off Santa Barbara were almost 3 feet high because of a distant Pacific storm. Surfers were having fun. Then the fun ended. One surfer started yelling. Surfers on the beach saw him swinging his arms. He went underwater. Then he came back up, shouting for help. He was in big trouble, said one woman on shore. She called 911. He was still shouting and fighting. They could not see a shark, but they knew the surfer was being attacked by one. Again the surfer went under. 4 surfers hopped onto their boards and swam rapidly out to the surfer. By the time they got to him, he was alone. The shark had given up on the taste of the rubber wetsuit and the battle that the surfer had put up. The 24-year-old man was groaning in pain, but he was still alive. The surfers put him on a board and paddled back to shore. I don't think he's going to make it, said someone on the beach. Look at that leg. A helicopter arrived shortly afterward. Paramedics hopped out and examined the victim. They thanked the surfers and the woman for their aid and put the man into the chopper. A hospital spokesman said an hour later that the surfer would survive. He was in fair condition. Meanwhile, because there was nothing they could do, and because the waves were still good, most of the surfers were out on their boards.